Chapter 11 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield. The Artist and Teacher. In his criticism of Bach, Scheibe in one place goes so far as to say that the Herr Hofkompositor is lacking in the general culture that we ought to expect from a great composer. What truth is there in this reproach? As regards culture, Bach was not the inferior of any of the musicians of his epoch. The Latin schools of Ohrdruf and Lüneburg, which he had attended, enjoyed a first-rate reputation, and we know now that he went through the classes from the beginning. That he did not afterwards go to the university was entirely due to the prime necessity of earning his daily bread. He was well versed in Latin, or he would not have been able to offer to give the instruction in this language that it devolved upon him to give in St. Thomas's school. The foreign words in his letters are always used in their correct sense. This shews that he also knew French, which is again clear from the dedication of the Brandenburg concertos, which is very elegantly expressed in that tongue. The addresses of his letters were usually written in French. He signed his name sometimes in German, sometimes in French, and sometimes in Italian. He was conversant with rhetoric as it was then taught, as Birnbaum expressly testifies in the second of his Vindications. The fact, again, that men like Gerstner and Birnbaum found his conversation interesting speaks for his culture. So does the thorough scholarly education that he gave his sons. Unfortunately, Emmanuel and Friedemann have made it impossible for us to know much about the reading of their father, since before the division of the property they placed on one side his collection of old mathematical and musical historical works, which therefore do not figure in the inventory. However, the list of Bach's theological books is alone enough to testify to the activity of his mind. It is interesting to know that he had a translation of Josephus's History of the Jews. We can imagine him after the day's work seeking recreation in the classical work of the favorite and friend of Vespasian. Scheibe was thus mistaken, and yet, looked at from his own standpoint, a good deal of his reproach is not unfounded, only that he expressed it clumsily. Bach was self-taught, and as such had an aversion to all learned theories. Clavier playing, organ playing, harmony, composition, he had learnt them all by himself. His sole teachers had been untiring work and incessant experiment. To a man who had made the fundamental rules of art his own in this manner, many theories that were interesting or new for others were a matter of indifference, for he had been to the root of things. Now Bach lived in the epoch when it was thought that the perfect art could be discovered by aesthetic reasoning, while others, again, thought that salvation for music lay in mathematical speculations upon the numbers that underlie intervals. To all these endeavours Bach opposed a robust indifference. Our Bach, says the Necrology, did not engage at all in deep theoretical considerations of music, but was all the stronger in the practice of it. Perhaps he let this indifference become too visible. It is certain that it was generally known how little he troubled about the mathematical basis of the fundamental laws of harmony. Not only Mattheson, but Scheibe testifies to this. Let any one, says the latter, ask a great Bach who has perfect command of all artifices of art, and whose astounding works one cannot see or hear without surprise, whether, in the attainment of this great skill and dexterity, he even once thought of the mathematical relations of the tones, and whether he once consulted mathematics in the construction of so many musical artifices. 2/5 and 2 octaves must not follow each other, since that is not only a vitium, but it sounds ill. So ran the third rule of thorough bass that Bach dictated to his pupils. It is not only a vitium, but it sounds ill. We imagine we can see him as he goes up and down listening to the scratching of the quill and laughing merrily to himself. He took so little interest in the activities of the Scientific Musical Society that was constituted at Leipzig under his eyes that at first he had no thought of becoming a member. The fact is all the more striking as Lorenz Christoph Miesler, 1711 to 1778, the founder of the society, had been his pupil for the clavier and composition, and had dedicated to him in 1734, together with three other celebrities, his doctoral dissertation, Quod musica ars sit pars eruditionis philosophicae. Music is a part of a philosophical education. The Societät der musikalischen Wissenschaften was founded by him in 1738. He was of opinion that as a result of its inquiries a new period in music was going to open, and he had a medal struck on which, according to his own description, a naked child flies towards the dawn, on its head a bright star, in its right hand a burning torch inverted, besides which a swallow flies, denoting the dawning of day in music. There was a good deal that was fantastic in the activities of this society. One cannot, however, but respect it when one looks through Miesler's journal, the Musikalische Bibliothek, the organ of the society. It testifies to a solid and learned spirit, and contains plenty of interesting matter. The reader was kept admirably informed upon everything that happened in the sphere of music and of the adjoining sciences. Telemann belonged to the society from 1740. Handel was made an honorary member in 1745. Bach, however, in spite of all the importunities of Miesler, could not decide to apply for admission. He finally did so in 1747, submitting as his specimen composition some canonical variations upon the Christmas hymn, Vom Himmel hoch da komm ich her, and the canon triplex A Sua Voc, which afterwards appeared in the Musikalische Bibliothek. Thereupon he was admitted as 14th member in June 1747. Among other things, the society occupied itself with the question of cantata texts, and cherished the design of issuing a pattern cycle. It first contented itself with laying down fundamental principles for the writing of texts of this kind, and published the result of a conference upon this question, according to which the church cantatas should be shorter in winter than in summer, and consist of only 350 bars lasting about 25 minutes. In the good season, 8 to 10 minutes could be added, and the music could extend to 400 bars. The normal cantata should be laid out as follows: 1. Chorale chorus or chorus upon a short passage from the Bible. 2. Recitative of 12 or 20 lines in length. 3. An aria arioso or a fugued chorale. 4. Recitative. 5. Aria. 6. Chorale or fugue. A warning is given against too ardent and too emphatic poetry, since there is a risk, if violent passions are expressed in church, of making a ridiculous effect. The librettist must not only have the gift of writing ably and edifyingly, but must also have some understanding of music. The da capo form is admitted for the arias; for the recitative, rhymes are desirable. Bach does not seem to have participated in these deliberations, for the cantata type that was put forward as the norm is quite different from his. The warning, indeed, that nothing passionate should be expressed in church seems rather to be directed against him than to emanate from him. Posterity owes a debt of gratitude to the Miesler Society. In its journal for 1754 it gave a necrology of Bach that contains the earliest biographical material relating to him. Or should we rather say that the Society is indebted to Bach? For but for him, who would remember this old association today? The self-taught Bach thus belonged to no school. No preconceived opinions guided him in his studies. His authorities were all acknowledged masters, the old as well as the new. As often as the distances, his means, and his leisure permitted, he went to hear contemporary celebrities and to learn what he could by observation of them. He copied out the works of others. In conformity with the old tradition of the Bachs, he did not extend his journeys beyond the German frontier. None the less was he thoroughly acquainted with Italian and French art. Among the French, Couperin chiefly attracted him. In Weimar he occupied himself especially with the Italians. Frescobaldi (1583 1644), Legrenzi, Lotti's teacher (1625 1690), Vivaldi died 1743, Albinoni (1674 1745), and Corelli (1653 1713). Of the German clavicinists he had a particular regard for Froberger. According to Forkel, he studied the contemporary French organ composers with the greatest assiduity. We have evidence of Bach's occupation with other masters in his transcriptions of their works: 16 clavier concertos, 4 organ concertos, and a violin concerto arranged for four claviers. Misled by the inexact headings of the copies of these arrangements, musicians at one time thought they were all works by Vivaldi, whose violin concertos at the time Bach was in Weimar astonished the whole musical world by the novelty of their style. Vivaldi was especially well known in Germany from his having been Concertmeister at the Darmstadt court until 1713. Later research, assisted by the discovery of the originals of the Vivaldi concertos, has shown that not all these transcriptions are based on works by Vivaldi. From him are derived the clavier concertos No. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 14, the organ concertos No. 2 and 3, and the concerto for four claviers, clavier concerto No. 3, is an arrangement of an oboe concerto of the Venetian Benedetto Marcello (1686 1739). No. 14 is founded on a violin concerto by Telemann. Numbers 11 and 16 are derived from violin concertos of Duke Johann Ernst of Weimar, who was a pupil of Walther and a friend of Bach. This young prince, a nephew of the reigning duke, died at Frankfurt on the Main in 1715, barely 19 years old, after long and severe suffering. Bach's transcriptions are like a greeting sent into eternity to the friend who had been torn from him. Johann Ernst's concertos were until recently regarded as lost. It was only known that Telemann had edited 6 of them, and that Mattheson, in his great General Bass School, had spoken of them in the terms of high praise. To find such independent princes, he there says, who compose music that can be performed, is indeed something that does not happen every day. In 1903 the Telemann edition was found by the active Bach investigator Schering in the Grand Ducal Library. It has a preface in French by the editor that bears the date of 1st February 1718. A second collection was to have followed, but it never appeared. The Clavier Concerto No. 13, the first movement of which reappears in the first organ concerto, is also probably founded on a work by the young prince, as is shown by some remarks on the manuscript copy that we possess. The original, however, has not yet been discovered. The original of the Clavier Concertos No. 6, 8, 10, 12, and 15, and the organ concerto No. 4 are as yet unknown. They may come to light when the treasures of the old chamber music become better known. When this happens, it is possible that this or that original work of Bach will prove to be a transcription. Spitta believed the 3 clavier sonatas to be especially characteristic of Bach's style, and even arranged them chronologically, placing the one in C major among the works of the composer's maturity. Afterwards he had to recognize them as the work of Johann Adam Reinken, whom one was not exactly accustomed to regard as a striking composer. They were originally suites for 3-stringed instruments, published in the Hortus Musicus of the Hamburg composer. What was Bach's object in making these transcriptions? It was formerly thought that he did this work simply for his own instruction. That may be so to some degree in the case of Vivaldi. The Prince of Weimar, however, was not an acknowledged master. Then did Bach wish to make these chamber music works more generally known by arranging them for a single instrument? This was not the reason, for he did not concern himself in the least to transcribe them as they were in the original, but treated them all alike with the utmost freedom, no matter who the composer might be. Where he thinks the basses inexpressive, he substitutes others for them. He adds new or interesting middle parts almost throughout. He even transforms the upper voice completely when it occurs to him to do so. Not even the plan and the development of the works are respected. Sometimes he goes his own way immediately after the first bars, then follows the original for a little while, again branches off, returns once more, omits something here, inserts something there, without troubling himself whether his transcription becomes only half or twice as long as the originals. He does not learn from the originals, but, with masterly corrections, rather sits in judgment on them, though this was certainly not his intention. It is really quite inconceivable that Bach, now in the epoch of his first mastery, with a copious fund of themes and motives, should need to learn upon the ideas, often commonplace, of others. That his Weimar friend Johann Gottfried Walther should have delighted in making transcriptions and cultivated the practice assiduously is not astonishing. His was not at all a creative mind. But that Bach, whose inventive power is simply beyond comprehension, should have indulged in the practice is merely part of the fact, incapable of psychological explanation, that whenever he could he went to external stimuli with examples for his own creations. This was the case not only in his youthful period, but also in his latest creative epoch. He liked other people's music in the most uncritical way, simply because it stimulated his own creative activity. In certain cases it was an actual necessity to him. His contemporary Magister Pichel of Leipzig tells us that before improvising he generally played from the score a work by some other man, as if he first has to set the machine of his invention going by artificial means. This fact was a matter of common knowledge. "You know," writes Magister Pichel to his friend, "that the famous man who in our town enjoys the greatest reputation for music, and the admiration of all connoisseurs, cannot, they say, ravish people with his own combinations of tones until he has played something from a score to set his imagination in motion." Forkel also tells us something of this suggestive action of other men's music on Bach. He says that if a single bass part, often badly figured, were set before him, he would amuse himself by immediately playing a complete trio or quartet from it. If he were in a gay humour and fully conscious of his power, he would instantly extemporize to three obbligato voices a fourth of his own, thus turning a trio into a quartet. So that Bach transcribed the Vivaldi and other concertos not to make them more accessible to the public at large, not to learn from them, but simply because this was his way and it gave him pleasure. Nevertheless, it is certain that he derived some profit from Vivaldi. He learned from him charity and design in the structure of a work. Through the Italian he won freedom from the northern masters and their ingenious intricate style. There is preparing that great synthesis of the North German art of ideas and the Latin art form that traverses Bach's work in the most varied phases, till finally, in the organ works of the later period, the art of Buxtehude and Pachelbel again emerges purified, transfigured, and more profound, and close the circle. Bach further learned from Vivaldi the perfect violin technique, the art of writing singably. The violin art of the North, which he had hitherto known, was in many respects more brilliant and splendid. But it had not the same knowledge of how to utilize the natural advantages of the instrument. It is interesting to observe that Bach transfers violin music to the clavier and the organ, and tries to get the effect of the strings on the keyed instruments. It shows, what we can also gather from his works, that for him there was really only one style, that naturally suggested by the phrasing of the stringed instrument, and that all other styles are for him only modifications of this basic style. At other times Bach borrows from his original only the theme, which he then works out quite independently. We know that the theme of the C minor organ fugue Peters IV, 6 is derived from Legrenzi (1625 1690), and that of the small one in B minor, Peters IV, 8, from Corelli (1653 1713). Albinoni (1674 1745) gave him the themes for two clavier fugues. We cannot say, of course, how many themes of his own owe their origin to the effect of other men's ideas. There are certainly more of these, however, than we should at first imagine. Who would think that the consummate theme of the great G minor organ fugue was generated in Bach's imagination by another musician? We know, however, not that Reinken's Hortus Musicus has been made accessible, that it was he who set Bach's invention on that path. The theme in question is found in the fifth suite. Thus many a great idea, that in other men merely existed obscurely in an insignificant form, had to come to Bach to be endowed with a life that really belonged to it. In Leipzig, where he was mainly occupied with vocal compositions, he concerned himself more with the masters of Italian vocal music, Palestrina (1515 1594), Lotti (1667 1740), and Caldara (1670 1736). To the end of his days he was, like all the great self taught men, very receptive, and sure that he could always learn something from others. He showed the liveliest interest in everything that appeared in his own sphere. Kant was not more anxious to learn what was going on in European literature than Bach was to get hold of the works of contemporary composers. He had also the open mind of the self taught men for inventions. He was not interested in scientific and aesthetic theories upon music, whatever related to practice, however seemed to him, even if it were concerned with the smallest detail, important enough to be worthy of his serious attention. He was particularly interested in instrument making. As one of the leading experts of his epoch, he witnessed a transition from the old to the modern instruments, though he saw only the beginnings of the new era and still clung to the old with some tenacity. What he thought upon the progress of organ and clavier making we know from his pupil Agricola, who in 1759 succeeded Graun as leader of the Royal Kapelle in Berlin. Lorenz Albrecht showed him the manuscript of the Musica Mechanica Orgonedi of Jacob Adlung, with the publication of which he had been entrusted after the death of the author, and asked him to indicate in the notes Bach's views upon clavier and organ building so far as they differed from what was said there, which Agricola did. Where Agricola is silent, we may assume that Adlung's opinions are in agreement with those of Bach. We also know from Forkel that Bach gave his special attention to the improvement of the organ windchest and bellows. The first thing he did in examining an organ was to draw all the sounding stops and then play the instrument, getting as much tone as was possible out of it. He used to say in jest that he must first of all know whether the instrument had good lungs. He liked good reed work, and an organ could hardly have too much of it to please him. He did not object, for example, to the 16 reeds on the organ of St. Catherine's Church in Hamburg. Reinken, who voiced it himself, also thought its disposition excellent. On the same organ Bach was surprised by the clear and precise speaking of a 32-feet principal and the 16-feet pedal trombone. In order to move easily and surely from one manual to another, Bach liked them to be as close together as possible. The keys were to be short and narrow, so as to be spanned with ease. He liked the semitone keys, which were white on the old organs, to be narrow at the top and well rounded. He also appears, so we gather from Agricola, to have favored the old narrow pedals, and to have insisted that the pedal board should lie in a correct and natural position with regard to the manuals. In general, it may be said that organ building in Bach's time had attained to a beauty and richness of tone, particularly through the technical improvements of Andreas Silbermann of Strasbourg (1678 1734) and Gottfried Silbermann of Freiburg (1683 1753), which have not been surpassed since. A certain finality had been reached in this department. It was not so, however, in the sphere of clavier manufacture. Here three instruments, two old and one new, struggled with each other for predominance. The oldest was the clavichord, in which the strings were set in vibration by a rather primitive piece of mechanism, a tangent striking them from below. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the 18th century, some important improvements had been made in this instrument. Its advantage consisted in the fact that it permitted dynamic nuances, since the strength of the tone, as on our modern pianoforte, could be regulated by the touch. It had, however, the great disadvantage of not producing a very loud tone. In the clavicembalo, also called clavecin, cembalo, or in general flugel, the tone was made by the strings being plucked, or, as Adlung expresses it, flipped by a quill or metal pin. It had a clear and penetrating tone, which, however, soon ceased. Nuances and a singing style were therefore both impossible upon it. In order to get at least 2 degrees of tone, in Bach's time, clavicembali were built with 2 keyboards, one manual being for forte, the other for piano. Further improvements were a pedal board also provided with strings and a manual coupler, by means of which the lower manual could be made to sound simultaneously a higher octave. It was for clavicembali of this kind that the Goldberg variations, the Italian concerto, and the so-called organ sonatas of Bach were written. Speaking generally, all organ works could be played on these instruments. This explains why Bach published a collection of long chorale preludes as the third part of the Klavierübung. There also sprang up at this time the Hammerklavier, piano e forte, which was designed to combine the advantages of the clavichord and those of the clavicembalo, and to supplant them both. Our modern pianoforte is derived from it. The self-releasing hammer, by which the hammer clavier first became possible, was invented about the same time in Italy by the Florentine instrument maker Cristofori, before 1911, and in Germany by Gottlieb Schroeter, organist at the Hauptkirche in Nauthausen, 1717. Gottfried Silbermann, the Freiburg organ builder, tried to improve upon the invention and to interest his friend Bach in it. The master's attitude towards the new instrument may be given in the words of Agricola, who is our sole testimony in the matter. Herr Gottfried Silbermann, he says in a long note to Adlung's Musica Mechanica, had at first made two of these instruments. The late Kapellmeister Johann Sebastian Bach had seen and played upon one of these. He had praised the tone of it, indeed wondered at it, but had objected that it was too weak in the upper part, and that it was much too hard to play. Herr Silbermann, who could not endure to have his work blamed, took this very ill. For a long time he was angry with Herr Bach for it. Nevertheless, his conscience told him that Herr Bach was not altogether wrong. So he thought it best, to take his great credit be it said, not to make any more instruments like these, but to try all the harder to correct the defects that Herr Johann Sebastian Bach had pointed out. He worked at this for many years. And that this was the true reason for this delay I doubt so much less, as I have heard it candidly confessed by Herr Silbermann himself. At last, when Herr Silbermann had really hit upon many improvements, especially with regard to the action, he again sold one to the Prince of Rudolstadt. Shortly afterwards the King of Prussia ordered one of these instruments, and, as he was greatly pleased with it, he ordered several more of Herr Silbermann. In all these instruments, those who, like myself, had seen one of the two earlier ones, were especially able to see how industriously Herr Silbermann must have worked at improving them. Herr Silbermann had also had the praiseworthy ambition to show one of these new instruments to the late Herr Kapellmeister Bach, and to get him to try it, and he was warmly praised for it. These were Silbermann fortepianos, on which Bach, according to Forkel, had to play before Frederick the Great at Potsdam. The King had acquired 15 of them. They now lie all about useless in various corners of the royal castle, says Forkel in his biography of Bach, 1802. This passage came into the mind of Robert Eitner, the able musical historian, when he was delayed in Potsdam by the rain one afternoon in 1873. He went into the castle and found one of the Silbermann instruments in Frederick the Great's room. We thus still possess one of the claviers upon which old Bach played to old Fritz. At that time, however, he could not have found very much pleasure in the new instrument. At any rate, he did not trouble to acquire one for himself. 5 clavicembali are specified in the list of the property left at his death, among them the 3 with pedals which he had presented to his youngest son. He thus clung to the older, in fact to the very oldest instrument, the clavichord. This was his favourite. The clavicembalo was too soulless for him, although he appreciated and knew how to turn to account the effect to be had by changing from one keyboard to the other. He played it in public. For himself, for private musical entertainment and for practice, as Forkel says, he used only the clavichord. He found it most apt for the expression of his finest thoughts, and did not believe that such variety of nuance in the tone could be got on any flugel or pianoforte as on this instrument, that was indeed poor in tone, but extraordinarily flexible in detail. Mattheson also preferred the clavichord to the clavicembalo, on account of its delicacy, as Adlung expresses it. The latter is also of opinion that Manieren embellishments cannot be expressed on any other instrument so well as on the clavichord, and that none sings so sweetly and so long. In that epoch every artist was still to some extent an instrument maker, and every instrument maker to some extent an artist. It was at least expected of every capable player that he should be able to keep his instrument in repair, including the tuning, and in the case of the clavicembalo, the renewing of defective quills. Bach was expert in both of these. No one, says Forkel, could ever quill his flugel to his satisfaction. He always did it himself. He also tuned both his flugel and his clavichord, and was so expert at this work that it never took him more than a quarter of an hour. He was indeed not so expert as Adlung, who built claviers in his leisure hours until he lost all his costly woods in a fire. He invented, however, a lute clavier, which he got the organ builder Zacharias Hildebrand to make for him. Agricola gives a description of the instrument which he himself had seen in Adlung's work. What Bach meant to do with this clavier is not quite clear. It could only be of use for playing his lute compositions on a keyed instrument. The invention of the viola pomposa, on the other hand, which Bach had built by the Leipzig court instrument maker Hoffmann, had some practical value. It had 5 strings, tuned C sharp, G, D, A, E flat, thus occupying a middle place between the violas and the cellos. It was held like a violin. Bach had the difficult and hastily figured basses in the accompaniments of the arias played on it. Our information as to this instrument comes from Ernst Ludwig Gerber (1746 1819), who served under 3 ruling princes of Schwarzburg Sondershausen as jurist and court organist, and occupied his spare time with the compilation of a historical biographical dictionary of musicians that was intended to complete Walther's work. His father, who was also jurist and court organist to the princes of Schwarzburg Sondershausen, had been Bach's pupil in Leipzig from 1724 to 1727, and had then heard the viola pomposa used as a substitute for the violoncello. How greatly Bach was pleased with this instrument may be guessed from the fact that to the 5 sonatas for violoncello he added another for viola pomposa. When he had this instrument constructed, whether earlier in Cothen or later in Leipzig, we cannot now be sure. He also planned a pedal glockenspiel that was to have been added to the organ at St. Blasius's church in Mulhausen. Whether this happened is doubtful, as Bach left that town before the completion of the organ repairs which he was superintending. In later times he set no value on trivialities of this kind in organs. It was during his lifetime, again, that the oboe d'amore was invented, and the flute traversière, which supplanted the old flute à bec, was improved. The story that at Cothen he amused himself with inventing a musical clock is due to the imagination of one of his biographers. An innovation that Bach introduced in fingering was of permanent value. On the organ as well as on the clavier he desired an absolute and delicate legato style. Such a method of playing, however, was impossible without a reform of technique. At that time every one placed his fingers just as it occurred to him to do. The thumb was not used at all, or only in cases of necessity. My late father, says Emmanuel, in his Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen, told me that in his youth he had heard great men who never used the thumb except when it was necessary to make big stretches. As he lived in an epoch in which there came about gradually a more remarkable change in musical taste, he found it necessary to think out for himself a much more thorough use of the fingers, and especially of the thumb, which, besides performing other good services, is quite indispensable in the difficult keys where it must be used as nature intends. About the same time as Bach, François Couperin (1668 1733) in Paris hit upon the new fingering, and published it in his book L'Art de toucher le clavecin (1717). As Bach was deeply interested in Couperin's work, it was thought that he had got his fingering from him, against which theory, however, Emmanuel rightly protested to Forkel. He points out how much more radical the reform of his father proved than that of Couperin. We must be careful, however, not to identify Bach's fingering with that of modern times. It was richer than ours, since it represents the transition from an old method to a new one, just as the richness of his harmonies is due to the fact that he writes in major and minor and yet keeps within the sphere of the old modes. Thus of the old fingering he retained the simple passing of one finger over another, while adopting the new method of employing the thumb. In time this free passing of one finger over another fell more and more into disuse, and fingering came to be based simply on the combinations made possible by the passing under of the thumb. Emmanuel occupies a middle position between his father and the modern method. He still retains in principle the crossing of the fingers, but discards the passing of the second over the third finger, the third over the second, and the fourth over the fifth. he regards the passing of the thumb under the fifth finger as an abomination. On the whole, he cannot do much with the little finger, so that Bach evidently did not use this much. Every player of Bach's works, unless he wishes to lose himself in complicated substitutions, has frequently to pass one finger over another, especially the third over the fourth and the fourth over the fifth, so that Bach's music itself instructs us as to his fingering, and indeed compels us in some measure to adopt it. Strongly incurved and loose fingers and loose wrists were also part of Bach's method of playing. The fingers rested directly on the keys. He himself played with so slight and easy a motion of the fingers that one could hardly notice it. Only the front joints of the fingers were in motion. The hands preserved its rounded form even in the most difficult passages. The fingers were only slightly raised above the keys. His touch was very complex. He aimed chiefly at a singing tone. To this end he did not merely let the key, after pressing it down, come to rest and then ascend, but raised it by a gradual drawing back of the finger tips towards the inner flat of the hand, so as to give the string the proper time to vibrate and die away. By this means the tone was not only prolonged, but also made more beautiful, so that even on an instrument so poor in tone as the clavichord he could play cantabile and legato. This style of playing applies, of course, only to the clavichord, where finger and string stood in intimate relation to each other, and not to the clavicembalo. Bach's touch was therefore absolutely modern, for the latest theories upon the singing tone of the pianoforte agree in recognizing it to depend not only on the striking of the keys, but also to a great extent on the regulation of their ascent. Bach is also modern in this respect, that he would have spoken not of a touch, but only of a conscious transmission of strength and pressure to the keys. Sebastian Erard's invention of the double escapement (1823), which made possible endlessly varied gradations in the restriking of a tone, would thus have been joyfully welcomed by Bach. The mechanism of the modern pianoforte is in fact mostly only the fulfillment of his boldest dreams. He would not have altogether agreed with the size of our keys and with the strength of pressure that they demand. We have no definite information as to his organ pedalling. We may suppose that he did not use the heel much, the shortness of the pedals in those days not allowing this. On the other hand, he would take advantage of the narrowness of the pedals of that time, which he himself favored, to glide from one to the other with the toes. What astonished his hearers, besides the plasticity and clearness of his playing, was his calmness during performance. Scheiber and Forkel refer to this as to something quite exceptional. Our pianists, and more especially our organists, would do well to take him as their model in this respect. Of Bach as a violin player we unfortunately know little. This much is certain, that he had thoroughly studied the technique of the instrument, or he would not have written the sonatas for solo violin in the way he did. The ties that he indicates for the strings in his scores also reveal the master. We do not exactly know how the violin was played in Bach's time. It seems to be more and more certain that at that time the hairs of the violin bow were fastened without screws to the wood, and were stretched by the thumb of the right hand tighter or looser as one wanted. Springing bowing was thus out of the question, whereas double stopping was made possible to an extent which we today, with our bows stretched as they are, cannot form any idea. The chord sequences of the chaconne, which we laboriously accomplish now by throwing the bow back on the lower strings, presented no difficulties in those days, when the player relaxed the bow for a moment so that it could curve over the strings. We can hardly imagine now the special tone effects made possible by this technique. For echo effects the player suddenly loosened the hairs, thus obtaining a murmuring ethereal tone. In chamber music Bach played for preference the viola. With this instrument he was, as it were, in the centre of the harmony, where he could hear and enjoy to the utmost what was going on both sides of him. His mastery in improvisation was well known. He was often begged by friends to perform on the organ, and he generally complied with willingness. He probably preferred the organ of the University Church for these performances, since it answered better to his wishes than that of St. Thomas's, although even it did not wholly satisfy him. He himself always regretted not to have had a really large and really fine organ at hand for his regular use. If he improvised for as long as 2 hours together, the theme remained the same from the beginning to the end. First of all he made a prelude and a fugue out of it on the full organ. Then he showed his skill in registration in a trio or a four-part movement. Then, as a rule, came a chorale prelude. Finally, he developed a new fugue upon the old theme. So at least we are told by Forkel, who also says that, according to Emmanuel, the organ compositions that we have given no adequate idea of the magnificence of Bach's improvisation on the organ. Organ builders and organists were appalled when they saw him registering. They thought that such a combination of stops could not possibly sound well together, but wondered greatly when they perceived that the organ now sounded at its best, the effect merely being a slightly strange and unusual one, which could not be achieved by their own style of registration. This refers, however, only to the style of Bach's preliminary organ registration for his prelude or fugue, not to a constant change of registration during the performance, after the manner that is today thought best for his organ works. Bach was as ignorant of this practice as of modern orchestration. It gave him particular pleasure, when improvising, to go into all possible keys, and to move about even in the most distant ones in such a way that his hearers did not observe it, but thought he had only modulated within the inner circle of a single key. In conducting, says the Necrology, he was very accurate and extremely sure in the tempo, which he generally took very briskly. Forkel also lays stress on his lively tempi. This, however, is to be understood relatively, with reference to the fact of taking tempi in those days. It seems strange, at first sight, that Bach, when improvising, should have confined himself to a single theme. One would have expected that this richly inventive genius would have been so overwhelmed by the weight of the ideas that thronged within him that he could not have kept to one theme alone, but would necessarily have given voice to them all. It was not so. Everything points to the fact that Bach did not invent easily, but slowly and with difficulty. We must not be misled by the fact that we possess hardly any sketches or drafts of his, and that the scores of his cantatas give the impression of having been thrown off in one breath, so quickly, in fact, that the flying pen could scarcely keep pace with the ideas. The working out and elaboration of the themes may indeed not have cost him very much time, since it often happens with him that the whole piece, with all its developments, is already implicit in the theme, and evolves out of it with a certain aesthetic mathematical necessity, quite irrespective of the formal element in the development of a chorale chorus, a fugue, or a da capo aria. We can, however, form only a faint idea of the long and arduous mental work that is presupposed in the development of a characteristic theme of this kind, according to its own mysterious inner laws, into a masterly piece of music. If Bach, as is generally supposed, had shaken themes out of his sleeve after the manner of genius, it would be incomprehensible how they all come to be so extraordinarily rich and characteristic. In all his works there is not one that is banal, but neither do we get the impression in any one of these melodies, quivering as they are with inner life, of effortless invention, and the deeper we penetrate into Bach, the stronger does this feeling become. Bach thus worked like a mathematician, who sees the whole of a problem at once, and has only to realize it in definite values. His way of working, as Spitta says, was consequently quite different from that of Beethoven. The latter experimented with his thoughts. In each case the explanation must be sought in the nature of the music itself. With Beethoven the work is developed by means of episodes that are independent of the theme. These do not occur in Bach. With him everything that happens is simply an emanation from the theme. It was characteristic of this method of creation that he generally wrote in quick succession a string of works of the same kind, as if he wanted to pursue to its conclusion, in all its possible manifestations, some image that was floating before his eyes, and as if he had to exhaust the taste of this before he could pass on to something else. Those works of his that have an inner relationship to each other almost always originated about the same time. He seldom took up a work a second time without fundamentally transforming it. To make a copy of anything was to improve upon it. Yet these corrections, however radical they might be, were, as a rule, only in the details, the plan of the piece being affected by them only in exceptional cases. Among the more thoroughgoing revisions may be mentioned that of St. John Passion. Towards the end of his life he appears to have intended a revision of all his instrumental works. Death overtook him while he was revising the chorale preludes. In Bach's documents we see the same mathematical habit of mind that we find in his compositions. be it a petition to the Electoral Prince, or an estimate for the renovation of an organ, or a memorial to the Council, we are always struck by the same logical clearness and plasticity. Not a word too many, not a word too few. It is an aesthetic pleasure to read them. But wherever he wants to express something emotional, speech fails him completely. The passages in the text which we are probably justified in attributing to him are so confused and awkward, so nonsensical in fact, that we ask ourselves how he could pen such things, to say nothing of the Saxon dialect which he uses in his verses. We must remember, however, that this curious change almost invariably occurs whenever the mathematical mind branches out into the domain of imaginative thought, whether in poetry or philosophical speculation. Perhaps we can still better characterize Bach's mind as architectonic. The powerful aesthetic impression given by his works comes from the harmony of the whole structure, in which all the copious and animated details fit quite naturally. Bach's music is the perfected Gothic of the art. The further he advances in his fugues, the simpler and grander become the lines. The great organ fugue in G minor is almost the most perfect in this respect. It is extremely rich in the most striking and most interesting evolutions of detail, but not one of them diverts the interest to itself. The only purpose of them all seems to be to throw into relief the fundamental simplicity, vitality, and lucidity of the structure. In Bach's music, much more than in that of any other composer, the plastic outline of the whole is the result of the optical effect of the details. It requires, in order to become visible, a synthetic activity of the hearer's aesthetic imagination. Even to the best musician, at a first hearing, a Bach fugue seems chaos, while even to the ordinary musician this chaos becomes clear after repeated hearings when the great lucid lines come out. An anecdote that has survived shows that in practical architecture also Bach was gifted with unusual insight. When he was in Berlin, says Forkel, he was shown the new opera house. At the first glance he detected everything that was excellent or faulty in the non-musical portions of the building, which others had discovered only by experience. He was taken into the great dining room. He went into the gallery that runs round it, looked at the ceiling, and said, with much ado, that the architect had here accomplished, perhaps unconsciously, and without any one else being aware of it, a piece of jugglery. That is to say, when some one spoke quite softly against the wall in one corner of the gallery of the oblong room, any one who stood above the arch in the other corner, with his face turned to the wall, could hear the words quite distinctly, though they were not audible to any one else in the whole room, either in the middle or at any other spot. This effect came from the form and position of the arches fixed to the ceiling, the peculiar quality of which he detected at the first glance. A man with this open and lucid understanding of everything that concerned his art must have been a good teacher. That he did not achieve anything with the pupils at St. Thomas's was due to special external circumstances and difficulties, and to his own ability to preserve discipline. The member of the council who declared at the sitting after his death that Herr Bach was certainly a great musician, but no schoolmaster, was quite right. Kant, looking back upon his own years as a private tutor, said of himself that there had never been a worse teacher with better intentions. Of Bach it could be said that no one had ever been a worse schoolmaster with greater talent for teaching. But to those who were willing to learn from him he was an excellent guide. We know the names of some of his pupils. In Weimar and Cothen there were Johann Martin Schubart, who succeeded him in the organist post at Weimar in 1717, Johann Caspar Vogler, who in 1735 won a brilliant victory over 10 other candidates at an examination performance in the Marktkirche at Hanover, Johann Tobias Krebs, organist at Buchstädt, who left Walter in order to study with Bach, Johann Caspar Ziegler, later at St. Ulrich's Church in Halle, Bernhard Bach, his nephew from Ohrdruf, who afterwards succeeded his father, and to whom we are indebted for many valuable copies of Bach's organ works. Among those of the Leipzig period may be mentioned Johann Nikolaus Gerber, afterwards organist and jurist at Sondershausen, Samuel Anton Bach, the son of Ludwig Bach of Meiningen, afterwards court organist there, Johann Ernst Bach, the son of Johann Bernhard of Eisenach, Johann Elias Bach, cantor at Schweinfurt, who, though well on in years, came to study with his relative in 1739, Johann Ludwig Krebs, the son of the former Weimar pupil, who studied with Bach from 1726 to 1737, first as a foundation scholar at St. Thomas's, then as a student, and whom the master thought most highly of after his two sons. He was afterwards organist at Zwickau, then at Zeitz, and finally at Altenburg, where he died in 1780. Johann Schneider, organist at St. Nicholas's in Leipzig, Bach's faithful assistant; Georg Friedrich Einecke, afterwards cantor at Frankenhausen; Johann Friedrich Agricola, related on his mother's side to Handel, who in 1741 became organist at Berlin, and royal Kapellmeister after Graun's death in 1759; Johann Friedrich Dolus, Bach's second successor in the cantorate; Gottfried August Homilius, afterwards cantor at the Kreuzschule at Dresden; Johann Philipp Kernberger, whom Gerber taught to Bach, who became court musician to the Princess Amalia of Prussia and died in 1783; Rudolf Strauber, who afterwards went to England; Christoph Transchel, afterwards an esteemed teacher of the pianoforte in Dresden, died 1800; Johann Theophilus Goldberg, the clavecinist of Court Kaiserling, for whom Bach wrote the celebrated variations; Johann Christoph Altnicol, who in 1749 became Bach's son in law; Johann Christian Kittel, who was 18 years of age at Bach's death, and who, as organist at Erfurt, carried on the Bach tradition into the 19th century. He died in 1809. Johann Gottfried Mutel, afterwards organist at Riga, who came to Bach when the latter was already in his last illness. The chapter on Bach's work as a teacher is one of the most interesting in Forkel's book. Emmanuel and Friedemann must have given him copious information on the subject. The first thing Bach did was to teach his pupils his own special style of touch. To this end, for several months they had to practice nothing but separate exercises for all the fingers of both hands, with constant regard to his clear and neat touch. These exercises were prescribed to every one for several months. Bach's conviction was that they should be continued for at least 6 to 12 months. If it happened, however, that any one's patience was becoming exhausted after a few months, he was pleased to write little connected pieces in which these exercises were embodied. This was the origin of the little preludes for beginners and of the inventions which Bach, according to Forkel, composed during the hours of instruction. When the pupils had acquired the sense of touch, he gave them moderately difficult exercises. This is clear from the arrangement of Friedemann's Klavierbuchlein, in which, according to our ideas, the difficulties increase rather rapidly. He familiarized them from the beginning with the Manieren, that is, the embellishments. In Friedemann's Klavierbuchlein they are all noted and explained on the first page, so that we would almost believe that the teacher had used them for the first finger exercises. This authentic information as to how Bach himself performed the embellishments is of the utmost practical significance for us. Preludizing on the part of the teacher played a great part in Bach's method of instruction. Gerber, who was his pupil from 1724 to 1727, had the first part of the Well tempered clavichord played for him by his master no less than 3 times, and reckoned those the happiest hours of his life when Bach, under the pretext of being unable to find any pleasure in informing, sat down at one of his excellent instruments and transformed the hours into minutes. After the pupils had made some progress in the technique of the instrument, the lessons in composition began. A musical education devoted merely to the technique of performance, such as is mostly the rule nowadays, unfortunately was not usual then, and least of all with Bach. The pieces that he made his pupils play served at the same time as examples in composition as the title pages of the Inventions and of the Orgelbuchlein expressly declared. Bach began teaching compositions at Forkel, not with dry counterpoint that led nowhere, as was the way with other music teachers of his time. Still less did he detain his pupils with calculation of the tone relations, which, in his opinion, did not concern composers so much as pure theorists and instrument makers. He went immediately to pure 4-part thorough bass, laying much stress on the setting out of the voices, since in this way the conception of the pure progression of the harmony was made most intelligible. From there he went to the chorale. In these exercises he himself set the original bass, and made his pupils add only the alto and the tenor. Gradually he let them make the bass also. Everywhere he insisted not only on the utmost purity of the harmony in itself, but also on naturalness of progression and a melodic flow of all the separate voices. He thus taught harmony and counterpoint simultaneously, and both practically. The filling in of the figured basses was to result in a genuine 4-part piece in which every voice was to be interesting. We are in a position to form a clear idea of his manner of teaching. The elements of general bass playing are described in his own hand in the Klavierbuchlein of Anna Magdalena Bach, 1725. In addition, there is a manuscript that gives in full detail the rules and principles for the four-part playing of thorough bass for his musical scholars. Thirdly, we possess a violin sonata by Albinoni with the bass realized by Gerber and revised by Bach. One is astounded at the clearness and force of Bach's method of teaching, to judge from these evidences. To avoid a succession of fifths or octaves, he says in one of the earliest lessons, it is an old rule that the hands must always go against each other, so that when the left ascends, the right descends. His pupils were not allowed to bring him compositions of their own until they had fully mastered four-part writing. Instruction in free composition began with the two-part fugue. Composition at the clavier was strictly forbidden. Bach called this kind of composer a clavier knight. Those who, when improvising, had to follow their fingers instead of their ideas, he called clavier hussars. A confused leading of the voices was forbidden. Bach permitted only obbligato, that is, strictly independent parts. He disputed the right of existence of harmonic inner parts fallen from heaven. For a slovenly leading of the voices he had the expression puddling. Every piece of music, he told his pupils, is a conversation between the separate voices, that represent the characters. If one of them has nothing pertinent to say, it may keep silence for a while, until it can again enter quite naturally into the conversation. But none must break in with an interjection that is meaningless and has no reason to be there. So long as they respected in this way the personalities of the voices and made the most of them, his pupils could permit themselves what liberties they liked. As regards intervals and melodic and harmonic sequences, he let them do whatever they would or could, so long as it had some meaning and served to express an idea. Every modulation had to grow out of the preceding idea. Sudden audacities that were only meant to surprise the hearer were inadmissible. So long as they were with him, his pupils were to learn, in addition to his own compositions, nothing but classical works. Bach knew only one way to get on in music, the way he himself had followed, to go to school to every true master and to learn from his works. In spite of this excellent instruction, not one of his pupils became a great composer, not even Friedemann or Emmanuel. It is difficult to form a just opinion upon the creative works of Bach's sons. There is a danger now of underrating, now of overrating them. Emmanuel's great significance in the development of the pianoforte sonata is evident from the fact that Haydn, by his own confession, was impelled along a quite new path by the study of his works. Many of Emmanuel's sonatas have even today lost nothing of their moving beauty. But at the same time there is so much in his works that is utterly insignificant that we can finally rank him only among the interesting talents. Friedemann had more genius. Many things in his vocal works remind us of his father's style. His creative faculty, however, withered all too soon. His father shewed what he thought of his clever organ concerto in D minor by doing it the honour to copy it in his own hand. This interesting autograph is in the Berlin Library. This, however, is practically all that Bach's sons achieved in organ composition. Emmanuel's 7 organ sonatas, only one of which has an obbligato pedal part, are really a negation of the organ art of Johann Sebastian. As executive artists they were unique in their epoch. Dr. Burney, who visited Emmanuel during his continental tour of 1772, tells us in his letters that he was greatly impressed by his piano playing. When improvising he sat before the instrument motionless, as if absent-minded, and with a look of ecstasy on his face. Friedemann was still able to astonish and transport his hearers when at the age of 64, and greatly weakened by an unsteady life and by drink, he gave an organ recital in Berlin. They did not think very highly of each other's creative work. Friedemann used to say of Emmanuel that he had done some pretty little things. Emmanuel did not express a particularly favourable opinion of Haydn. The most important organ composer from Bach's school was Johann Ludwig Krebs, of whom the facetious dilettanti of the time said that in a brook Bach there was only one crab, Krebs caught. His organ chorales are worthy imitations of those of Bach. The most important productions that have come down to us from the school of Bach are really 2 works of instruction in which we have a reflection of his genius. Philipp Emanuel's Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen and Kernberger's Die Kunst des reinen Satzes in der Musik. But what is the last result? Does it matter to a genius what his direct pupils do? He really becomes an instructor in the true sense of the word when his mouth has long been closed and his works begin to speak. When Bach referred to his pupils again and again to the works of the masters, as containing the sole instruction that was of any use, he could not foresee that only to a later epoch would he himself be revealed as one of the true teachers. It is said that Brahms awaited with impatience each new volume of the Bach Gesellschaft. When once he had it in his hand, he put aside everything in order to read through it, for, he said, in old Bach there is always something astonishing, and, what is the main thing, there is always something to be learned from him. When a new volume of the Handel edition came, he placed it on the shelf and said, "It is certainly interesting. As soon as I have time, I will look through it." End of chapter 11.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 12 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Death and Resurrection. Bach enjoyed all his life the best of health. He seems never to have been seriously ill. In the summer of 1729, we learn this accidentally, he had an indisposition that came at an inconvenient time for him, since it prevented him from visiting Handel, who was at that time in Halle. Yet the state of his eyes was always rather unsatisfactory. Bach was extremely short-sighted. He never spared his eyes. In his youth he sat up, as we learn from the Necrology and from Forkel, whole nights through, copying music. The demands he made on his visual powers in later times were hardly less. They must thus have steadily deteriorated. This is probably one of the main reasons for the slackening in his productivity from about 1740 onwards. At the end he was attacked by a painful malady of the eyes. He was operated upon, partly from the desire to go on serving God and his neighbor with his still active mental and physical powers, partly on the advice of some of his friends who placed much faith in an oculist lately arrived in Leipzig. Yet this operation, although it had to be repeated, turned out very badly. He not only lost his sight, but his otherwise exceedingly good bodily health was quite undermined by it, and by some mischievous medicines and other treatment, so that for a full half year afterwards he was almost continually ailing. During his illness he went on with the revision of his great chorale fantasias, which had already occupied him for some time. The manuscript, part of the property left by Emmanuel, tells a story of suffering. In the second version of the chorale, Jesus Christus unser Heiland, appears the handwriting of Altnicol, who had become Bach's son-in-law in 1749. Then we meet again with Bach's clear characters. He even found the strength to make a new and improved fair copy of the canonic variations on Vom Himmel hoch da komm ich her, which he had had engraved and published in 1747 on joining the Miesler Society. He appears to have passed his last days wholly in a darkened room. When he felt death drawing nigh, he dictated to Altnicol a chorale fantasia on the melody Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sind, but told him to head it with the beginning of the hymn For deinen Thron tritt ich allhier, that is sung to the same melody. In the manuscript we can see all the pauses that the sick man had to permit himself, the drying ink becoming more watery from day to day. The notes written in the twilight, with the windows closely curtained, can hardly be deciphered. In the dark chamber, with the shades of death already falling round him, the master made this work that is unique even among his creations. The contrapuntal art that it reveals is so perfect that no description can give any idea of it. Each segment of the melody is treated in a fugue, in which the inversion of the subject figures each time as the counter subject. Moreover, the flow of the parts is so easy that after the second line we are no longer conscious of the art, but are wholly enthralled by the spirit that finds voice in these G major harmonies. The tumult of the world no longer penetrated through the curtained windows. The harmonies of the spheres were already echoing round the dying master. So there is no sorrow in the music. The tranquil quavers move along on the other side of all human passion. Over the whole thing gleams the word transfiguration. Bach's eyes all at once seemed to improve. On waking one morning he could see quite well and could endure the light. A few hours later he had a stroke. This was followed, says the necrology, by a violent fever, in which, in spite of all possible care on the part of two of the ablest physicians in Leipzig, he gently and blissfully passed away on the 28th of July, 1750, at 8:45 in the evening, in the 66th year of his age. The burial took place at St. John's Cemetery on the morning of Friday the 31st, the second day of humiliation in Saxony. Bach was universally lamented. Magister Abraham Kriegel, his colleague at St. Thomas's School, eulogized him in an obituary notice. Telemann, the famous musician, eulogized him in the following sonnet: Last Wechland immer viel von virtuosen Sagen, die durch die Klingenkunst sich dort berühmt gemacht. Auf deutschen Boden sind sie gleichwohl zu erfragen, wo man des Beifalls sei nicht minder fähig acht. Erblichener Bach, dir hat allein dein Orgel schlagen, das edel Vorgutswort des Großen langst gebracht, und was für Kunst dein Kiel aus Notenblatt getragen, das Wort mit höchster Lust, auch oft mit Neid betracht. So schaffte dein Name bleibt von Untergange frei, die Schule deine Sucht und ihre Schulerei, bereiten für dein Haupt des Nachruhms Ehrenkrone. Auch deine klinde Haut setzt ihren Schmuck daran. Doch was insonderlich dich schatzbar machen kann, das zeiget unberlin in einem würdigen Sonne. Emmanuel and Agricola were commissioned to write the necrology which the Miesler Society wished to devote to its member. It appeared in 1754. This necrology contains the best known anecdotes, the fate of the music books in which the boy had copied out music at night, the contest with Marchand, the masterly organ performance before Reinken, the visit to Frederick the Great. It also gives the first list of the printed and unprinted works. The deceased members of the musical society were, in addition, commemorated in a Singedicht. The composition of the one for Bach was entrusted to a Dr. Georg Wensky. It is not exactly a masterpiece. First of all, the muses were involved. Chorus: Dampft Musen ever Seitenspiel, brecht ab die Freudenlieder, steckt dem Vergnügen itzt ein Ziel, und singt zum Trost betrübter Brudet, hort was für Klagen Leipzig singt, es wird euch storen, doch müsst ihr hören. Then Leipzig appears and announced in a recitative: Der große Bach der unserer Stadt, ja der Europens weite Reiche, erob und wenig seine starke hat, ist leider eine Leiche. After the composers and friends of music have given vent to their grief in rhyme, the members of the musical society, as the true initiates, finally break out into a song of lamentation in the form of a two-part aria. At the end the glorified one speaks. He comforts the friends with the reflection that the musical conditions in heaven are better than those in Leipzig, whereupon the chorus brings the Singedicht to an end. Mattheson, the leading critic of that time, made an end after Bach's death of the secret envy he had cherished towards him all his life long, and wrote in warm praise of the Arte Fuge, which appeared in 1751. Johann Sebastian Bach's so-called Art of Fugue, he writes in the same year, a practical and splendid Praktisches und Praktiges work of 70 folio copperplates, will astonish all the French and Italian fugue writers, provided they can understand it. I will not say be able to play it. How would it be then if every German and every foreigner should venture his louis d'or on his treasure? Germany is and remains, without doubt, the true land of organ music and fugue. The same note had been struck by the celebrated Berlin musical theorist Friedrich Wilhelm Marburg (1718 1795) in the preface that he wrote to the Art of Fugue at Emmanuel's request, although he had been a pupil, not of Bach, but of Rameau in Paris. It would be a great mistake, however, to imagine that Bach was at that time regarded as one of the leading German composers. It was the organist who was famous, the theoretician of the fugue was admired, but the composer of the passions and cantatas was only incidentally mentioned. In the same volume of the Miesler Bibliothek that contains the necrology, there is a list of the artists who constituted the glory of German music. They come in the following order: Hasse, Handel, Telemann, the two Grounds, Stölzl, Bach, Pisendel, Quantz, and Bumler. Bach's fame made hardly any advance during the 18th century. Johann Adam Hiller, in his Lebensbeschreibung berühmter Musikgelehrter (1784), allotted him only a few superficial pages, which, moreover, dealt only with the corypheus of all organists; and Gerber, in his Tonkünstlerlexikon, does not take the slightest trouble to appreciate the composer as well as the virtuoso. For all that, we must not be unjust to those who did not recognize his greatness at that time. They were not to blame, they could not do otherwise. In the first place, we must take into consideration the artistic ideal of the men of that epoch. They were too simple to rank the art of the previous generation as highly as that of their own. They were convinced that music was always advancing, and as their own art was later than the old art, it must necessarily come nearer to the ideal. That epoch could not resign itself to regarding mere performers of other men's work as artists. If a man wished to appear before the public, it should be with works of his own. So implicitly was this principle accepted that many people did not hesitate to perform the works of others under their own name. It was only when musicians began to recognize that other men's living thoughts were better than their own dead ones, and to be content with being purely executive artists, that the past ceased to be regarded as surpassed by the present. This, however, was not until the end of the 18th century and beginning of the 19th, but until it happened, Bach's day could not possibly come. Nor must we forget that even during the master's lifetime art had taken a path that led it far away from cantatas and passions. People were weary of fugues and of pieces constructed of obbligato parts, and longed for a music that could be spontaneous feeling and nothing else. The conception of nature which, in the epoch of growing rationalism, transformed philosophy and poetry, asserted itself also in music. Answering as they did to the needs of the epoch, the emotional compositions of the day, with their tender and pathetic expression, insignificant as they were in themselves, appealed to thoughtful artists as being nearer to truth than the music of the epoch of rigid rule. That Bach's art is in its own way was also true to nature, and that in its strict polyphony a volcanic emotion and thought were embedded, like substances petrified in lava. This the men of the expiring 18th century could not see. There has never been a movement so lacking in the historical sense as the rationalism of the 18th century. The art of the past in every department is regarded as mere affectation. Everything old was necessarily antiquated, at least in its form. If they were to appreciate its utterance, it must be expressed in a simpler and more natural way. In this spirit they restored so much of the ancient buildings as they allowed to remain. In this spirit did the Bach admirers of that epoch, among them his own sons and Zelter, undertake revisions of his works that are among the most barbarous things of their kind in the whole world. Zelter in particular discovered French powder in Bach's pigtail. Old Bach, he writes in one place, is, with all his originality, a son of his country and of his epoch, and did not escape the influence of the French, especially of Couperin. People try to be agreeable, and so write what cannot last. This alien product, however, we can skim off him like a thin froth, bringing out the real worth of what lies immediately underneath. I have arranged in this way many of his church pieces for myself alone, and my heart tells me that old Bach nods approvingly at me, like the good Haydn. Yes, yes, that is just what I wanted. Bach's sons were the children of their epoch, and never understood their father. It was only from piety that they looked at him with childlike admiration. This remark of Eitner, severe as it may be, is true. The London Bach was even lacking in piety. He spoke of his father as the old Peruke. In the eyes of the public and the critics of the end of the eighteenth century, the great composer of the Bach family was Emmanuel. No one stood so much in the way of his father's name as he. Burney (1726 1814), the celebrated English critic, who visited him on his great continental tour in 1772, extols him as one of the greatest composers for keyed instruments that ever lived, and is of opinion that he is not only more learned than his father, but is far before him in variety of modulation. He makes only casual mention of the fact that Emmanuel had showed him the 2 volumes of the Well Tempered Clavichord. They were compositions that the deceased Herr Kapellmeister had written on purpose for him when he was a boy. Burney was several days in Hamburg and spent almost the whole time with Emmanuel. The latter, however, did not play him a single note of his father's music. In a conversation with his visitor, Emmanuel made merry over the composers who affected canons, and said it was ever a certain proof to him of a total want of genius in any one that was fond of such wretched studies and undermeaning productions. On the other hand, he praised Hasse, the greatest cheat in the world, who in his compositions, without considering the obbligato leading of the parts, made such divine effects as one could never expect from a crowded score. This points to a quite new conception of orchestral composition, which was afterwards realized in the Beethoven symphony, but at the same time it shows the son's complete lack of understanding of the character of his father's scores. For Reichardt, the greatest critical authority of that epoch, old Bach ranks considerably below Handel, though both are reproached with clinging to old forms. The only man who ventured to place Bach above Handel at that time was an enthusiastic anonymous author of an article in the Allgemeine Deutsche Bibliothek upon Bach's piano and organ works. Bach's case was greatly prejudiced by the German Handel worship that dated from the first Berlin performance of the Messiah under Hiller, 19th May 1786, especially as Hiller became cantor at St. Thomas's, Leipzig, in 1789, where for 10 years he worked for Handel and his own teacher Hasse, as if a Johann Sebastian Bach had never existed. When he had completed his own collection of motets and was desirous of doing still more to increase the supply of good church music, it did not occur to him to publish the few cantatas of Bach that lay in the musical library of the Cantorate, but only to issue the finest pieces from Hasse's Italian operas, with a German church text added to them. The clergy of the town took the greatest interest in this undertaking. We learn from Zelter that Hiller tried to inspire the Thomaners with abhorrence of the crudities of Bach. The only cantor of St. Thomas's of the second half of the 18th century who did anything for Bach was Dolus, and he only half-heartedly. Although he had actually been Bach's pupil, he made a rule for himself when writing contrapuntally, to observe its proper limits and at the same time not to forget delicate and affecting melody, in which he took Hasse and Graun as his models. Nevertheless, as we know from Rochlitz, who was a Thomaner under him, from time to time he performed works by Bach, among them certain motets and passions. It was through Dolus that Mozart, who revered and loved him, made the acquaintance of Bach's motet Singet dem Herrn ein neues Lied. Rochlitz, who was present at that performance, gives the following account of it. Mozart knew Bach more by hearsay than from his works. At any rate, he was quite ignorant of his motets, which had never been printed. Scarcely had the choir sung a few bars when he started up, a few bars more, and he called out, "What is that?" And now his whole soul seemed to be in his ears. When the performance was over, he called out joyfully, "That is indeed something from which we can learn." He was told that this school at which Sebastian Bach had been cantor possessed a complete collection of his motets and treasured them as sacred relics. "That's right, that's fine," he said, "let me see them." As there were no scores of these works, he got them to bring him the separate parts. And now it was a joy to the silent observers to see how eagerly Mozart distributed the parts around him, in both hands, on his knees, on the nearest chairs, and forgetting everything else, did not rise until he had carefully read through everything that was there of Bach's. He begged and obtained a copy for himself, which he valued very highly. The one who seemed in the best position to produce Bach's cantatas was Emmanuel, who was church music director at Hamburg. So far as we know, however, he performed only a few cantatas and sections of the B minor Mass. In any case, he would not have been able to do much for his father's works, even if he had wished, for his chorus and orchestra were in a sorry state. Burney laments that a piece of church music which he heard in St. Catherine's, it was one of Emmanuel's own, should have been done so very badly, and that the congregation should have listened to it so inattentively. Nothing remained in Hamburg at that time of the old enthusiasm for church music. You should have come here 50 years ago, said Emmanuel sadly to his visitor. It is evident, too, that the discussions upon the reform of church music after his death, that people had taken his productions of his father's work in ill part. At any rate, the pastors were forced to defend him against the reproach that many old compositions had been used, and with them also an old and often unedifying text. His apologists excused him on the ground that it could not be otherwise with the excessive quantity of music. How little interest was felt in religious art is shown by the fact that the College of Sexagenarians abolished the regular Sunday music from motives of economy, retaining only the music of the 6 feast days. Conditions were no better in the other German towns. The regular music was abolished, the cantorate choirs were mostly extinct, voluntary mixed choirs scarcely existed as yet, and were not permitted in the church service. Bach's cantatas were really impossible in the churches by reason not only of their music but of their old orthodox texts. We must bear all this in mind before we speak of the lack of understanding of the musicians who let Bach's works fall into oblivion. Religious music was possible only outside the church service, and even this had to be of the kind in which the effect depended more on the chorale masses than on the text. For this reason, Handel, the oratorio composer, triumphed over Bach, the master of the cantata. The reaction against rationalistic spiritual poetry had to be far advanced before the public could again tolerate a Bach text. Even if anyone, in despite of the epoch, had wished to give Bach's work, he could hardly have done so, for the simple reason that they were nowhere to be had. The possessors of the 5 yearly series of cantatas were Emmanuel and Friedemann, who had divided the treasure among them. Those in Friedemann's hands were soon dispersed. Emmanuel took more care of his. To publish them, however, was impossible, on account of the expense, nor would he have found many purchasers. His unfortunate experience with the art of fugue, of which by the autumn of 1756 only 30 copies had been sold, was not encouraging. So he confined himself to lending the scores of the cantatas to the few people who were interested in them for inspection or for copying, for which they had to pay him a fee, not even Forkel, his friend, being excepted. After his death his wife continued the business. When she died in 1795, Anna Carolina, the sole surviving granddaughter of Johann Sebastian Bach, appended to the obituary notice in the papers an announcement that she would continue with the utmost attentiveness the business hitherto carried on by her late mother with the music of her late father and grandfather. In Leipzig there were the parts of the motets which belonged to the school, 3 Passions and some cantatas. These were probably the works that Bach's widow offered to the Council in 1752 when she applied for relief. The works of Bach in the possession of Amalie, the sister of Frederick the Great and a pupil of Kirnberger, were temporarily withdrawn from publicity, and were known only to a few intimate friends. After her death in 1787 her collection went to the library of the Joachimsthal Gymnasium in Berlin. The piano and organ works were hardly more widely diffused. Of those that had been engraved, there had always been so few copies that they were scarcely better known than those which, in Bach's lifetime, circulated only in manuscript. It is hardly credible how little was known of Bach by those who spoke admiringly of him. It had always been so. Marburg's celebrated treatise on fugue, according to the principles and examples of the best German and foreign masters, gives us the impression that apart from the art of fugue he had not seen many fugues of Bach, yet he refers enthusiastically to him in his practice. The chorale preludes again he scarcely knew, judging by the way in which he speaks of them. The Well-Tempered Clavichord was perhaps the most widely known work. But at the end of the 18th century it seemed on the whole as if Bach were for ever dead. At the very beginning of the 19th century, however, there was felt the breath of the spirit that was to wake him to immortal life in his works. In 1802 Forkel's biography appeared. This marks the turning of the tide. Johann Nicolaus Forkel (1749 1818) was the university musical director at Gottingen. He was also a musical historian, engaged on a general history of music that was to extend from the foundation of the world to his own time. As he feared that he might die before he got as far as Bach, and he thought it imperative that he should preserve for the world what he had learned of the master from his two sons, he decided to anticipate and publish the chapters in Bach, especially as the Bureau de Musique of Hofmeister and Kühnel in Leipzig was planning an edition of Bach's work. His biography was to prepare for and justify that undertaking. The significance of this work of 69 pages does not lie in what it actually says, although it contains plenty of interesting things, nor chiefly in the fact that it made the world for the first time acquainted with Bach and his art, but in the conquering enthusiasm that animates it. Forkel appealed to the national sentiment. The works that Johann Sebastian Bach has left us, he says at the beginning of his preface, are a priceless national heritage of a kind that no other race possesses. And again, the preservation of the memory of this great man is not merely a concern of art, it is a concern of the nation. The book closes with the words, "And this man, the greatest musical poet and the greatest musical rhetorician that has ever existed, and probably that ever will exist, was a German. Be proud of him, O fatherland, be proud of him, but also be worthy of him." Zelter goes astray when he imagines that Forkel had written a life of Bach without knowing more about it than the whole world knew already. No one before him had understood as he did the greatness of the Leipzig master. It is true that he treats of the creator of the cantatas and the passions very briefly, but this was for the simple reason that Forkel had seen only a few of these works. If Forkel was the first Bach biographer, Rochlitz was the first Bach aesthetician. He tells in really thrilling style the story of how he came to Bach. The fact that as a boy he had sung in Bach's motets and passions at St. Thomas's had merely made him scared of the master and his works. As a young man he feels himself attracted to him by a vague enthusiasm, and he studies the four-part chorale movements in the cantatas that Emmanuel had published. Light does not dawn on him, however, for in the absence of the text in this edition he does not understand what Bach is aiming at. From these he goes not knowing of the existence of the inventions to the well-tempered clavichord. Against the pieces in this collection that pleases him he makes a mark. At first there are very few of these. With further acquaintance several more are added, then still more, till at last in the first part about half, and in the second part perhaps two-thirds, have their mark in the margin. Then he ventures on the vocal compositions, and now Father Bach appears to him as the Albrecht Dürer of German music, since he chiefly attains the great expression by the profound development and inexhaustible combination of simple ideas. In this he contrasts Bach with the moderns of his own time, as one of the old masters whom one discovers when one seeks the way that leads from the art that pleases to that which contents. But, he confesses, we must to be sure, first of all, get used to these old masters. It depends on them as well as on us. His analysis of the St. John Passion and the cantata Ein feste Burg are masterpieces of aesthetic criticism. The finest thing about them is their immediate freshness. He pronounces judgments toward which he has slowly and painfully worked his way, and which he is almost afraid to set forth, for even to himself they seem too astonishing. He ventures to set Bach above Handel, for his parts always move so independently and yet work together with such marvellous unity as is hardly ever attained by other composers. If Handel is more splendid, Bach is truer. If one is Dürer, the other is a Rubens. It is rarely, he goes on to say, that Bach pleases immediately, rarely that he works directly on the emotions. He addresses himself to the active, inflammable, and penetrating representative reason. This gives the hearer the satisfaction that comes from a perception of the truth. And the first Bach aesthetician says of the recitatives of the St. John Passion, "This truth, this sincerity, this clear delineation of characters and events merely by tones and rhythms, this art that is apparently simple and hidden, and yet is so rich, deep, and manifest. Who has ever exhibited this, precisely this, more perfectly? Who can even imagine it being exhibited more perfectly?" Bach's time is therefore bound to come. Rochlitz does not feel that it is now close. He rather believes that it will be delayed. He remarks that the first enthusiasm of 1800 when the rolling wheel of fate for a brief moment brought the spoke of the Reverend Father Sebastian Bach to the highest point, is stifled. The projected edition of Bach's works did not come to anything, and many people no longer saw any practical object in publishing his complete works. However, he recommended it, apart from any practical object, to the future. Since the revolution of things brings to the top again, after a shorter or longer interval, all the main manifestations of the greater human spirits. This perception does honor to the artist Rochlitz, equally honorable to Rochlitz, the man in his care of Bach's last child. When he learned that Regina Susanna, who had been 8 years old at the death of her father, was in want, he published an appeal in the May number of the Musikalische Zeitung for 1800, which runs thus: "Rarely have I taken up the pen with so much alacrity as now, for scarcely ever could I, in confidence in the goodness of men, be so firmly convinced of doing something useful with it as now. The family of the Bachs has become extinct with the exception of one daughter of the great Sebastian. And this daughter, now very old, this daughter is starving. Very few people know it, for she cannot, no, she must not, shall not beg. She shall not do so, for surely people will listen to this appeal for her support. Surely there are still good men who will consider, not me, how could I hope for that, but a fitting occasion to see that the last twig of so fruitful a stem does not perish without care. If every one who has learned something from the Bachs would give only the smallest trifle, how comfortably and free from care would the good woman be able to spend her last years." As one of the first who had learned from Bach, Beethoven sent his contribution. A year later he gave Breitkopf and Hartel a work to publish for the same good object. There were also other donors, so that enough was got together to set the remainder of the life of Bach's daughter free from galling care. Beethoven had made the acquaintance of Bach through his born teacher, Christian Gottlob Niefer (1748 1798). When still a boy he studied the Well-tempered Clavichord, which in after years he used to call his musical Bible. It was he who said, "Nicht Bach, mir sollte heißen." At the end of his life he planned an overture on the name of Bach. Zelter won two friends for Bach, Goethe and the youthful Mendelssohn. He himself had had to struggle to understand Bach, and had only gradually comprehended that, as he writes to his friend on the 9th of June 1827, Bach was a poet of the first order. He closes this letter, which branches out into quite a dissertation on Bach, with the remark: "When everything has been weighed that can be said against him, this Leipzig cantor is a sign from God, clear, yet inexplicable, to which he does not forget to add proudly that he might say to him, Du hast mir Arbeit gemacht, ich habe dich wieder ans Licht gebracht. Thou hast given me work, I have brought thee to the light." Goethe listens willingly. Zelter sends him the Well-tempered Clavichord. Schutz, the organist at Birka, plays to him from it, whereupon something of the greatness of the old master dawns upon him. On 21st of June 1827 he writes: "I expressed it to myself, as if the eternal harmony were communing with itself, as might have happened in God's bosom shortly before the creation of the world. It was thus that my inner depth was stirred, and I seemed neither to possess nor to need ears, still less eyes, or any other sense. When the young Mendelssohn was staying with him in May 1830, he had to play to Goethe a good deal of Bach. He remarked of the overture to an orchestral suite in D major, which his guest played on the piano for him. The opening is so pompous and so important that one can really see a file of trim people going down a great staircase." Zelter always regretted that his friend could not attend any of the performances of the motets in the Sing Akademie. "Could I," he writes, 7th September 1827, "let you hear, some happy day, one of Sebastian Bach's motets, you could feel yourself at the centre of the world, as a man like you ought to be. I hear the works for the many hundredth time, and am not finished with them yet, and never will be." The best work that Zelter did for Bach was when he prevailed upon himself to retire in favor of his pupil Mendelssohn, and allow him to perform the St. Matthew Passion with the chorus of the Sing Academy. This had not been easy for him. He was on the point of dismissing with a surly reply the two young people. Edouard Devrient accompanied Mendelssohn on the difficult errand who had disturbed him at his work on that January morning in 1829. Mendelssohn already had his band on the door to go. The old man growled something about young cubs who thought themselves capable of anything. But Devrient, from whom the whole plan had come, did not lose heart, and at last brought him round. The success of the work, so far as the singers were concerned, was decided after the first rehearsals. When the two friends set out to engage the soloists, they remarked in front of the opera house how wonderful it was that the Passion should again come to light exactly 100 years after its first performance under Bach, and that an actor and a young Jew should be accountable for it. The performance took place on the 11th March. The chorus numbered about 400. The orchestra was mostly composed of dilettanti in the Philharmonic Society, with leaders of the strings and the wind drawn from the royal band. Sturmer sang the evangelist's music, Devrient that of Jesus, Baader was the Peter, Busold the high priest and Pilate, Wepler the Judas. The soprano and alto soli were taken by ladies named Schatzel, Mieder, and Thurschmidt. All gave their services free, and relinquished their right to free tickets. The copying out of the parts had been undertaken by Reitz with his brother and his brother-in-law. They too refused any honorarium. Fanny Mendelssohn was angry with Spontini for having accepted 2 free tickets. Mendelssohn, who was then just 20 years old, conducted the whole excellently, although it was the first time he had stood before a large orchestra and chorus. In accordance with the tradition of the Singakademie, he conducted from the piano, his face turned sideways to the audience, so that he had the first choir at his back. To humor Devrient, he beat time only in the intermezzi and the difficult passages, for the rest letting his hand hang quietly by the side. The audience was transported, not only by the work, but also by the fine dynamics of the choir, which was something unusual in those days. Not less powerful was the religious impression made by Bach's music. The crowded hall looked like a church, writes Fanny Mendelssohn. Every one was filled with the most solemn devotion. One heard only an occasional involuntary ejaculation that sprang from deep emotion. On the 21st of March, Bach's birthday, the work was repeated. Spontini had wanted to prevent a further performance, but Mendelssohn and Devrient had gone direct to the Crown Prince, whose orders the all-powerful ruler of the Berlin Opera had to obey. The enthusiasm was, if possible, even greater than before. Mendelssohn, however, was not quite satisfied with the performance. The chorus and the orchestra had indeed done excellently, but in the soli there had been errors made that put him out of humor. On that evening a select company of admirers of Bach was invited to supper at Zelter's, who was now quite reconciled with the undertaking. Frau Edouard Devrient sat next to a man who seemed to her very affected, being continually anxious lest her wide lace-trimmed sleeve should touch the plate. "Do tell me who is the stupid fellow next to me," she said softly to Mendelssohn, who sat close by her. He held his serviette for a moment before his mouth and whispered: "The stupid fellow next to you is the famous philosopher Hegel." Hegel took the warmest interest in Bach, and took the opportunity to refer in his Aesthetic to the master, whose grand, truly Protestant, pithy, yet learned genius we have only lately learned to value again properly. Hegel saw in Bach's music the genuine Raphael like beauty, in that it had progressed from the merely melodic to the characteristic, though the melodic remains justified as the sustaining and uniting soul. In March 1829, while he was conducting the rehearsals for the St. Matthew Passion, Mendelssohn went to Hegel's lectures on aesthetics, which were then dealing with music. For Schopenhauer, who attributed so great a significance to music, Bach did not exist. He did not fit in with the philosopher's definition of the nature of music. In the early years of the third decade the St. Matthew Passion was produced in a great number of German towns, among them Frankfurt, Breslau, Königsberg, Dresden, and Kassel. Leipzig did not hear it until 1841, when Mendelssohn was working there. The St. John Passion, which was performed for the first time on the 21st of February 1833 in the Berlin Singakademie, had not the same rapid success. The glory of having revived the B minor Mass belongs to Schellble (1789 1837), the founder of the Frankfurt Kechelien Verein. He had performed the Credo as early as 1828, but nobody had taken any notice of it. In 1831 he followed it up with the Kyrie and the Gloria. The Berlin Singakademie gave the first part in 1834, and the whole work, much curtailed, however, in 1835. Schellbler did not live to hear the performance of the Christmas oratorio that he had projected. It was not given until 1858. Considered as a whole, Mendelssohn's Victory hardly went further than the St. Matthew Passion. The fact that the piano and organ works now interested the public more was the by product of this victory. We must remember in this connection what Mendelssohn had done for Bach by public performances of these works. The programs of his organ concerts were devoted almost exclusively to Bach. It was he who initiated Schumann into the beauty of the chorale fantasias. Of their favorite chorale prelude, Schmucke dich, o liebe Seele, Schumann writes, "Round the cantus firmus hung golden garlands of leaves," and it was full of such beatitude than you yourself, that is, Mendelssohn, who had played it to him. Confess to me that if life were to deprive you of hope and faith, this one chorale would bring it all back again to you. The cantatas still remained forgotten. Until 1843, the Singakademie had produced only one of them. Perhaps it would have been otherwise if Mendelssohn, as he had hoped, had become Zelter's successor. Things were rather better in Leipzig, where, since the Cantorate of August Eberhard Müller (1801 1810), and more especially under his successor Johann Gottfried Schicht (1810 1823), Bach began to be honored again at St. Thomas's. Mendelssohn, when in Leipzig, did a great deal to introduce Bach into the concert room. The real Bach epoch for the St. Thomas choir began during the Cantorate of Moritz Hauptmann (1842 1868). At Frankfurt, Schellbler produced the Actus Tragicus (1833) and the cantata Liebster Gott, wann werd ich sterben (1843), as if he had a presentiment of the early death that was to call him away from his ideal work. In Breslau, Johann Theodor Mosavius (1788 1858) performed the cantatas Eine Fürstenburg (1835), Gottes Zeit (1836), Sei Lob und (1837), Wer nur den Leiben, Gott, Last Walton (1839), and the first two parts of the Christmas oratorio, with the Singakademie founded by him in 1825. He also published at the same time, in order to make these works better known, an essay on J. S. Bach in seinen Kirchenkantaten und Choralgesangen. Mosavius is the first great Bach aesthetician after Rochlitz, whose ideas he resumes. He always dwells upon Bach's penetrating musical treatment of the text as the characteristic feature of his art. At the same time he recognizes the pictorial elements in his style, and shows that Bach almost always gives a figurative turn to the spiritual meaning of the words. He thinks that the key to Bach's development is to be found in his passion for pictorial illustration. As he says, Bach represents standing and moving, resting and hurrying, elevation and depression, with a naivete almost characteristic of the first beginning of art. Without abandoning this minute detail painting in his later works, his method now becomes as it were transfigured. His thought, vision, and emotion have remained unchanged. But in the later works the tone painting is not so isolated. It is part and parcel of the melodic form that constitutes the basis of his movements, and his genius provided him with themes that contain in their germ all the possibilities of expression that the movement will afterwards require. In spite of its pictorial character, Mosavius regards Bach's music as genuine church music. Precisely in Sebastian Bach, he says in one place, we can clearly recognize that not this or that style alone can lay claim to the title of a church style, but that only a soul filled with the holiest and highest can speak the language that can bring the most exalted things home to us, and that discards the mean and the unworthy. He therefore concludes that the cantatas are well suited for the church service, and would have been performed at the end of the sermon. Mosavius was the last to criticize Bach impartially. After that the composer is drawn into a conflict of opinions with which he had no concern, and more than a generation had to elapse before men could again contemplate and criticize him purely as he was. The discussion was mainly upon the question of true and false church music. The Reformation in church music which in the middle of the 19th century was everywhere victorious over the inartistic ideal of pietism and rationalism, was not favorable to Bach. It harked back to the epoch before him, and condemned his cantatas, in common with the whole of the church music of the 18th century, as theatrical art, not calculated for the edification of the faithful. Karl von Winterfeld undertook the execution of the sentence in his work on Der evangelische Kirchengesang und sein Verhältnis zur Kunst des Tonsatzes. For him the true church style is that of an Eckhart, that aims at the objective, not the subjective, expression of feeling. Bach, however, in spite of the ample piety that is evident in his works, is not a church composer, since his imagination always runs away with him. His art is incomprehensible by the multitude, and he aims at being dramatic. Even the extraordinary impression he makes on the souls of his hearers, and the means by which he effects this, exclude the wonderful work of Bach from the church, which is a place of worship. Winterfeld did not say this without weighing his words, for he revered Bach. He finally consoles himself with the thought that he can at any rate exempt the organ works from the condemnation, not seeing, as indeed Rochlitz and Mausolus before him had failed to see, that the chorale fantasias are as pictorial in their conception as the cantatas. Thus the church doors were closed to Bach. The church choirs refused to do for the cantatas what the oratorio societies had done in the concert room for the Passions. While it did not occur to these societies to bring to light the treasures hidden in the cantatas, these being works with nothing of the oratorio about them, and not being long enough to fill a programme. Even greater obstacles were placed in the way of the resuscitation of Bach's music by the controversy upon modern and classical art that sprang up around the work of Wagner. The consequent neglect of Bach was almost the least effect of this controversy, and in itself indeed was quite natural, for nowhere has the present such a right to be its own arbiter as in art. What did him harm, however, was the narrow definition of the classical that was put forward in opposition to the Wagnerian style, and to Wagner's manner of interpreting Beethoven. The conservative party maintained that true classical music should concern itself only with perfect form, and the expression of indefinite feeling, and prove its true greatness by avoiding drastic tone painting and far-reaching poetic pretensions. Bach was an old musician, therefore he was a classical musician, therefore he could not have thought otherwise than as one was entitled to assume the classical master's thought. Thus when he was a witness against Wagner, his thoughtless and polemical attitude was accountable for people not trying to find the real Bach, and this just at the time when his works were at last made accessible to the world. The earlier history of the publication of Bach's works is an unpleasant story. None of the hopes were fulfilled that had been built on the scheme for the publication of the complete works, at the beginning of the 19th century, by Hofmeister and Kuhnel, afterwards Peters. Two other publishers, Simrock and Nageli, had had similar plans, but their promises were unredeemed. They could only bring out the works for which there was a market, that is, pianoforte and instrumental compositions. The difficulties in the way of issuing the cantatas were realized by Breitkopf and Hartel when, in 1821, they published Eine Fürstenburg at 1 1/3 thalers per copy. In 1829, Zelter writes to Goethe that they regarded the work as a drug. Such was the fate of the first cantata of Bach's that was offered to the German public. More success fell to the lot of the 6 motets which the same firm had published in 1803 at the instance of Schicht, who afterwards became a St. Thomas cantor. The publication of the Magnificat, Simrock, 1811, in E flat major instead of D major, went almost unnoticed. After the Berlin performance of the St. Matthew Passion, circumstances seemed to improve. In 1830 the score of this work was published by Schlesinger. In the same year Simrock printed 6 cantatas: Nimm von uns Herr, Herr deine Augen, ihr werdet weinen und heulen, du Hirte Israels, Herr gehe nicht ins Gericht, and Gottes seht. In 1831 Trautwein brought out the St. John Passion. Then the movement was once more checked. Thenceforward no doubt could exist among musicians that if it were left to the publishers alone the complete Bach would never appear, but that the work would have to be taken in hand by the community of Bach lovers. Schellble wrote to this effect to Mendelssohn's friend, the singer Franz Hauser (1794 1870), who had a large collection of Bach autographs and copies. In 1837, Schumann, who had done so much for Bach with his pen, inquired in the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik whether it would not be an opportune and useful thing if the German nation were to resolve upon the publication of the complete works of Bach, and he referred to two letters of Beethoven that had just been made public, in which the composer had congratulated the publisher Hofmeister on his projected edition of Bach. When in 1843 the formation of the English Handel Society was announced, Schumann remarked in his journal that the time was no longer distant when the plan of a complete Bach edition might be laid before the public. In July 1850 the Bach Gesellschaft came into being. At its head was Moritz Hauptmann, then cantor at St. Thomas's, Otto Jahn, the biographer of Mozart and professor of archaeology at Leipzig, Carl Ferdinand Becker, professor of the organ at the Leipzig Conservatoire, and Schumann. The printing and the financial arrangements were undertaken by Breitkopf and Hartel. From the commencement the undertaking had the greatest difficulties to contend against. There really should have been some years of preparatory labor in order to sift the material and to draw up a clear plan for the edition. It was feared, however, that public interest might slacken if something were not issued at once. Consequently, a start was made with what happened to be ready. In this way, an element of disorder crept in that was never afterwards mastered. The editors lived from hand to mouth. Thus the B minor Mass and the French and English suites were published without any reference to the oldest versions. For the Mass, the autograph, formerly in Nageli's possession, now in the Royal Library in Berlin, which of course necessitated new and corrected editions. At first the members of the committee had thought that voluntary labor would be sufficient to see the edition through. But it soon became evident that the task demanded the whole strength and the whole time of some one. From the ninth year onward the work developed upon Wilhelm Rust (1822 1892), the grandson of the well-known composer Friedrich Wilhelm Rust of Dresden (1739 1796), who, with Emmanuel Bach, plays an important part in the history of the pianoforte sonata. He superintended the issue with ideal devotion from the ninth until the 28th year. The prefaces which he contributed to the separate volumes are sometimes masterly. They deal not only with critical and historical matters, but with purely practical questions relating to the manner of performing Bach's music. Towards the end he fell off, the task exceeded the powers of one man. The responsibility was also too great for a single person to bear. In 1882 he surrendered the editorship in order to be more equal to his new duties as cantor at St. Thomas's, to which post he had been appointed in 1880. In his place came new forces. Dorfel, Count Waldersee, Naumann, Wöllner. These completed the difficult work in accordance with a prearranged scheme. On the 27th January 1900, the completed final volume, year 46th, was laid before the committee, on which not one of the original founders of the Bach Gesellschaft was represented. To the very end the work had been carried on in face of an apathetic public. The number of subscribers, of whom there were 350 at the end of the first year, did not increase. Without the enthusiastic labours of Franz Liszt and Hauser, who exerted themselves to fill up the gaps as they arose, the number would not even have remained at that. The financial situation was always so bad that the question of the continuance of the society was raised time after time. Only a few artists realized the magnitude of the undertaking of the Bach Gesellschaft. Among them was Brahms, who used to say that the two greatest events during his lifetime were the founding of the German Empire and the completion of the Bach edition. The church choirs, whose help had been counted on, did absolutely nothing. It must, however, be admitted that the method of publication was the most unpractical that could have been devised. People had to subscribe for the whole edition and pay for each volume in advance. Single volumes could not be bought separately. The society thus threw away the good business they might have done with separate issues that were in general request, such as the Passions and the piano and organ works, and the general public was not brought into touch with the weighty undertaking. When at last in 1869 it was resolved to sell the volumes separately, at 30 marks per volume, that is, double the subscription price, it was too late. The press practically ignored the work. The history of the publication of Bach's works is thus a repetition of the history of his own life. The undertaking of the Bach Gesellschaft was supplemented by the work of one man, Spita's Life of Bach, of which the first volume appeared in 1874, the second in 1880. For the first time the world had a real biography of the master. Before Forkel's book, writers on the subject had simply reproduced the necrology, with more or less of their own fantasy. After Forkel, they were content to gather together the existing information. No one had issued a work adequate to the historical questions involved. Peter, 1813 to 1885, afterwards Prussian Minister of Finance, had indeed set himself this aim in his book on Bach, 1865, without succeeding in getting beyond dilettantism. Spita's work is really a unique performance among artistic biographies. It is rarely that the first scientific investigator of an art epoch leaves so little for his successors to do as in this case. He not only awoke Bach to new life, but vivified the whole world in which Bach had worked. It was, indeed, not a work for the average reader, nor a book for musicians to refer to casually. For this it was too exclusively scientific, and not always simple and clear enough in its plan, the author having worked too closely together the story of Bach's life, an analysis of his works, and an account of contemporary art. Only those who had the time and the enthusiasm to follow him in his tortuous path could really appreciate the depths and the many beauties of the work. It was predestined to serve as a storehouse of material for writers of Bach biographies of the popular kind. Nor was it wholly satisfactory to musicians on the aesthetic side. It contains indeed many admirable analyses, couched in poetic language. There are some which no one who reads them can ever forget. But the aesthetic viewpoint is too subordinate to the historical, and owing to the plan of the book, the essential artistic quality of Bach's art is never presented as a whole. René de Récy has formulated this approach most clearly in the Revue des Deux Mondes for 1885. Spita saw that Bach aesthetic was no longer so simple as in the time of Mausolus. He is too obviously bent on holding up the Cantor of St. Thomas's as representative of pure music, as an exemplar to the erring artists of his own day. The historical inquiry had prejudiced the aesthetic. So it was, again, with the subsequent biographies that were based on Spita. They do not complete him on the artistic side in the desired way, and they are too much under his influence in another respect, following him in the plan of mixing up the biography with analyses of the works. There is not the slightest reason for this with Bach. In the case of no other artist has the external course of his life so little to do with the origin of his works, or is what we know of his life so insignificant, and as regards his personal experience so uninteresting. Still we are bound to recognize how much these popular biographies of Bach have done for him. Those whom, according to Hauptmann, the promoters of the collected edition of Bach's works had principally in view, actually profited by it least. Though correct scores of the cantatas were from the very beginning issued at the rate of something like 10 each year, performances of them were hardly more frequent than before. Matters did not improve in this respect until the Bach societies sprang up in various towns. In Vienna, whither the St. Matthew Passion had penetrated, in 1862, Brahms, as conductor of the local Singverein, exerted himself on behalf of the cantatas. In our own time, Robert Franz fought for them with his pen. The Passions, after about 1860, were taken up in most towns. For the piano compositions Franz Liszt continued the work that Mendelssohn had begun, and by brilliant transcriptions of the organ compositions, especially of the G minor and A minor fugues, forced Bach as an organ composer on the public attention. The Peters edition carried the preludes, fugues, and chorale preludes into every church about the middle of the forties. A landmark in the victorious course of Bach was afforded by the inauguration of the Eisenach Memorial in 1885, where the reverence of the artists who assembled round Liszt found public expression. It was well known that Wagner was an admirer of Bach. He regarded him as the great teacher of Beethoven, who cut himself loose from Haydn as the youth developed into the man. He had thus expressed in his essay, What is German? The significance of Bach for German spiritual life. If we would comprehend the wonderful originality, strength, and significance of the German mind in one incomparably eloquent image,
we must look keenly and discerningly at the appearance, otherwise almost inexplicably mysterious, of the musical marvel, Sebastian Bach. He is the history of the inner life of the German mind during the awful century when the German people was utterly extinguished. Look at this head, hidden in its absurd French full bottomed wig. Look at this master, a miserable cantor and organist in little Thuringian towns whose names we hardly know now, wearing himself out in poor situations, always so little considered that it needed a whole century after his death to rescue his works from oblivion. Even in his music, taking up with an art form which externally was the complete likeness of his epoch, dry, stiff, pedantic, like perukes and pigtails in notes. And see now the world, the incomprehensibly great Sebastian, built up out of these elements. To these creations I only refer briefly, since it is impossible to characterize by any comparison whatever their wealth, their grandeur, and their all embracing significance. Unfortunately, Wagner nowhere discusses the nature of Bach's art more thoroughly or fixes his aesthetic impression of it. Nor must it be overlooked that, for Wagner, Bach's cantatas hardly ranked as true church music, of which his own ideal was pure chorale song with occasional organ accompaniment. He regards the addition of instruments as the beginning of the decline of this branch of the art, which explains why Wagner often speaks of Bach's motets but hardly mentions the cantatas. But it was in his works rather than in his words that he prepared the way for Bach. From them the world learned again to look for a profound inner relation between word and tone in the musical setting of poetry. The outcome of Wagner's art was a revolution of the whole musical consciousness. The hearer became exigent. Henceforth only the true characteristic in music could satisfy him, only the truly dramatic could move him. Thus a whole mass of music sank slowly into the abyss of oblivion, and by the side of the music drama of Wagner the dramatic religious music of Bach came out in clear light. Warring as Wagner did against the beautiful in music, he was at the same time, though unconsciously, fighting for Bach, whose pithy and often most poetical conception of the text in the motets astonished him. It is only now, after the strife is over, that we can see the importance of the victory. The magnitude of the change of view makes it wholly incomprehensible to us how the post Beethovenian epoch could remain insensible to the greatness of Bach, and how even those who planned the great Bach edition could make a distinction between the pleasing and the unpleasing works. Bach numbered from the beginning many admirers among French musicians, as was shown by their ardent cooperation in the subscription for the collected edition. Among them was Gounod, whose understanding of Bach must not be estimated merely by his dubious arrangement of the C major prelude, and the older school of French organists. Saint-Saëns must indubitably be reckoned among the best Bach connoisseurs. And the same may be said of Gabriel Fauré, Gimond, Widor and Gigoux, the creators of modern French organ music derived directly from Bach. The violinist Charles Bouvet, with his little Bach Society, worked hard for the instrumental works. The Paris performance of the St. Matthew Passion by the Concordia Society under Widor in 1885 was a decisive point in the public recognition of Bach. The Schola Cantorum under Vincent d'Indy and Bordes gave excellent performances of some of the cantatas. This again was a special object of the Paris Bach Society, begun under the auspices of Fauré and Widor, the conductor of which, Gustave Brett, is chiefly bent on organizing a capable choir, perhaps the most difficult of the undertaking in Paris. The lack of mixed choirs is, generally speaking, the greatest obstruction to the diffusion of Bach's works in France. Many years may still elapse before a change is made in this respect, and the Bach of the cantatas becomes more widely known. Excellent Bach translations have been made by, among others, Maurice Bouchot and Madame Henriette Fuchs. A uniform translation of the whole of the cantatas is being prepared by G. Brett, the conductor of the Bach Society. In France, as a matter of fact, we can best realize how Wagner had prepared the way for Bach. The enthusiasm for Bach sprang up when the Wagner enthusiasm, that had finally become little more than a fashion, had spent itself, and the conviction arose that there was something alien to French artistic feeling in Wagner's union of poetry and music. It was precisely at this stage that Bach came on the scene. Every year it became more obvious how largely his system of musical characterization coincides with French artistic perceptions. His characterization is wholly plastic, whereas the monumental formlessness of Wagner sets an ever widening gulf between him and the French genius. Even French military music has come under the influence of Bach. In order to make the chorale preludes accessible to the people, Monsieur T. Barnier, chef de musique of the 15th Regiment of Infantry in Bordeaux, has arranged them for military band and plays them at promenade concerts. England has this advantage over France, that it possesses exceptionally fine choruses. The future will show how the contest there between Bach and Handel will end. That the musical saint of the English is regarded on the Continent as decidedly inferior to Bach cannot be denied. And the general experience is that cultivation of the cantatas of the one leads to something like injustice to the oratorios of the other, which, a couple of decades ago, completely dominated the musical world. Mendelssohn in this respect shares the fate of Handel. In Belgium the indefatigable Gevaert fought Bach's battle with great success. Bach triumphed also in Rome. At first many of his works were produced privately by Herr von Keudel, Frau Professor Helbig and Frau Dr. Mengarini. Alessandro Costa rehearsed the B minor Mass with a small chorus recruited from these circles. In the spring of 1889 the whole of higher Roman society was invited to a performance of the Mass in the oratory in the Via Belsiana. In his Trionfo della Morte (1894) Gabriele D'Annunzio gives a picture of the public at this memorable performance and the impression it made. The Roman Bach Society dates from the year 1895. All this, however, constitutes only the external history of Bach's victory. To estimate its true magnitude, we must look in the scores of the composers of the 19th century. Since Mendelssohn, every composer of any significance has been to school to Bach, not as a pedantic teacher, but to one who impels them to strive after the truest and clearest expression, and to achieve impressiveness not by the wealth of the means they employ, but by the pregnancy of their themes. In Wagner the spirit of Bach is most evident in the score of the Meistersinger. An interesting Bach renaissance is visible in the consummate polyphony of Max Reger. How Bach will influence modern orchestral compositions cannot yet be seen. Only this much is clear, that he will lead us back to a certain simplicity, and will develop in a quite extraordinary way the sense of form of future generations. As regards the present day esteem of Bach, we must beware of taking all verbal enthusiasm for reality. Since it ceased to be a risk and became a recommendation to swear by Bach, lip service has been plentiful. Much of what is said of him represents no personal experience at all, but is a mere echo of the experience of others. How far have we really got? He is clearly influencing domestic music. This is beyond dispute. The inventions, the suites, and the well-tempered clavichord have become the property of the people. What the average amateur of the present day lacks in theoretical musical education is supplied for him by these works of Bach, from which he unconsciously imbibes certain principles of thematic formation, of part writing, of modulation and of construction, and from which he acquires a certain unconscious critical faculty that protects him against inferior art. As regards our public music, the conditions are not so satisfactory. To expect to hear the complete Bach in our concert rooms would be to experience many disappointments. Our pianoforte virtuosi give us transcriptions of the organ works rather than original piano compositions, on what grounds is not apparent. Why must it always be the A minor prelude and fugue that is given to the public? Even in Liszt's arrangement they are merely makeshifts on the piano. Where can we hear, except rarely, performances of the suites, the well-tempered clavichord, the Italian concerto, the chromatic fantasia, the piano concerto in A minor, the C major concerto for two pianos? Where are the Brandenburg orchestral concertos and the orchestral suites securely fixed in our programs? Where are Bach's secular cantatas regularly given? Statistics of Bach performances in our concert programs would bring some curious facts to light, and would show that there are not too many towns where the auditor can really get to know Bach. The church cantatas stand in a category of their own. Even where the Passions are regularly given, there are certain difficulties in the way of producing the cantatas. It looks as if their title were against them. Many conductors who have vowed themselves to the service of Bach think it injudicious to place cantatas on their programs, with the exception of the one or two that have become classics. They do not strike these people as sufficiently decorative. When, however, one of them takes it into his head to devote a whole evening to the cantatas, he has to invoke all the muses and all the saints against his choral committee, who are afraid that the program will not draw, or that it offers too little variety. One often believes oneself back in the days (it was in 1858) when so excellent an institution as the Hamburg Bach Society, terrified lest there might be too much Bach in the program, arranged it in this way: an 8-part motet by Bach, Chopin's Berceuse, the Hall of Song scenes from Tannhauser in a piano arrangement, Bach's chorale Jesu meine Freude. Latterly the question has been sharply debated whether the cantatas should be given elsewhere than in church. A paper read at the second Bach festival 1904 took for its motto, "The church works of Bach for the church." The demand seems at bottom just, and yet is false. Bach's cantatas today could only in quite exceptional cases be given in the course of the church service, and it is neither to be expected nor to be wished that the service should be so altered as to restore the old Leipzig conditions. The independent position of music in the ritual at that time was, as a matter of fact, something quite unnatural in itself, and only explicable by peculiar historical circumstances. The evolution of things has led to a separation between the church service and art that is good for both of them. We have the service on one side, and on the other the sacred concert, or whatever name people may prefer to call it by. The ideal for the present day is really a sacred concert, composed of 3 or 4 Bach cantatas, selected for the appropriateness of their text to the ecclesiastical season. Pure Bach services of this kind should have the preference over the liturgical celebrations that are grouped round a Bach cantata. Yet here again opinions differ. It should be observed, however, that under these circumstances the church must no longer be regarded as a sacred place. If the church for any reason is not available, the performances can be transferred to the concert room without their religious character being affected thereby. How can Bach help it if churches are often so built today that no chorus and no orchestra can be placed in them, or only in such a way that the chorus sings into the backs of the audience? The great point is that Bach, like every lofty religious mind, belongs not to the church, but to religious humanity, and that any room becomes a church in which his sacred works are performed and listened to with devotion. It follows that everything that might disturb the audience must be avoided, and that a single cantata in a program of other works is no use. Either a cantata evening or no cantata at all. Wherever such cantata evenings have been ventured upon, their success has shown that all the fears for them, real or imaginary, were groundless. In comparison with the cantatas, everything else that Bach has done appears as hardly more than a supplement. So long as the public has heard only the Passions, the Mass, and the Christmas Oratorio, we cannot say that the whole Bach is ours again. He is not yet known, and will not be until then. History and criticism have done almost all for him that can be done. It is time for the aesthetic to take the place of the historical, time to try to comprehend the nature of Bach's art in its whole depth and its rich multifariousness. The necessity also becomes more and more urgent for more exact investigation into the musical practice of Bach's time. From this quarter much interesting light is yet to be thrown. We need it. The deeper we go into the question of how Bach should be performed, the more complicated it becomes. It breaks up into a number of questions of detail, which can be solved only by historical gleanings and by ever repeated practical trials. For the elucidation of these questions as well as for the spreading of a wider general knowledge of Bach, much is to be hoped for from the triennial Bach festivals planned by the Bach Gesellschaft. The hope seems justifiable. The 4 that have already been held have done much to stimulate interest. It is certain, however, that Bach festivals and everything else that we can do ad gloriam Bachi are not what are finally needed most, but the quiet, modest work of thousands of unknown men, who go to Bach for nothing more than their own inner satisfaction, and love to communicate these riches to their neighbors. Only to people like these will he truly reveal himself. End of chapter 12. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 13 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Organ Works. Of all his preludes and fugues for the organ, only the prelude and fugue in E flat, in the third part of the Klavierübung, was published by Bach. Everything else of this order has come down to us in manuscript, either in autographs comprising about a third, or in copies, or even in copies of copies. It is really wonderful that under these circumstances more should not have been lost. We possess the F minor prelude and its fugue, for example, only in a copy made by a pupil of Kittel. We owe the preservation of the great C minor fantasia to Krebs, who, as he notes at the end of it, made a copy of it on the 10th January 1751, a few months after the master's death. This manuscript had almost fallen into the hands of a shopkeeper for use as waste paper. Beneficent fate willed that it should be rescued by Reichard Koht, organist in Altenburg. The Russian pianist Palchkow of Petersburg deserves mention as a kind of unfaithful steward among copyists. He undertook to improve the Dorian toccata, and to this end behaved towards it, as Rust says, like a Russian censor. The majority of the organ compositions belong to the Weimar and pre-Weimar periods, at Cothen and in the first Leipzig period. Bach appears only occasionally to have written for this instrument. Afterwards, however, about 1735, the first love revives in him, and he writes the gigantic organ works of his latest and maturest period. In the same period he sifted and revised his earlier compositions, during which occupation he was overtaken by death. It is only in exceptional cases that we can determine precisely the date of composition of the separate preludes and fugues. Spitta thinks that the great G major prelude with its fugue, Peters II, number 2, BG 15, number 11, belongs to 1724 or 1725, and the C major prelude, Peters II, number 1, BG 15, number 15 to 1730. He bases this opinion on the fact that the watermark of the paper used for the autograph is the same as that in the scores of the cantatas of those years. As a rule, we have to rely on internal chronological evidences. Fortunately, they are fairly clear. For every discriminating player, the preludes and fugues on close acquaintance fall into four groups: the works in which Bach is still under the influence of contemporary masters, those in which his independent mastery is evident, the consummate compositions of the Weimar period, and the final works. There are about a dozen preludes and fugues in which Bach reveals himself as a gifted pupil of Frescobaldi and Buxtehude. The storm and stress of the whole of the early organ art comes to life again in these works. The preludes have a kind of dramatic excitement, and are somewhat spasmodic and lacking in unity. The fugues are often confused, but the proportions on which the works are laid out give us the feeling that the future promises something great. Bach owed his development not only to his perpetually improving organ technique, but before all to the study of Legrenzi, Corelli, and Vivaldi, whose music was just then becoming known in Germany. Here he learned what neither Buxtehude nor Frescobaldi had been able to teach him: clearness and plasticity of the musical structure. In the C minor fugue, Peters IV, number 6, BG 38, number 14, upon a theme of Legrenzi, and in that in B minor, Peters IV, number 8, BG 38, number 19, in which Corelli's fugue on is expanded from 39 bars to 100. We see his efforts to realize a new ideal and to design in simpler, broader lines. In the canzona in D minor, Peters IV, number 10, BG 38, number 20, he has entered the world of beautiful forms, which he never leaves again. In the G major fantasia, Peter IV, number 2, BG
38, number 10, there is a lengthy five-part section of tranquil and finished polyphony, surrounded by quick and brilliant, yet at the same time simplified northern passage work. Thus did Bach win his freedom from Buxtehude by means of the Italians, and was enabled to bring to glorious reality the ideals that for two generations had agitated German organ music. We can only surmise in what order the works came in which he rises to independent mastery. An important point in Bach's work is no doubt indicated by the small G minor fugue, Peters IV, number 7, BG 38, number 18, and the well-known D minor toccata and fugue, Peters IV, number 4, BG 15, page 267. So vigorously and broadly laid out a theme as that of the G minor fugue is not to be met with in previous organ music, to say nothing of the rapid and weighty development of the fugue, in which there is hardly a trace of the ordinary fugal phraseology. Only the second pedal passage, that seems to belong to the older world, is inexpressive. In the D minor toccata and fugue, the strong and ardent spirit has finally realized the laws of form. A single dramatic ground thought unites the daring passage work on the toccata, that seems to pile up like wave on wave, and in the fugue the intercalated passages in broken chords only serve to make the climax all the more powerful. The peculiar charm of these works comes from their spontaneous freshness of invention. They affect the hearer almost more powerfully than any other of Bach's organ works, and to play them is always to experience something of what the master himself must have felt when for the first time he exploited the full possibilities of the organ with regard to wealth of tone and variety of combination. For this reason the wonderful pathos of the prelude and fugue in D major, Peters IV, number 3, BG 15, number 2, and the toccata and fugue in C major, Peters III, number 8, BG 15, page 253, is as potent today as it ever was. Perhaps we are able to appreciate these works even more than our ancestors, for the great music of the 19th century has certainly had one result. It has given those who have been nourished upon it a clear criterion for distinguishing between true and false pathos, and a double sense of enjoyment of the true which is so rare. In the brilliant and dashing fugues belonging to these preludes, and again the one belonging to the majestic C major prelude, Peters IV, number 1, BG 15, number 1, there is an extraordinary display of virtuosity. We must not judge them too strictly by the rule that a fugue should be good in the first part, better in the middle, and excellent in the last, for the two fugues in C major, at any rate, fall off in quality somewhat towards the end. Between these masterpieces of his youth and his real masterpieces, Bach himself has drawn a clearly perceptible line. The former he left as they were, at the others he worked incessantly until he had given them their definite form. Thus it happens that for these works it is not the oldest copies, often not even the autographs, that are the most valuable, but the manuscripts that embody the work in its latest form. The extant autograph of the prelude and fugue in A major, Peters II, number 3, BG 15, number 6, for example, has no practical value, since it gives us merely an earlier imperfect form of the work, in 3/8 time instead of 3/4. It should be noted, too, that in the manuscripts the indication of certain preludes as fantasias or toccatas is not uniform. Sometimes they are not even entitled prelude, but vaguely pièce d'orgue. These are occasional Italian titles. Bach worked longest at the fugues in A minor, Peters II, number 8, BG 15, number 13, and G minor, Peters II, number 4, BG 15, number 12. The original form of the A minor subject is found in a three-part clavier fugue in this shape. The elements of the latter theme are already all there, but the great and simple melodic line that the musician is striving after is as yet hidden by accessories, and is too abbreviated to be effective. Only after long labours did it attain the calm plasticity of the finished theme, with its mixture of playfulness and strength in the semiquavers. The plan of the fugue and its main incidents are already prefigured in the first form. The A minor has also undergone revision. There is a copy of it, J. P. Kellner's, in which its essential chromatic line does not come out clearly through the majestic thread of the opening.
Definite form. Original form. In the second edition of his great Generalbassschule, Mattheson tells us that at an organ examination in 1725 he gave the candidates the following theme to develop extempore. He does not mention Bach's name, but says he knows well to whom the theme belongs, and who was the first to work it out artistically. The most natural assumption is that he had heard the fugue during Bach's Hamburg journey of 1720. It would thus be one of the works that the master played to Reinken at that time, perhaps out of compliment to him, the theme of the fugue being, in fact, borrowed from Reinken. In Bach's version the theme is much simpler and more elegant. It runs thus. How is this difference to be explained? In the form in which Mattheson quotes it the original one, which Bach has altered and improved? Or has Mattheson remembered it wrongly and misquoted it? The probability is that the theme never existed save in its present perfect form. Mattheson knew it, but he could not give it to his candidate in this shape, because, according to the rules of fugue, it was incorrect. It is laid down in the rules that a fugue theme shall not extend over an octave. The Hamburg examiner therefore thought it necessary to alter Bach's theme in order to bring it into conformity with the eternal laws of the art. The fugues in B minor and G minor are virtuoso works, like those in C major and D major. Not, however, like those merely brilliant streams of notes, but perfect architectonic creations, late Gothics, in music. As in that medieval form of architecture, the luxuriant detail of the pierced work only serves to unify and vitalize the simple, boldly flung lines, and to exhibit power in its utmost flexibility. The A minor fugue is the simpler and clearer in construction. That in G minor surpasses it, however, in richness of imagination. In general, however, in the Weimar fugues virtuosity becomes less and less prominent. The themes become compact, simple, unadorned, almost severe. In the working out there is no longer any thought of effect. On the borderline stands the G major fugue, Peters II, No. 2, BG 15, No. 11, the theme of which in a minor form, however, is used again in the first chorus of the cantata Ich hatte viel Bekummernis, No. 21. The themes of the others no longer proceed by way of rapid passage work, but are built up of massive notes. This similarity groups them into a category of their own. They are the fugues in C major, Peters II, No. 1, BG 15, No. 15. C minor, Peters II, No. 6, BG 15, No. 16, C minor, Peters III, No. 6, BG 15, No. 7, F minor, Peters II, No. 5, BG 15, No. 4, F major, Peters III, No. 2, BG 15, No. 10, D minor, Peters III, No. 3, BG 15, No. 8, and A major, Peters II, No. 3, BG 15, No. 6. Their lack of showy effects accounts for these works not being so popular with players and audiences as the A minor and G minor fugues. But one has only to live with them to prize them more highly than those, even if at first sight they have not the same fascination. They represent the pure sublime, not as before, the sublime in guise of the pathetic. The C minor fugue and the F minor fugue are so tremendously tragic precisely because they have divested themselves of every shred of passion and express only great sorrow and deep longing. The theme of the D minor fugue is indescribably suggestive of tranquil power. It throws out its limbs like an arc of mighty stones. Those who still maintain that Bach's fugues are too elaborately wrought for church use are apparently ignorant of this one, or do not feel the Palestrina like character of its style, or perceive that all these themes are really embodiments of religious ideas. An organist who recognizes their true character once declared that he could no longer hear them without imagining a secret superscription to each of them. The C minor fugue, with its grand victory over its chromatic counter theme, seemed to him the symbol of confident faith. Over the sunny and vivacious A major fugue he would write the gladsomeness of faith. It is worth noting that the same theme, slightly modified, dominates the orchestral introduction to the cantata Tritt auf die Glaubensbahn, No. 152. The curious step rhythm that runs through it should be noted. The question of how many of the preludes and fugues originated together is difficult to decide. The preludes and fugues in A major, D minor, toccata, C major, and G major seem to have sprung from the same ideas. This is also the case with the prelude and fugue in E minor, Peters III, No. 10, BG 15, No. 3, which are unique in their brevity and concision. In the A minor fugue, the inner kinship of its theme with the motives of the prelude is so obvious that it seems to rise from the foaming prelude like Venus from the waves of the sea. On the other hand, it looks as if the two C minor preludes and the toccata in F major belonged to a later period than their respective fugues. Bach has apparently substituted these preludes for earlier ones, with which he was dissatisfied. If this be the case, he has nevertheless conceived the substituted preludes in the spirit of the fugues, preserving in each case an inner community between the two pieces. He has always conceived preludes and fugues in pairs. If we find isolated specimens of each, they are works rejected by him at some revision or other. We may probably assume two dates at which Bach revised his organ works. The first fell in the period when Friedemann and Emmanuel were in a position to play their father's compositions. This would account for the fact that the preludes and fugues in G major and C major, in their definitive form, are written on paper of 1725 and 1730. A later and much more drastic revision probably took place towards the end of his Leipzig period, when Bach, having practically ceased to write cantatas, began to feel a new interest in his organ works. It is possible that he had the idea of making a complete collection of his prelude and fugues, as well as of the larger chorales he had revised. Then after his death the basis for such a collection existed is proved by the fact that in a number of manuscript copies the fugues and preludes in A minor and C major, and the pair in C minor, Peters II, No. 6, BG 15, No. 16, with the three last Leipzig works, the preludes and fugues in C major, Peters II, No. 7, BG 15, No. 17, B minor, Peters II, No. 10, BG 15, No. 14, and E minor, Peters II, No. 9, BG 15, No. 18, are grouped together as the six great preludes and fugues. Besides these three great Leipzig works, there is a fourth, the prelude and triple fugue in E flat major, Peters III, No. 1, BG 3, pages 173 and 254, which embody the great chorales that appeared in 1739 as the third part of the Klavierübung. The preludes and fugues in C major, B minor, and E minor, however, belong to a later date. The works of this period, apart from the preludes and fugues in C major, show a return to the style of Buxtehude. They are not constructed on a single unified idea, like those of Bach's middle epoch, but are based on the dramatic opposition of different themes. Nevertheless, the power and vastness of the design gives the works an air of grandeur that is very different from the dramatic restlessness of Buxtehude and Frescobaldi. The old German organ style thus receives its final transfiguration in the symphonic works of Bach's old age, just as his last organ chorale, Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sind, brings the Pachelbel style of chorale treatment to perfection. It is the symphonic character of the latest works that makes it possible that the two preludes in C minor, which are conceived in the same spirit, belong to the same epoch, although they are grouped with fugues of the Weimar period. In the F major toccata and the C major prelude, Peters II, No. 7, BG 15, No. 17, there is a return to the virtuoso style, now, however, raised to a higher dignity and simplicity. In each case, a single idea is worked out in complete accordance with its own nature. The C major prelude reminds us strongly of the first chorus in the cantata Sie werden aus Saba alle kommen, No. 65. The prelude in E flat major that introduces the greater chorales symbolizes godlike majesty. The triple fugue at the end of them is a symbol of the Trinity.
The same theme recurs in three connected fugues, but each time with another personality. The first fugue is calm and majestic, with an absolutely uniform movement throughout. In the second, the theme seems to be disguised, and is only occasionally recognizable in its true shape, as if to suggest the divine assumption of an earthly form. In the third, it is transformed into rushing semiquavers, as if the Pentecostal wind were coming roaring from heaven. Perhaps the most striking thing among these Leipzig works is the flowery arabesque of the B minor prelude. The E minor prelude and fugue are so mighty in design, and have so much harshness blended with their power, that the hearer can only grasp them after several hearings. Time is needed again before one can feel at home in the quiet world of the B minor and C major fugues. It is not less certain that only by degrees do we find our footing in the majestic monotony of the F major toccata and the C major prelude. This does not imply, however, that these works should not be performed in church and at sacred concerts, but rather that they could not be played often enough. Nor are they too long for the church service. The few minutes that they take can be found somehow in the liturgy. This is not too much to expect. To play the works with cuts is criminal. The 8 little preludes and fugues, Peters 8, BG 38, and the organ sonata, Peters 1, BG 15, were written for the instruction of the two eldest sons. Any student with a fairly good piano technique can take up these works at once, in order to habilitate himself in pedal study, as they said in Bach's time. He will reach his goal quicker and better than with modern organ schools, against which, while fully admitting their merits, the reproach always holds good that they keep the student too long at the elements and are too pedagogic in plan. Bach, on the other hand, loved to place his pupils at once in the midst of difficulties. In the strictest sense of the term, it is wrong to speak of Bach's organ sonatas. The two manuscripts in which they have come down to us, one from Friedemann's possession, the other from Emmanuel's, prove that they are really works for the clavicembalo with its two manuals and pedals. This instrument was at that time in common use. It was excellently adapted for playing in three real parts, which accounts for the sonatas being in strict trio form. This does not imply that Bach never played them on the organ also. He intended the last movement of the E minor sonata to come between the prelude and the fugue in G major, Peters 2, number 2, BG 15, number 11, and the Largo from the C major sonata to come between the prelude and the fugue in G minor, Peters 3, number 5, BG 15, number 5. If these sonatas were written for Friedemann, they must have originated towards the end of the second decade of the century. Some sections of them are indeed older. The first movement of the D minor sonata, for example, that occurs among the variants of the first part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord. This collection was finished in 1722. An older version of the Adagio and of the Vivace of the sonata in E minor for oboe d'amore, gamba and continuo figures as the introduction to the second part of the cantata Die Himmel Kreuz Irrschalen, number 76, which certainly belongs to the year 1723. According to Spita, the whole of the organ sonatas were in existence as early as 1727. In 1733, Friedemann went to Dresden as organist. We cannot say enough of the beauty of these sonatas, writes Forkel. For the connoisseur, indeed, there is hardly a purer aesthetic delight than to pursue these three contrapuntal lines, so free and yet so bound by the laws of beauty, through their delightful intertwinings, to say nothing of the perfection of the themes. The dreamy subject of the Adagio of the D minor sonata made even Bach himself its captive, took it up again later and made it into a trio full of longing for clavier, flute and violin. Forkel tells us that Friedemann owed his consummate technique to these sonatas, which is quite credible. To this very day they are the gradus ad Parnassum for every organist. Whoever has studied them thoroughly will find scarcely a single difficulty in the old or even in modern organ music that he has not met with there and learned how to overcome. And before all he will have attained that absolute precision that is the chief essential for good organ playing, since in this complicated trio playing the slightest unevenness in touch is heard with appalling clearness. It is noteworthy that Friedemann's manuscript of the sonatas, on which the Peters edition is founded, contains many more embellishment than Bach's own autograph copy which Emmanuel possessed. This belonged to a later date than Friedemann's copy. We see from this how Bach became more and more sparing with ornaments. It is indeed one of the reproaches levelled against him by his critic Schweitzer. The edition of the Bach Gesellschaft follows the autograph. Both manuscripts are now in the Berlin Library. The Passacaglia, Peters 1, page 75, BG 15, page 289, was also written in the first place for the cembalo with pedal and later arranged for the organ. As a matter of fact, its polyphonic structure fits in so thoroughly for the organ that we can hardly understand nowadays how anyone could have ventured to play it on a stringed instrument. On the other hand, there is no organ work that makes such demands as this is the matter of registration. Each of the 20 sections constructed on the repeated bass theme must have its characteristic tone color, and yet, if disconnectedness is to be avoided, no color must be too sharply differentiated from its predecessor or its successor. Pascaglia, in French passacaille, properly denotes an old Spanish dance. Musicians understood by it a piece constructed on a recurring bass theme. In the chiaconna, in French chaconne, which is also developed like a string of pearls, it was permissible to introduce the theme in any voice. In Bach's work, the theme appears several times in the upper part, so that it is not a pure pascaglia, but partakes of the nature of both the pascaglia and the chaconne. The work was conceived under the influence of Buxtehude, whose organ compositions in this genre are of considerable significance. It therefore seems somewhat strange that there are not a number of youthful works by Bach in this style. He saw clearly, however, that on the whole the incoherency of this kind of work was not suitable to the greatest organ music, and he ventured upon the experiment only with this colossal theme. He follows his teacher again in grouping the pascaglia with a fugue. Buxtehude, however, placed this at the beginning, while Bach, with more reason, places it at the end, where it has the effect of rising to a climax. But in the last resort, no comparison of Bach's pascaglia with any of Buxtehude's works of the same kind is possible, for the pupil puts into his a dramatic life that was beyond the power of the master. Both the external and the internal evidence points to the later Weimar period as the date of origin of this work. The autograph was still known to exist about the middle of the 19th century. Since then it has disappeared completely, like that of the prelude and fugue in B minor, that must be somewhere in Scotland. Both autographs were used for Peter's edition. The chorale preludes which he thought worth preserving were grouped by Bach in 5 collections, containing altogether about 90 of these works. They are the Orgelbüchlein, begun in Weimar and written out in a fair copy at Cothen; the chorales published in 1739 as the third part of the Klavierübung; 6 chorales published by Schubler of Zella about 1747; the canonic variations on the Christmas hymn Von Himmel hoch da komm ich her, published about the same time by Balthasar Schmidt of Nuremberg, which Bach afterwards submitted to the Miesler Society in joining its ranks, and the collection of 18 great chorales, during the revision of which he was overtaken by death. Another 50 or so chorale preludes, mostly youthful works, have come down to us in copies made by pupils and friends. Some of these, for example, that for double pedal on Anfarseflüchen Babylons, Peters 5, number 122, would certainly have been included by Bach in the collection had he got that far with the revision. It is not clear what aim he had in view in publishing the 6 chorales issued by Schubler. They are only arrangements of 3-part chorale arias from the cantatas that have nothing in common with his other chorale preludes and do not even go particularly well on the organ. He already had in his portfolio dozens of splendid chorales ready for engraving. Why did he pass these over and issue mere transcriptions? The chorale partitas upon Christ der du bist der Heilige Tag, O Gott du fromme Gott, and sei Greguset, Jesu Gütig, Peters 5, page 60 to 91, BG 40, page 107 to 123, in which the number of variations corresponds to that of the verses in the respective hymns, are certainly works of his earliest youth, as is evident from the awkward harmonization of the chorale melody and the optimal use of the pedal. When he wrote these works, Bach had not yet found himself. He was still a pupil of Bohm. Where and when he composed them, whether at Lüneburg or Arnstadt, cannot be determined. In any case, they are clever students' exercises, which it is impossible to play without being delighted with the work of original thematic figuration which they exhibit. Bach seems later on to have revised the third partita, as is fairly clear from the improvised harmonization and the obbligato use of the pedal in the last variations. The 5-part final variation is a masterpiece. Afterwards Bach no longer writes chorale variations. He was probably led away from the genre by purely artistic considerations, though we must not forget that in Weimar and Leipzig he no longer had any practical use for such works, which were only serviceable in places where, according to the old custom, the organ struck in between the singing, and worked out independently every other verse of the chorale, the singing ceasing. When at the end of his career Bach once more returned to this form and wrote the variations on Von Himmel, Hoch da komm ich her, his only purpose was to pack into a single chorale the complete art of canon, and in the last variation he could not deny himself the pleasure of introducing all four lines of the melody simultaneously in the last three bars. If this work already shews the tendency to abstract thought that was characteristic of his last years, there is for all that a good deal of emotion in these chorale arrangements. They are full of Christmas joyousness and cheeriness. The first variation is of a truly bewitching beauty of tone. It is an interesting fact that besides the engraved copy we possess an original manuscript that is of later date and gives the definitive version. It is evident then that even in his printed compositions Bach always found something to improve. In the true chorale prelude Bach appears to have cultivated chiefly the forms of Pachelbel, Bohm, Buxtehude and Reinken. Towards the end of the Weimar period, however, he becomes independent of his masters and produces a type of his own, the chorale prelude of the Orgelbüchlein. In this the melody is used as a cantus firmus, unaltered and uninterrupted, usually in the uppermost voice. Round it plays an independently conceived motive, not derived from any of the lines of the melody, but prompted by the text of the chorale and embodying the poetic idea that Bach regarded as characteristic for music and expressible in musical terms. Thus in the chorale preludes of the Orgelbüchlein the melody and the text are both presented at the same time, the cantus firmus being poetically illustrated by means of the characteristic motive. Here Bach has realized the ideal of the chorale prelude. The method is the most simple imaginable, and at the same time the most perfect. Nowhere in the Dürer-like character of his musical style so evident as in these small chorale preludes. Simply by the precision and characteristic quality of the line of the contrapuntal motive he expresses all that has to be said, and so makes clear the relation of the music to the text whose title it bears. The Orgelbüchlein is thus not only of significance in the history of the development of the chorale prelude, but is one of the greatest achievements in music. Never before had any one expressed the text in pure tone in this way. No one afterwards undertook to do so with such simple means. At the same time, the essence of Bach's art comes clearly into view for the first time in this work. He is not satisfied with formal perfection and fullness of sound. Otherwise he would have continued to work with the forms and formulae of his teachers in the chorale prelude. He aims at more than this. He aspires after plastic expression of ideas, and so creates a tone speech of his own. The elements of such a speech already exist in the Orgelbüchlein. The characteristic motives of the various chorales correspond to many of Bach's later emotional and pictorial tone symbols. The Orgelbüchlein is thus the lexicon of Bach's musical speech. This must be our starting point if we would understand what he is striving to express in the themes of the cantatas and the passions. Until the significance of the Orgelbüchlein was perceived, the fundamental character of Bach's art remained, almost down to the present day, obscure and disputable. The title, indeed, does not indicate the universal significance of this collection. It runs thus: the little organ book, wherein instruction is given to a beginning organist to work out a chorale in every style, also to perfect himself in the study of the pedal being treated quite obbligato throughout in the chorales herein contained. To the honour of the Lord Most High, and that my neighbour may be taught thereby. Autor Johann Sebastian Bach, Capellae Magistro S.P.R. and Haltini Cothinensis. The autograph is now in the Royal Library at Berlin. It contains 92 leaves, and is bound in pasteboard with leather back and corners. At the head of each page Bach wrote the title of the chorale that was to appear thereon, so that if the composition extended beyond the page he had to paste an extra strip of paper below or make use of the tablature. All these chorales were written in Weimar. Afterwards in Cothen he made a careful fair copy of them. There still exists a Weimar autograph of the Orgelbüchlein that once belonged to Mendelssohn. It lacks the pages containing the first 12 chorales. On the cover is a note to the effect that the owner had cut out 3 more leaves, 2 for his bride's album and 1 for Clara Schumann. The order of the chorales is that of their succession in the church year. This is easily understood when we remember that at that time each Sunday had its own special hymns allotted to it once for all, and that other organists of the epoch, for example B. Walter of Weimar, also wrote similar yearly cycles of chorale preludes. In the details of their grouping, however, especially with regard to the chorales appropriated to feast days, each individual was naturally allowed a certain amount of liberty. Bach made the most ingenious use of this freedom. He disposed of the chorales in such a way that the Christmas ones formed a miniature Christmas oratorio, those of the Passion time a Passion, and those of Easter an Easter oratorio. He aimed only at other effects of contrast. The chorale Das alte Jahr vergangen ist, 5 No. 20, is a sorrowful meditation in the twilight as the last evening draws to its close. It is followed by the jubilant song In dir ist Freude, 5 No. 34, that is filled with the light of the new day. Of the two chorales relating to the presentation in the temple and Simeon's hymn of praise, the first Mit Freud und Freud, Ich fahr dahin, 5 No. 41, depicts a joyous longing for death, and the other Herr Gott nun schloss den Himmel auf, 5 No. 24, a sorrowful longing. The sombre hymn on original sin, Durch Adams Fall, 5 No. 13, is followed at once by the hymn of salvation in Christ, Es ist das Heil uns kommen, Er, 5 No. 16. The Orgelbüchlein is barely one-third finished. The Cothen autograph is planned out for 169 chorales. 45 of these are complete. For the others we have only the white pages. What is the explanation of this? Did the Leipzig appointment come just at this time and prevent the continuation of the work? In this case, why did not Bach resume it when later on he turned his attention again to the chorale prelude? The abandonment of the collection in its incomplete state must have been due to some inward reason. Speaking generally, it is the grouped chorales relating to the various feast times that are finished, and of the others those of which the strong pictorial or characteristic quality seemed to make them specially suitable for music. The text of the numbers not completed lacked these musical qualities. No characteristic theme could be evolved from them. They could only be developed as pure music, not in their poetic or pictorial aspects. All the chorales of this collection, however, were to be little tone pictures, and as circumstances made this plan impossible, Bach preferred to leave the collection unfinished. How strictly he adhered to the characteristic type he had in his mind for the Orgelbüchlein can be seen from the fact that he did not include beautiful chorales like Herzlich tut mich verlangen, 5 No. 27, and Liebster Jesu wir sind ihr, 5 No. 36, which were quite suitable as regards their size and were certainly in existence at that time, simply because they were not constructed on a characteristic motive. When Griepenkerl edited the Orgelbüchlein for Peters about the middle of the 40s, he unfortunately altered the original order, in which each chorale is in a position that explains it, and adopted instead a merely alphabetical arrangement. Besides inserting smaller chorale preludes and chorale fugettas that did not form part of the collection, we get the correct Orgelbüchlein by eliminating from the fifth volume of Peters' edition of the organ works No. 7, 18, 20, 23, 26, 27, 36, 39, 43, 47, 52, and 53, and arranging the remainder in this order: numbers 42, 19, 22, 38, 46, 17, 11, 49, 50, 35, 40, 31, 6, 55, 21, 10, 34, 41, 24, 44, 3, 8, 9, 45, 56, 29, 5, 32, 4, 14, 15, 28, 25, 37, 12, 48, 13, 16, 30, 33, 51, 54, 2, 1. Between numbers 28 and 25 again must be inserted the first part of the chorale Komm Gott Schöpfer Heiliger Geist, 8 No. 35, which, although Spita 1 611 does not think so, was originally part of the Orgelbüchlein. The second verse was not added until later. Spita is of opinion that the treatment of the pedal in the first part is not sufficiently obbligato to authorize our regarding the work as composed for the Orgelbüchlein, but every organist will testify that the obbligato character of the pedal is shown by the fact that it is much more difficult to play than it looks. It is by no means easy always to strike these simple notes on the weakest part of the bar. The plan of the second collection of chorale preludes is explicable, like the first, from the order of the old hymn books. The Orgelbüchlein deals with the Cantica de tempore, that is, hymns grouped according to their order in the church year. The other collection that appeared in 1739 as the third part of the Klavierübung deals with the catechism hymns. By these was understood at that time a small collection of classical hymns on the main points of the Christian doctrine that were included in every hymn book. The arrangement was the same as in the Lutheran catechism. The core of them was formed by the Luther's hymns: Die sind die Heiligen sein Gebot, Wir glauben all an einen Gott, Vater unser in Himmelreich, Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, Jesus Christus unser Heiland, the communion hymn, and Aus tiefer Not schrei ich zu dir, the confessional hymn. Bach chose this catechism in the form of Lutheran hymns for musical treatment. In order to have the dogma complete, he prefaced these 5 chief hymns with a Kyrie and Gloria to the Holy Trinity from the Leipzig service, that is, the 3 hymns Kyrie Gott Vater, Kyrie Gott Sohn, Kyrie Gott Heiliger Geist, and the hymn to the Trinity Allein Gott in der Ho sei this last, of course, in 3 versions. Luther, however, had written a greater and a smaller catechism. In the former he demonstrates the essence of the faith, in the latter he addresses himself to the children. Bach, the musical father of the Lutheran Church, feels it incumbent on him to do likewise. He gives us a larger and a smaller arrangement of each chorale, with the exception of Allein Gott in der Ho sei The larger chorales are dominated by a sublime musical symbolism, aiming simply at illustrating the central idea of the dogma contained in the words. The smaller ones are of bewitching simplicity. The whole collection is introduced by the majestic E flat major prelude and ended by the triple fugue in the same key. One would have thought this conception at any rate interesting enough to be respected in the various editions. This, however, has never been done except in the original edition of the Bach Gesellschaft. Even Neumann, in the practical edition he brought out for Breitkopf and Hartel, mixes these works up with the others without any regard to their special quality and their inner connection. The Peters edition of these catechism chorales can be reconstructed thus: Introduction. Prelude in E flat major 3 No. 1. Trinity Kyrie. Large version 4 numbers 39 ABC, small version 7 numbers 40 ABC. Allein Gott in der Ho sei large version 5 numbers 5, 6 and 10. The 10 Commandments. Dies sind die Heiligen rein Gebot. Large version 6 number 19, small version number 20. Faith. Wir glauben all an einen Gott. Large version 7 number 60, small version 7 number 61. The Lord's Prayer. Vater unser im Himmelreich. Large version 7 number 52, small version 5 number 47. Baptism. Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam. Large version 5 number 17, small version 6 number 18. Penitence. Aus tiefer Not schrei ich zu dir. Large version 6 number 13, small version 6 number 14. The Lord's Supper. Jesus Christus unser Heiland, der von uns. Large version 6 number 30, small version 6 number 33. Conclusion. Triple fugue in E flat major 3 number 1. Bach was not correct in placing the penitence between the baptism and the communion, and it is impossible to say why he did so. It really should come last among these doctrinal pieces. These chorales were probably all composed at the same time expressly for this collection, towards the end of the 30s. This was certainly the case with the larger versions. In the case of the smaller ones we cannot be sure whether they formed an earlier collection. It is otherwise with the last collection, the 18 chorales. It contains for the most part compositions of the Weimar period, which Bach at the end of his life revised and partly wrote. Rust, indeed, in the preface to volume 25 of the BG edition, maintains against Spita that they belong to the Leipzig period, but this is hardly probable. They are plainly masterpieces that Bach wrote while still more or less dependent on the forms laid down by Buxtehude, Bohm and Pachelbel. It contains no chorales of the types of those in the Orgelbuchlein. How Bach had polished these works is evident from the 15 older versions that have come down to us. The autograph of the 18 chorales is in the Berlin Library. It belonged at one time to Philipp Emanuel. The last chorale, Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sind, is incomplete in the autograph, and must have been completed from the Art of Fugue, in which it appeared as Bach's last work. Here again it is unfortunate that, regardless of Bach's last wishes, these revised chorales are always mixed up in order to get a purely alphabetical arrangement. Although it is true, this collection is not like the 2 others, governed by a definite sequence of ideas. The authentic order can be restored in the Peters edition thus: 1. Komm, Heiliger Geist, 7, number 16; 2. Komm, alio modo, 7, number 37; 3. An Wasserflüssen, Babylon, 6, number 12b; 4. Schmücke dich, o Leibe Seele, 7, number 49; 5. Herr Jesu Christ, dich zu uns wend, 6, number 27; 6. O Lamm Gottes unschuldig, 7, number 48; 7. Nun danket alle Gott, 7, number 43; 8. Von Gott will ich nicht lassen, 7, number 56; 9. Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, 7, number 45; 10. Nun alio modo, trio, 7, number 46; 11. Nun alio modo, 7, number 47; 12. Allein Gott in der Hohe Air, 6, number 9; 13. Allein alio modo, 6, number 8; 14. Allein alio modo, trio, 6, number 7; 15. Jesus Christus unser Heiland, 6, number 31; 16. Jesus alio modo, 6, number 32; 17. Komm Gott Schöpfer Heiliger Geist, 7, number 35; 18. Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sind, vor deinen Thron tret ich allhier, 7, number 58. The trio upon Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, 8, number 46, makes so strange an impression on us that it seems like a transcription of a movement from a cantata. Strictly in the old Pachelbel style is the angular arrangement of Nun danket alle Gott, 7, number 43, that charms both player and hearer more and more as their familiarity with it increases. The chorale Eilen Gott in der Hohe Air, 6, number 9, is purely in the style of Bohm. To many people it seems rather youthful. In the prelude on Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, 7, number 45, that is laid out on the same plan, the arabesque-like contour of the melody seems much more mature and perfect. It is full of a dreamy expectancy. We see the style of Bohm perfected and idealized again in the chorale An Wasserflüssen, Babylon, 6, number 12b, in which the melody is given to the tenor. We are reminded of Buxtehude by the arrangement of Jesus Christus unser Heiland, 6, number 32, the brilliant and animated Komm Heiliger Geist, Herr Gott, 7, number 36, and Gott Schöpfer Heiliger Geist, 7, number 35, and the Von Gott will ich nicht lassen, 7, number 56. The most important works in this collection, however, do not conform to any strict type. They are fantasias planned on broad lines, with free thematic use of one or more of the lines of the melody of the chorale. Bach has welded the forms into a new unity, through which the older outlines are only visible as through a fine blue mist. This chorale form might fairly be called the mystic. The chorale themes become veiled, the melodic line more free, as if everything external had been lost, and only the general mood, the fundamental emotional idea, were being expressed. In this style the chorales Allein Gott in der Hohe Air, 6, number 8, Komm Heiliger Geist, Herr Gott, 7, number 37, and Schmücke dich, o Liebe Seele, 7, number 49, form a category of their own. Mendelssohn was so affected by the mood painting in the last named chorale that he told Schumann, if life were to deprive him of hope and faith, this one chorale would bring them back. The triple chorale on O Lamm Gottes, 7, number 48, and the arrangement of Jesus Christ unser Heiland, 6, number 31, represent the ideas more in their dramatic aspect. So much so that one is almost tempted to agree with Rust against Spita and date these works from the Leipzig period. It is difficult to agree with Spita's division of Bach's chorale arrangements into the three categories of pure chorale, preludes, organ chorales, and chorale fantasias. It is more reasonable to group them according to the style of treatment, in the fugue style of Pachelbel, the coloristic style of Bohm and Reinken, or free fantasias in the style of Buxtehude. There is further the type of the Orgelbüchlein, in which the characteristic motive illustrates the uninterruptive cantus firmus, and finally the great chorales that offer a perfected synthesis of all the forms. Besides the arrangement of An Wasserflussen Babylon for double pedal 6 No. 12a, there were several excellent and interesting chorales not included by Bach in any collection, among which may be mentioned the Fantasia on Eine feste Burg 6 No. 22, the Sublime Fugue on the Magnificat 7 No. 41, the joyous trio on Nun freut euch Leiben Christen Gemein 7 No. 44, and the expressive chorale Erbarm dich mein, O Herr Gott, BG 40, page 60, which in its kind, the melody is supported by evenly flowing quavers, is unique among Bach's chorale preludes. Christ lag in Todesbanden 6 No. 15, Jesu mein Freude 6 No. 29, von Himmel hoch, da komm ich her 7 numbers 54 and 55, and Wir glauben all an einen Gott 7 No. 62, are all admittedly youthful works, in which we can follow Bach's earliest development. It is not clear why the harmonization of the chorale Herr Gott, dich loben wir, No. 26, that is meant as an accompaniment to the hymn, should figure among the chorale preludes in all editions, even in that of Neumann. What is needed is a cheap edition of the chorale preludes in their original form, distinguishing the collections planned by Bach himself from the detached chorales that have come down to us, the latter being freely grouped according to their style and their value. With an alphabetical index any one of them could be found in a moment. It is also desirable that the texts should be printed along with the chorales, many of them having by this time disappeared from our hymn books. End of chapter 13.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 14 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield.
The performance of the organ works. How did Bach play his organ works, and how should they be played? This practical question is much more important than the historical and aesthetic question. Upon the performance it depends whether these works can really be brought home to the hearers, or whether they are simply to be admired in a kind of respectful wonder, their beauty being taken on trust rather than actually felt. This certainly happens frequently at the present day. Indications for performance are scarce in Bach's work. Once or twice, as in the D minor toccata, Peters III, No. 3, the changes of manual are indicated. In the Orgelbüchlein we are expressly told which pieces are to be played on two keyboards. In the Schubler chorale trios we are told whether 8 or 4 or 16 feet stops are to be drawn. Peters VII, numbers 38, 57, 59, and 63. That is practically all. We know from Walther's copy Bach's manner of playing the chorale prelude, Eine feste Burg, Peters VI, No. 22, at the opening of the new organ at Mühlhausen. His unfriendly critic, Scheibe, informs us that his manner at the organ was extraordinarily quiet. Forkel says that he astonished other organists by the audacity of his tone combinations. Otherwise, he was distinguished from his contemporaries only by his consistent pursuit of the principle of legato playing. He had no experience of the Venetian shut a swell, which was introduced about that time in England, where Handel took great interest in the invention. In Germany, the opposition to this so-called trifling lasted a long time. When Burney, more than 20 years after Bach's death, heard the Berlin organs, he was astonished to find that not one composed a swell. It no more occurred to Bach than to the rest of his contemporaries that some day organs would be fitted with combination stops, adjustable combinations, and all the rest of the apparatus of the modern organs, especially the so-called concert organs. How do we stand now with regard to the performance of Bach's work on the modern organ? We have achieved infinite possibilities in registration, the power of gradual variation from pianissimo to fortissimo, and by means of the swells a certain power of tone nuance. But we have lost the old tone of the organ, that Bach wrote for, and, since the tone is the chief thing, it must be said that the modern organ is not so suitable for Bach playing as it is generally supposed. Our registers are all voiced too loudly or too softly. If we pull out the whole of the diapasons and the mixtures, or add the reeds, we get a force of tone that in the end becomes positively unbearable.
The lighter manuals are weak in comparison with the great organ, they usually lack the necessary mixtures. Our pedals are coarse and clumsy, and also poor in mixtures as well as in 4-feet stops. The trouble comes principally from the change in the disposition of the organs. The relation between diapasons and mixtures have been altered wholly to the detriment of the latter, but also from the unnaturally strong bellows of the modern organ. In our passion for strength of tone we have forgotten beauty and richness of tone, which depend upon the harmonious blending of ideally voiced stops. The older organs are becoming scarcer and scarcer. There are many organists today who have never heard Bach played on the kind of organ the composer had in view when he wrote. The day is not far distant when the last of our beautiful Silbermann organs will be replaced or renovated beyond recognition, and then the Bach organ will be one of the unknown things of the past, like certain orchestral instruments that he uses in his scores. If we play Bach on an old and well-preserved Silbermann organ, both players and hearers are as little conscious as the master himself was of the need for frequent changes of register, for on such an instrument the diapasons and mixtures give a forte so rich, intense, full-colored, and yet in no wise fatiguing, that we can, if need be, preserve it unchanged throughout a prelude or a fugue. On such an organ, moreover, both the inner parts and the pedal come out clearly, whereas on the modern organ the inner parts are confused, and the pedal, by reason of its deficiency in 4-feet stops and mixtures, and its inferiority in weight to the enormous masses of tone above it, cannot, even at its most brutal, throw out a clear line. And all this on account of the too heavy voicing of our registers. The organs of 40 years ago that are voiced with a normal pressure, for the simple reason that at that time the electric bellows was unknown, and the wind was consequently sparingly used, are better Bach organs than the modern ones. What a joy it is, for example, to play Bach on the beautiful Walker organs built between about 1860 and 1875. As a rule Bach kept to the characteristic registration with which he began, getting variety and gradation in his playing by transitions from one manual to another. It is noteworthy, however, that he played a great many organ pieces throughout on the great organ without any change whatever of manuals and without any gradation of tone, the essence of them being the evolution of a single idea, free from any dramatic suggestions. This is especially the case with the works in which the pedal is employed uninterruptedly throughout, for example the two preludes in C major, Peters II, Nos. 1 and 7, and A major, II, No. 3, respectively. The majority of the chorales of the Orgelbüchlein, and both the larger and smaller ones in the fugal style of Pachelbel. Here any variation of tone color or alternation of strong and weak would destroy the ideal unity of the work. The organ sonatas in trio form, again, are most effective when the tone color that has been found to be the best for each of the three obbligato parts is maintained throughout. As regards the choice of tone colors, it need only be said that these are sufficiently Bachian when they suit the character of the work. We must not grudge even months of trouble in order to find the right registration. It is still disputable what is meant by the expression organo pleno that often figures at the head of a work. It practically amounts to this, that in passages of this kind Bach desires the main strength of the organ, at any rate diapasons and mixtures. On present-day organs, however, this must be done with discretion. The tutti of the diapasons and mixtures, thanks to the disagreeably sound quality of the latter, hardly correspond to what Bach had in his mind. Should we also use the reeds in Bach's preludes and fugues? His objection to those usually found in modern organs would have been that they are too blaring and that they obscure the polyphony. On the other hand, it is probable that he added reeds to his diapasons and mixtures, for he cultivates the metallic tone in the orchestra as well. His pedal timbre was really based on reeds. Moreover, we know how highly he valued good reeds in an organ. What we have to do in future is to restore the old, delicate, and beautiful reeds, then just add a lustre to the diapasons without overwhelming them as ours do. Until then we must manage with compromise, and use diapasons, mixtures, and reeds with sufficient discretion to get something like the old quality of tone. It is interesting to note that Bach's contemporaries complained that the Silbermann brothers voiced their organs too softly, in order to get beauty of tone. Bach evidently did not think so. The effect that can be made with a fine full fortissimo combining all the timbres may be seen in the little prelude in E minor, Peters III, No. 10. If we play it right through without any change, we realize at once that this is how Bach conceived it, and that to play it with any variation of color or of force is to destroy its dramatic majesty. We play the chorale preludes of the Orgelbüchlein and many others too softly,
Again, because we do not make sufficient use of beautiful mixtures on the secondary manuals, which would not only sound well in themselves, but would permit the use also of one or two reeds. We are thus thrown back, as a rule, on the characterless tone color of some 8-feet diapasons, which particularly obscure the polyphonic writing. The 4-feet and 2-feet are also generally voiced too strongly. And we try to make up in sentimentality for what we have lost in richness and quality of tone. It is obviously wrong, for we lose the simple effect of the cantus firmus. We should carefully consider which chorales are written for two and which for one manual, and not plume ourselves on our cleverness when we play the latter on two manuals. Bach's own intentions can always be gathered from the style of writing. A part that he intended for one manual cannot be played upon two without seriously marring the grouping and leading of the voices. Conversely, a work conceived for two manuals is written in such a way that each part lies smoothly and clearly on its own manual down to the smallest detail. This principle can be applied to all organ works. If the cantus firmus is broken up into coloratura, as in the chorale preludes in Bohm's manner, it often comes out to particular advantage with an oboe or clarinet coloring. Wonderful effects of blending can be obtained by using a small mixture in the swell and adding diapasons and an oboe coloring to it. These chorale preludes in Bohm's style should be played the most delicately of all. The pedal should not be too heavy, and at any rate in the chorale preludes uncoupled wherever possible. It is most effective with its own stops. Frequently only an 8-feet tone should be employed. For example, in the chorale preludes Olam Gottes, Peter 5, number 44, and Gottes Sohn ist kommen, Peters 5, number 19. At other times even only a 4-feet tone is suitable. For example, in Il Dulci Giubilo, Peters 5, number 35, where the double pedal is prescribed throughout. It goes without saying that only 8-feet stops should be employed, with the 4-feet for stronger effects. This rule is frequently disregarded. The case is different when the double pedal is used at the end of a work. Example, in the D major prelude, Peters 4, number 3. Here the 16 feet is to be maintained, though it must be admitted that the fortissimo of a modern pedal of this kind is far from charming. The organist should not worry either himself or his hearers too much with the working out of a canonic passage. The piece is not there for the sake of the canon, but the canon for the sake of the piece, especially in the canons of the Orgelbuchlein. If we hear properly the melody of the cantus firmus, the other parts can be so far kept in the background that the uninitiated need not even suspect there is a canon in progress. In chorales to be played on two manuals, experience teaches us that as a rule it is better to let the string character prevail in the left hand and a flute color in the upper parts, this color being free from harshness there but muddy in the lower register. Special difficulties are offered by the two great chorales with double pedal, An-Wasserflüchen Babylon, Peters 6, number 122, and Austeifer Not Schrei ich zu dir, Peters 6, number 13. For the first following registration is recommended. Strings in the pedal, in the left-hand flutes, in the right-hand strings, all soft 8-feet stops. The chorale prelude Austeifer Not is very effective when the whole 8 and 4-feet register, diapasons, mixtures and reeds is used in the pedal. In this way the mixtures and reeds, which are often missing, can be got from the second and third manuals by coupling, and we can play the 4 upper parts on the great organ with the full 8 and 4-feet diapasons, even adding a good mixture later on. This solves the problem of bringing out the cantus firmus clearly in the upper pedal part. Under certain circumstances it is as well to omit the 8-feet trumpet and to employ only the 4-feet stops for the reed timbre. In truth, however, we can only play these double pedal parts quite legato, either on the old narrow Bach pedals or the curved French and English pedals with their circular arrangement. It is impossible on the flat and excessively broad pedal keyboard that is regarded as the only correct thing in Germany. The foregoing remarks apply to the works that seem to call for neither a change of manuals nor a change of color. As a rule, however, Bach goes on the presupposition that we shall play his works with the variety suggested by their contents and their style of treatment. He gives no indication on the point, simply because the works carry their own indications. Leading parts on the grand organ, subsidiary parts, generally recognizable by the omission of the pedal on the supplementary manuals, this is what he expects from the player. This can be seen from the D minor toccata, Peters 3, number 3, in which he has specified the changes of manual, probably for a pupil. In the chorale on Ein fester Burg, Peters 6, number 22, we can reconstruct Bach's registration from Walther's copy. His indications evidently refer to the Mulhausen organ, the renovation of which Bach superintended, and which he opened in all its new glory in the autumn of 1709, perhaps at the Reformation feast. First of all, bars 1 to 20, Bach kept the right hand on the second manual, employing among others the sesquialtera, and the left hand on the first manual, defining the tone quality of his by the fagotto 16 inches. Bar 20 to 24 he played on the third manual, drawing the soft pedal stops, especially the new sub bass. During this he strengthened somewhat the other manuals, and came back to them in bars 24 to 32, in which the assistant, probably Walter, took advantage of the short pause in the bass in bar 24 to draw the full pedal. In bars 32 to 37 Bach returned to the third manual, the assistant shutting off the strong pedal registers. The finale, from bar 37, was played on the great organ with all the stops. The registration of the piece could not be simpler or more effective. These two examples show us how ingeniously Bach managed the changes of manual. The first thing, therefore, is always to look for the simple architectural lines of the work. The registration that brings these out is the right one. Any other, no matter how ingenious it may be, is less good, in that it obscures the real configuration of the work. We must keep to the principle that every fugue and every prelude is to begin and end on the great organ. It is quite wrong to give out a fugal theme piano or pianissimo, and let each voice, as it enters, take it up more loudly. The theme, whether joyous or sad, must always be given out with a certain fullness of tone, leaving the cumulative effect to come from the entries of the different voices. It is painful to hear themes that should enter proudly, like those of the A minor and G minor fugues, given out softly on the third manual in a way that quite obscures their real character, all for the sake of the precious crescendo. In many a fugue the whole architectural effect is sacrificed to the desire to render the theme always fully audible, to which end it and the other voices are transferred from the great organ to one of the others. This is unpermissible. Now and again we hear a Bach fugue played in such a way that it tapers off at the end in the most beautiful pianissimo. This modernization is partly the product of our present day way of looking at music. If our organists wish to prove themselves modern musicians, it can only be by transferring the modern orchestral style to these works. They forget that Bach's own orchestral style was the ancient one, not the modern. The effects he aimed at on the organ are the same that he aspires after in the Brandenburg concertos. The organist, therefore, would be well advised to study these works thoroughly, in order to penetrate to the secret of Bach's style, and to realize that with him it is a question not so much of a gradual cumulation of effect as of the lucid opposition and combination of two or three bodies of tone. For this reason the modern swell really does our organists a disservice, in that it is always tempting them to indulge in these gradual crescendi. The true cumulative effects in Bach are made by the entry at definite moments of two or three new tone masses, and the decrescendo by their departure. On the other hand, the constitution of our organs, that are incapable of the real Bach forte, and in which the polyphonic writing does not come out clearly, makes us have recourse to artificial effects instead of natural ones, and we try to make Bach interesting by variations of tone and of color, and by an over insistence on the theme. Here also, until we begin building ideal Bach organs again, we must resort to a wise compromise. This does not mean that the gradual rise and fall of tone, effected on a small scale by means of the Venetian shutter swell and on a large scale by means of the cylinder, is always wrong in Bach. Archaistic tendencies should not be tolerated in music. Bach would have been the last to set his face against new methods. Many passages, for example the conclusion of the A minor fugue, really demand an increase in the forte itself. And how happy Bach would have been could he have got a finer piano on his third manual by shutting off some of the wind, as is possible by means of the Venetian shutter swell. To refuse to make use of this device in the great episode in the A minor fugue, beginning at the 51st bar, employing first a decrescendo, then a crescendo, is to be false to Bach. Only the present-day organist must make use of the device in such a way as not to disturb the original architecture of the fugue, and be sure that the various episodes of the work come out simply and clearly. Within these limits he may do what he thinks necessary. If this principle is generally recognized, there will be an end of much of the modern pretentious virtuosity in the performance of Bach's organ works, and people will come back from the art that merely stimulates interest to the art that satisfies. And then the hearers will realize that Bach's organ works are not complicated, but extremely simple. Organists should particularly avoid the sudden decrescendo in the cadences that has gradually become the fashion under the seductive influence of the cylinder swell.
It is to be hoped also that some day the practice will cease of employing the cylinder swell at the beginning of the F major toccata, instead of starting with a good forte and leaving the crescendo to the dramatic unfolding of the canon. For the rest, this toccata is one of the works that are most effective when played simply with various nuances of the one forte. The works differ greatly with regard to the changes of manual they require. In many, these changes amount merely to an occasional bar or two on the subsidiary manuals. We may even doubt whether Bach went to these manuals in the bars where the pedal ceases, for example, in the C major fugue, Peters II, No. 1. Usually, however, the changes are so important that we cannot be in doubt as to where the intermezzo begins on the secondary manual and where it ends. In a number of fugues the change comes exactly in the middle, so that they appear to be triform both in structure and performance. 1. The first exposition on the great organ. 2. The intermezzo. 3. A second exposition extending to the final cadence. Of this kind are the fugues in G major, 2, No. 2, C major, 2, No. 7, F major, 3, No. 2, A minor, 2, No. 8, G minor, 2, No. 4, and B minor, 2, No. 10. The intermezzo on the subsidiary manuals begins each time at the place where the pedal ceases, or shortly afterwards, and ends at the re-entry of the pedal, or shortly before. Instead of one big crescendo lasting from the beginning to the end, as we moderns conceive the fugue, as Bach conceived it, consisted of two equipolant main sections with a subsidiary section between them. To destroy the character of the intermezzo is to destroy the Bach fugue. The most striking fugues in respect of this simple structure are the three just mentioned, in A minor, G minor, and B minor. Here we clearly realize the necessity of a diminuendo up to a certain point in the intermezzo. The theme retires to some extent into the innermost and uppermost parts of the organ, there to evolve slowly until the time comes for the re-entry of the pedal, signalized by a return to the tone color that prevailed at the commencement of the intermezzo when the pedal ceased. How the organist manages this, how he passes from one manual to another, how he introduces mixtures and reeds into the diapasons and takes them out again, and brings out this architecture even down to the smallest detail, that is his affair. He will have to be ruled by the disposition of his organ. The chief thing is for him to recognize the plan of the fugue and bring this out, not a fantastic plan of his own invention. Other fugues exhibit two or more changes. There are two in the following fugues: A major, Peters II, No. 3, bars 59 to 87 and 121 to 146. F minor, 2, No. 5, bars 43 to 64 and 96 to 120. C minor, 2, No. 6, bars 50 to 94 and 118 to 143. C minor, 3, No. 6, bars 27 to 50 and 58 to 67. E minor, 3, No. 10, bars 15 to 19 and 27 to 33. We meet with more than two intermezzi in the great E minor fugue, Peters II, No. 9, that has indeed more the character of a fantasia. It can be properly played only on an organ whose subsidiary manuals are so supplied with mixtures that they do not contrast too markedly with the great organ. The sections dominated by the main theme and the quaver figures are to be played wholly on the great organ, and the passages with the semi-quaver figures on the subordinate manuals. The charm depends each time upon the immediate entry of the chief theme and the quaver movement. Here one doubly regrets that Bach has not recorded the change of manuals. An excellent plan is to play the great semi-quaver figures, in which the pedal shares on the first manual without its own mixtures, but adding those of the other manuals by means of the couplers, and then, at each return of the main theme, bring in the mixtures and finally the reeds of the great organ. The prelude in E flat major, 3, No. 1, which is similarly constructed, must be played in the same way. The triple fugue appended to it is the most effective when we play the first part with the full diapasons of the great organ, perhaps with delicate mixtures of the other manuals coupled to them. The second part on the subsidiary manuals with all the mixtures, and in the third part return to the first manual, which has meanwhile been increased to fortissimo. In a number of preludes in which the pedal is used throughout, it is as well to work on a basis of varied fortes, relieved one against the other by the intensity of the mixture tone obtained by adding the coupled manuals to the full diapasons. For the G minor fantasia, 2, No. 4, we would propose at the commencement the three coupled manuals, diapasons, mixtures, and reeds, in bars 9 to 14, retain only the diapasons.
From bar 14 onwards, add gradually each time on the strong beat of the bar, first of all the mixtures, then the reeds in the order 3, 2, 1. In bar 25, take them all off again, so that bars 25 to 31 are played only with the diapason tone color, of course on the great organ. In bar 31, introduce into the diapason mass first of all the mixtures and reeds on the third manual, 2 bars later those on the second, and 2 bars further on those on the first, until the fortissimo is reached, which is then retained to the end. This method, by which the player always keeps to the same manual, is perhaps less interesting than many of the modern virtuoso methods. It has, however, the advantage of presenting the work to the hearer in all its grand simplicity. This gradated forte can be employed with the same good effect in the preludes in C minor, 2, No. 6, and E minor, 2, No. 9, only that here, in the section without pedal, there are episodes that need to be played on the subsidiary manuals. The fantasia in C minor, 3, No. 6, is the despair of every organist. It is almost impossible to reproduce its ideal beauty in material tone. After every attempt we come back to the simplest method, that consists in the beginning with a flexible diapason basis, introducing at the transition from bar 11 to bar 12 almost all the diapasons and mixtures of the subsidiary manuals, returning in bar 21 to the first diapason color, maintaining this until bar 32, and then gradually introducing, till the end is reached, the whole of the diapasons of the full organ and the mixtures of the subsidiary manuals. One of the works that suffers most at the hands of organists is the B minor prelude, 2, No. 10, although its structure is the simplest possible. We should begin on the great organ. At bar 17, go to the subsidiary manuals. In bar 27, the right hand returns to the great organ, followed by the left in bar 28. Both remain there until bar 43, and then move to the other manuals until bar 50, when they again return to the first manual. From bars 56 to 60, keep to the great organ, but retain only the diapasons. During bar 60, introduce mixtures and afterwards reeds under the cover of the chromatic passage. Maintain this on the great organ until bar 69, when we again take off the mixture and the reeds and continue with the diapasons. In bar 73, we come back for the last time to the subsidiary manuals, which we dexterously bring up to fortissimo, and return in the course of bars 78 and 79 to the great organ with all its stops drawn. In the passacaglia, it is very effective to give out the theme with the complete diapasons of the organ coupled to the pedal, and then to begin pianissimo on the third manual and to draw more stops at each new variation. In bar 73, we may perhaps go to the first manual. In the 4 variations that follow, we may introduce by degrees the whole of the diapasons and mixtures, and finally some reeds. In bar 105, we go to the second manual, and afterwards to the third, taking off the mixtures and reeds. From bar 114 onwards, we close the swell box slowly. The arpeggio passages are played with the fine 8, 4, and 2 feet registers of the third manual. On the last beat of bar 129, we revert to the diapasons and mixtures of the first manual. In the following variations, we add reeds and mixtures of the other manuals. Finally, we add also the reeds of the first manual. To ascertain whether the change of manual can be made, and the way in which it can best be effected, we must endeavor, by continual study of the work, to discover the ground principles on which it is constructed. The great art consists in going back with both hands to the great organ at the moment of the pedal entry. From the structure of the passage, we must try to infer whether we must go to the first manual with one hand after the other, in which case it is always best to begin with the left, since this can enter almost imperceptibly in the lower part, or whether Bach demands a decided contrast, for which we must bring both hands simultaneously to the great organ. His own playing must have been characterized by extraordinary refinement, since he expressly desires that the manuals shall lie quite close to each other, so that he may easily pass from one to the other. There are many critical passages in which sustained notes or harmonies have to be taken with perfect smoothness of transition on another manual. For changes of manual in accordance with Bach's intentions, a certain homogeneous tone color must unite the 3 manuals. On the organs of today, that have scarcely any mixture on the subsidiary manuals, this is often difficult. It is also regrettable that on our organs the 3 manuals no longer represent 3 different and sharply characterized qualities of tone. Hence the main effect of the change of manuals and of the coupling and uncoupling of them is lost. This causes the organ virtuosi of today to renounce the most natural means of effect, and have recourse to the cylinder swell that finally becomes so monotonous. If the vital question in Bach playing is that of the coupling and uncoupling of the manuals and of the entries and exits of different tone groups, it must be said that the plan of our modern organs does not lend itself greatly to this. The couplers are worked by the pressing of knobs, which means that the player cannot make full use of them, since in Bach playing neither hand can be dispensed with. Further, our combination stops and adjustable combinations usually work in such a way that they interfere with the existing registration instead of reinforcing it, and they often have the further disadvantage of not acting separately on each manual but on the whole organ. The console ought to be so arranged that the couplers can be worked either by the hand or the foot, the two mechanisms of course being connected. The player could then draw the coupler with his hand and release it with his foot, and vice versa. Or he could employ only the hand or only the foot as suited him best. The collective stops and adjustable combinations should be arranged on a double principle, so that at the will of the organist they could either suspend or supplement the drawn stops. It would be an advantage if they could also be worked both by the hand and the foot. This would imply another much needed simplification of our organs. It looks as if Bach's works were destined not only to instruct the organist, but to reform the organ builders of the present day, to emancipate us from the folly of the inventor and lead us back from the complicated to the simple, from the strong-toned organ to the organ of rich and beautiful tone. The more we play Bach's organ works, the slower we take the tempi. Every organist has this experience. The lines must stand out in calm plasticity. There must be a time also to bring out their dovetailing and juxtaposition. At the first impression of obscurity and confusion, the whole effect of the organ piece is gone. If so many organists imagine that they play Bach interestingly by taking him fast, this is because they have not mastered the art of playing plastically, so as to give vitality to the work by bringing out its detail clearly. It is quite a mistaken idea that what Bach chiefly wants is a monotonous smoothness. He certainly favored the legato style, but his legato is not a mere leveling, it is alive. It must be filled by a fine phrasing which the hearer need not perceive as such, but of which he is conscious as a captivating lucidity in the playing. Within the legato, the separate tones must be grouped into living phrases. This intimate style of phrasing breaks up the stiffness of the organ tone. The effect should be as if what is impossible on the organ has become possible, that is to say, that some notes have a heavy and others a light touch. That is the ideal to be aimed at. In the old days, when the absolutely uniform legato obtained by passing under the thumb was not known, so that only a few of the notes were played legato, while the others were detached owing to the displacement of the hand, players had a feeling for the artistic grouping of notes within a legato that we have lost, but of which we can form a rough idea by observing how, at that time, runs were divided between the two hands. Even in the introduction to the C major toccata, Peters III, No. 8, or that of the E minor prelude, Peters III, No. 10, there is revealed a whole world of interesting legato combinations. Many organists indeed have no idea that this division between the two hands indicates Bach's phrasing. They are even proud of themselves when they play these passages with one hand or in octaves with both hands, making one monotonous scale passage of them. If we follow the principle indicated by Bach's manner of writing his phrases, we see that he usually conceives four consecutive notes as grouped in such a way that the first is detached from the others by an imperceptible break, and belongs rather to the previous group than to the one that follows. Thus not but in this way there is no sense of monotony in the legato. When we apply this principle, we are surprised with what clearness and ambition the passages come out. Consequently, we must play thus: Prelude in A minor, Peters II, No. 8. Toccata in D minor, Peters III, No. 3. One of the most instructive examples in this regard is the passage work in the subsidiary section of the B minor prelude. Grouped as a scale, it is always unsatisfactory. It only acquires life and form when we play it thus. The fresh and healthy prelude in C major again, Peters IV, No. 1, with a fine pedal solo, only loses its stiffness when we phrase it on this principle. We have the same experience with the other C major prelude, Peters II, No. 1. This phrasing, however, must never be obtrusively noticeable within the general legato. Its effect must be merely that of an agitation of the main contour. To bring out the phrasing by means of slurs and breath signs is much too clumsy a method. It should really be done by delicate and inexpressible means. It is doubtful whether, for the sake of variety, we should now and then play whole quaver or semi-quaver passages staccato. The phrasing of the fugue themes is still in dispute, though we are gradually getting further away from the extravagances of the earlier virtuosi, when they wrought such violence on Bach in the first joy of their virtuosity. A phrasing is fundamentally wrong that is not simple, and cannot be maintained throughout the whole piece, especially whenever the theme enters. Therefore any notes that interrupt the normal flow, and are denoted by characteristic leaps, must to some extent be taken out of the group and stand by themselves. Thus, Fugue in A minor, Peters II, No. 8. Fugue in G minor, Peters II, No. 4. Toccata in F major 3, Peters No. 2. The theme of the E flat triple fugue is interesting, as the transformation it undergoes necessitate changes in its phrasing. First fugue. Second fugue. Third fugue. Only when phrased in this way do the themes of the second and third fugues become perfectly clear to the hearer, which is impossible if the notes are grouped evenly. When the same note is struck repeatedly, it should be sustained for only half its time value, with a pause for the remainder. The repeated notes are thrown into relief by the preceding and following slurs. Thus, Fugue in G major, Peters II, No. 2. Fugue in C minor, Peters III, No. 6. This rule holds good not only for the phrasing of the themes, but for the treatment of the repeated notes in general. It cannot be observed too strictly. Equally weighty is another rule. If a repeated note occurs on the paper by reason of the same note entering in another voice, the note must be held without repetition. It must not be heard as two notes because one voice takes it over from the other. In successive chords, the repeated notes are to be detached, and those moving in intervals are to be legato. In this way, the leading of the voices is brought out with extraordinary clearness. If one tries to translate these rules into practice, the simplest pieces become difficult. In order to realize the difficulties and the effect of playing in this strict style, the succession of chords in the middle section of the little E minor prelude, Peters III, No. 10, should be studied. It is upon this plastic style of playing, not on ingenious registration and virtuosity, that the effect of Bach's organ works depends. But everything rests on seeming trifles, and we organists are much too modest and too indulgent to ourselves in this respect. Moreover, so few of us acquire a technique really adequate to Bach's demands. Many do not even acquire absolute precision of touch. Ornaments occur relatively seldom in the organ works, yet frequently enough for there to be plenty of opportunity for sins of thoughtlessness. It is always forgotten that the Bach trill, as Emmanuel expressly informs us, does not begin on the main note, but on the secondary note, and when it is long, always has a final turn. Thus the theme of the F minor fugue, Peters II, No. 5, should be played either or two rapid trills are to be avoided on the organ. In the opening mordents of the Dorian toccata, Peters IV, No. 4, and E minor fugue, Peters III, No. 10, and the E flat prelude, Peters III, No. 1, the ornaments must be played with a whole tone interval. The grace notes in the pedal part of the B minor prelude, Peters II, No. 10, are to be played as quavers. Rust thought he recollected that in the autograph, that unfortunately has disappeared, they were so noted. It is best, however, to separate two notes thus.
There remains the question of the organ works for practical use. It is entirely a question of usage. Whoever uses Naumann's instructive collected edition, Breitkopf and Hartel, or Schreyer's collection, Hofmeister, Leipzig, to mention these alone, certainly gets a good deal of practical information, and no one should neglect to acquaint himself with the brilliant and profound observations and suggestions contained in these and similar works. For daily use, however, editions of this kind are not the best. The multitude of fingering, phrasing marks, slurs, tempi marks, and suggestions for registering give the works an overloaded look, and what is really essential remains after all unsaid. What is needed is not these very practical editions, so much as thorough separate studies of registration, manual changes, and the like. Here almost everything still remains to be done. An organist of the right kind will not take refuge in a practical edition, but will use an original edition and enter in it his own observations and experiments. On the structure of Bach's organ themes, again, and on the architecture of the works in themselves, and in relation to his clavier music, scarcely anything has been published as yet that goes to the root of the subject. The rhythm of the themes of organ fugues, it may be remarked, is much simpler than that of the clavier fugues. A few quite elementary syncopations apart, scarcely an accent falls on the weak part of a bar, the main accent always falls on the strong beat. Bach sees quite clearly that any other than this natural accent is impossible on the organ. For clavier and for orchestra he writes much more freely. Thus the object of transcribing clavier fugues for the organ is incomprehensible. No one who really understands the nature of Bach's organ works can listen to transcriptions of this kind. Further, the structure of the works is quite different. In the organ music Bach works upon broader and simpler lines than in the clavier works. We seek in vain in the organ fugues for the subjective life, so rich in surprises, of the clavier fugues. The former are meant to work on a certain inner faculty of conception rather than on the immediate feeling, and to exhibit an idea in lofty simplicity. For this reason Bach's clavier works sound restless on the organ. A satisfactory registration cannot be discovered for any of them. The difference between the clavier and the organ styles, in fact, cannot be better realized than by placing Bach's organ fugues by the side of his clavier fugues and studying the musical architecture of both in detail. There is, to be sure, one work for Bach's for the organ that stands on the border line of the style he has laid down for his organ works in general. It is the A major fugue, Peters II, No. 3. Every organist can convince himself of this. If we play the theme legato, without the articulation that gives character to it, it goes very lamely. If we play it as it is intended to be played, accenting the syncopations by cutting them short, then no matter how perfectly we play the piece, it has a notable restless effect. This is increased by the fact that the structural interest lies rather in the detail than in the whole, to say nothing of the further fact that sequences of thirds in the bass and a conclusion like that of this fugue are to be found nowhere else in the organ works of Bach. The interesting point is that we can prove that the theme of this exceptional fugue was originally conceived not for the organ but for the orchestra.
In its primary form it was written for the instrumental introduction to the cantata Tritt auf die Glaubensspann. There is more to be said for the transition of organ work for the piano than for the reverse proceeding, since the piano, as Liszt said, is to music what engraving is to painting. It serves to multiply and disseminate works of art. When masters like Liszt, Saint-Saëns, Busoni, Reger, Philippe, d'Albert, Viana da Motta, and Ansorge undertake to arrange Bach's organ work for the pianoforte, the intelligent player has not only the advantage of learning works from which he would otherwise be barred, but the aesthetic pleasure of finding organ effects cleverly realized on the piano. Bach, who was himself passionately devoted to the art of transcription, would have been delighted with the pianoforte apostles of his organ gospel. There is danger, however, in going to excess. These transcriptions, even when they are made with the utmost art, cannot in the long run give complete satisfaction. The organ themes lose something on the pianoforte. The simple plan of the works has to be replaced by an artificial one, since the various degrees of strength in the organ tone cannot be reproduced even on the modern pianoforte. When this perception grows, men will some day discover what Bach himself experienced. It will look back on the age that delighted in transcriptions as on something long passed away, and its joy will not be in the transcription itself, but in the education it afforded. We must not allow these artistic transcriptions that often surpass the power of the average player to make us forget the old German domestic resource of playing the organ works from the original in arrangements for four hands, one player taking the manual parts and the other the pedal parts in octaves. End of chapter 14. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 15 of J.S. Bach, Volume 1 by Albert Schweitzer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield.
J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 15. The Clavier Works. The clavier works, like those for the organ, mostly date from the Weimar and Cothen periods. Bach, however, published only the great works of the Leipzig period: 6 large partitas, the Italian concerto, 4 duets, and the Goldberg variations. Partitas, not suites, though this is what they really are in form, was the name he gave to the works in the style of his predecessor Kuhnau, who had issued, in 1869 and 1695, 2 collections of Klavierübungen, each containing 7 clavichord partitas. The first partita appeared in 1726. It was the first composition that Bach published. He was at that time 41 years old. Each following year saw the birth of a new partita of his. When 6 of them had appeared, he united them under the title of Klavierübung, Part 1, again in imitation of his predecessor. Übung means here, of course, not so much a work for students' practice as one for diversion. If Bach's sons informed Forkel correctly, the work made a great sensation in the musical world. Such excellent clavichord compositions had never before been seen or heard. Anyone who learned to play a few pieces out of them well could make a great success with them. The second part of the Klavierübung, consisting of the Italian concerto and the B minor partita, was published in Nuremberg in 1735 by Christoph Weigl. Even Schreiber could not help paying a tribute of admiration to the Italian concerto. It is interesting to note that Bach got the idea of the work from a sinfonia in Muffat's Florilegium Primum, 1695. The similarity of the themes is too striking to be explained by mere chance. Muffat. Bach. In 1739, the third part of the Klavierübung appeared. It was intended to contain only organ works, the preludes on the catechism hymns, the 4 clavichord duets got in by mistake. These organ pieces could be played, of course, on the 2 manual pedal clavicembalo, which was very popular at that time. How these great works were received by organists is not recorded. The fourth part of the Klavierübung was also published in Nuremberg, not by Weigl, however, but by Balthasar Schmidt, who was also Emmanuel's publisher. It contained the Goldberg variations. Goldberg was the clavecinist of Count Kaiserling, a patron of Bach, who acted as Russian envoy at the Dresden court. It was he who procured Bach the appointment of court composer. At any rate, the diploma came through his hands. Goldberg was a pupil of Friedemann, who was in Dresden at that time. When he went to Leipzig with his master, which according to Forkel often happened, he visited Bach to learn what he could from him. Forkel gives the following account of the origin of the variations. Count Kaiserling fell very ill and could not sleep at night. Goldberg, who lived with him, had on these occasions to spend the night in an adjoining room, so as to be able to play to him when sleepless. Once the Count said that he would like Bach to write some clavichord pieces for Goldberg of a quiet and at the same time cheerful character that would brighten him up a little on his sleepless nights. Bach thought the best thing for the purpose would be some variations, a form which he had previously thought rather little bit of, by reason of the persistence of the same basic harmony throughout. The Count afterwards always called them his variations. He could not hear them often enough, and for a long time, whenever he had a sleepless night, it was dear Goldberg, play me one of my variations." Bach was perhaps never so well rewarded for any of his works as for this. The Count gave him a golden goblet containing 100 louis d'or. That Bach had no particular fondness for the variation form may be gathered from the fact that apart from the Goldberg set, the only variations he wrote were the youthful aria variata alla maniera italiana (BG 36, pages 203 to 208). In his organ music, also, he soon ceased to write variations on chorale melodies. The theme of the Goldberg variations is found in the Klavierbüchlein of Anna Magdalena Bach (1725). It is the saraband that follows the song Bist du bei mir. It has been in existence at least 10 years before he thought of writing variations on it. The variations, however, are founded less on the theme itself than on its bass. Over this Bach's imagination plays freely, and the work is in reality more than a passacaglia worked out in chiaroscuro than a series of variations. It is impossible to take to the work at a first hearing. We have to get to know it, and to understand the music of Bach's last period, in which the interest resides not so much in the charm of this or that melodic part as in the free and masterly working out of the ideas. When once we arrive at this standpoint, we can savor the gentle, consoling cheerfulness that gives such warmth to these seemingly artificial pieces. In the last variation, the cheerfulness becomes laughter of the merriest kind. Two folk songs disport themselves in it. Kraut und Rüben haben mich vertrieben, hat mein Mutter Fleisch gekocht, so war ich langer blieben. Ich bin so lang nicht bei dir gewesen, Rückher, Rückher, Rückher. Thus Bach in his old age returns to the quodlibet with which his ancestors used to enjoy themselves so hugely in their great family gatherings. Of all Bach's works this comes the closest to the modern pianoforte style. If their authorship were not known, any one would take the penultimate and antepenultimate variations, even from the mere look of them on paper, to be works of Beethoven's last period. The Goldberg variations, the Italian concerto, and the accompanying partita are written for the clavicembalo with two keyboards. Even without a positive statement to this effect, any one would soon realize it in performance, in the difficulty for one keyboard of the passages in which the hands become entangled. It is strange that Bach did not think of publishing some of his other clavier works. The well-tempered clavichord indeed was out of the question, it was too large. A copy, according to the prices of that day, would have cost at least $10 or $15. Why, however, were the French and the English suites not published? Perhaps because they did not strike him as sufficiently difficult and ingenious. As he could permit himself the trouble and luxury of an engraved issue only in a very limited degree, he preferred to expend on them works that would win him honor and recognition among professional musicians and connoisseurs. As compositions in those days, however, were valued less for their aesthetic qualities than for their ingenuity, it would have benefited Bach to have published these simple suites. Nevertheless, it is a mistake to suppose that his other clavier works were not widely diffused. They were obtainable in manuscript copies. After 1720, indeed, there was scarcely a good German musician anywhere who did not possess at least one work of J.S. Bach. As early as 1717, in his book Das Beschützer Orchester, Mattheson reckons the celebrated Weimar organist, Herr Johann Sebastian Bach, among the leading composers on the grounds of some works of his that he had seen. Besides the 7 partitas that appeared in the Klavierübung, Bach wrote 15 other suites, the 6 French, the 6 English, and 3 smaller suites that may have been sketches for the French. It is not known how the French and English suites acquired these names. Even Forkel could give no precise information on the point. He conjectures that the former were so called because they are written in the French style, and the latter because the composer wrote them for an Englishman of quality. which latter was certainly not the case. At a later date an unsuccessful attempt was made to give the partitas the title of German suites. The French suites figure, though not quite complete, in the first Klavierbüchlein of Anna Magdalena Bach, 1722. There is also an autograph of them with the inscription Six suites pour le clavecin composées par Monsieur J. S. Bach. The title of the autograph of the English suites is also in French, but written more correctly. There is a very valuable copy of the two collections of suites in Gerber's handwriting, made between 1725 and 1726, when he was a pupil of Bach. The French suites can be proved to be not later in date than the Cotton period. The English suites also, in all likelihood, belong to the same time, though all the manuscripts and the copies that we have of them fall within the first Leipzig period. In the first year of his work at St. Thomas's, Bach had to write a new cantata for almost every Sunday, so that he could have had little time for other works. The suite owes its origins to the pipers of the 17th century, who used to string together various national dances. The German clavichord players adopted the form from them and developed it. The rule was that it should consist of at least four pieces: the allemande, the courante, the sarabande, and the gigue. The allemande is in easy 4/4 time, with a quaver or semi-quaver upbeat. The courante or corrente is in 3/2 time, and is characterized by its uninterrupted sequences of equal notes. The sarabande is a grave Spanish dance, also in 3/2 time, the heavy notes of which are surrounded by coquettish embellishments. The gigue as a rule goes evenly and rapidly, and may be in all kinds of triple rhythms. It gets its name from the gigue, ham or gamon, the satirical French name for the older violins. Thus a gigue really means a fiddler's dance. There was no reason for refusing admission to the suite to the other dance forms that cropped up later. The French, especially Marchand and Couperin, made a point of introducing all possible dances. Their suites contain the gavotte in 2/2 time with a half beat uptake, the minuet in simple triple rhythm, the passe-pied, a Breton dance similar to the minuet, which under Louis XIV made its way into the French ballet, the bourrée in quick 4/4 time, an angular dance originating in Auvergne. The French also incorporated into their suites the rondeau, the rigodon, the polonaise, and even independent movements in no particular dance form. Bach takes all these rich suite forms over from his French models, but preserves moderation where they run to extremes. He follows tradition in placing the dances that were not originally part of the suite between the sarabande and the gigue, so that the latter forms the conclusion. He generally places the extraneous movements at the beginning. Thus the English suites open with preludes, and the great partitas in the Klavierübung with preludes, symphonies, fantasias, overtures, preambles, and toccatas. The French suites, however, begin at once with the allemande. Naturally, some of these dances were somewhat altered in the clavier suite. The gigue, for example, which runs to considerable length in the suite, in its original dance form, consisted merely of two 8-bar phrases with repeats. The Italian composers, as a rule, retained only the meter and rhythm of the various dances, without troubling to preserve their essential character. The French were more scrupulous in this respect, and made a point of pursuing to its conclusion the rhythmical characteristic of each dance form. Bach goes still further. He always vitalizes the form, and gives each of the principal dance forms a definite musical personality. For him the allemande represents vigorous but easy motion. The courante represents a measured haste, in which dignity and elegance go side by side. The sarabande represents a grave and majestic walk. In the gigue, the freest of all forms, the motion is quite fancy-free. He thus raises the suite form to the plane of the highest art, while at the same time he preserves its primitive character as a collection of dance pieces. As with the organ music, so among the clavier works are a number which Bach wrote as teaching pieces for his sons and pupils. His clavier school consisted of the preludes for beginners, the 2-part and 3-part inventions, and the well-tempered clavichord. Of the preludes for beginners we have altogether 18. 7 are in Friedemann's Klavierbüchlein, 6 more are contained in an old manuscript with the title Six préludes à l'usage des commençants composés par Jean-Sébastien Bach. They were published for the first time by Forkel. The others have been handed down to us through pupils. Even in these little works the overwhelming greatness of Bach is revealed. He merely meant to write a few simple exercises,
What he actually wrote were compositions that no one forgets who has once played them, and to which the adult returns with ever new delight. Particularly captivating are the Prelude in C minor, page 119, with its dreamy arpeggio semiquavers, the clear-cut Prelude in D major, page 131, and the jubilant one in E major, page 132, the intoxication of which must have been one of the richest youthful experiences of any one who thoroughly grasped it. The title of the principal autograph of the Inventions and Symphonies runs thus: An honest guide wherewith lovers of the clavier, and especially those anxious to learn, are shown a clear method, not only how to learn to play neatly in two parts, but further to play correctly and well in three obbligato parts, and at the same time not only to acquire good inventions ideas, but to put them out well, but above all to attain a cantabile style of playing, and in addition to get a strong taste for composition. Written by Johann Sebastian Bach, Anhalt-Köthen, Kapellmeister, Anno Christi 1723. Besides this autograph, we possess two others of an earlier date. Friedemann's Klavierbüchlein, begun in 1720, contains most of these compositions, but the title is different. Instead of Invention, we have Preambulum, and instead of Symphony, we have Fantasia. When Bach copied them out again, he altered the arrangement of the pieces. They still follow each other in order of their keys, but to each invention he added the corresponding symphony, which is justified by the fact that the two-part and the three-part pieces, as is shown by certain thematic similarities, were, as a rule, written at the same time. In the definitive autograph he again distinguished on didactic grounds between two-part and three-part pieces. Here again the final work is a strict selection made by Bach himself from a large number of works of the same kind, relieved by a number of smaller pieces, splinters, as it were, from the workshop. Bach's inability to settle upon the title was due to the absolute novelty of this kind of work. He abandons the binary song form that was customary for small clavier pieces, and which he himself had used in the six Preludes for beginners, and creates a new form of his own, marked by no external divisions, but giving free play to the natural development of the musical idea. The result was that his invention and manner of working became less melodic than thematic and motival. The same principle would necessarily have led from the Da capo aria to the freer song form. Here, however, he never quite won his freedom, though he often seems on the way to it. The title Invention for a clavier piece seems not to have been devised by Bach himself, as was formerly thought, but to have been derived from some unknown composer, whose works he copied out at that time for his sons. He might just as well have called all the pieces simply Preludes, but he thought this title too general, and not sufficiently characteristic for the strict contrapuntal working out that he had in view. The Inventions are written not for the clavicembalo, but for the clavichord, which at that time was called simply the clavier. It was only on this instrument that the cantabile style of playing was possible that Bach had chiefly in his mind when writing them. Thus, in the history of pianoforte playing, the Inventions and the Symphonies are a protest against the dulcimer-like tinkling that was the vogue at that time. And not only at that time. We feel in every bar of these pieces that the idea at the root of them has been the singing and modulatory capacity of the instrument. When Bach penned the title and expressed the hope that these pieces would give players a strong taste for composition, he could not anticipate how amply his wish would be realized. If the average modern musician, in spite of his possessing less theoretical knowledge of the technique of composition than those of Bach's day, at any rate has a clearer sense of the distinction between true and false art, it is primarily due to these little works of Bach. The child who has once practiced them, no matter how mechanically, has acquired a perception of part writing that he will never lose. He will always instinctively look for the same masterly weaving of the voices in every other piece of music, and feel the poverty of the music where this is lacking. And any one who has studied the pieces thoroughly, in their formal and aesthetic aspects under a capable teacher, has henceforth a criterion of true art, whether he himself becomes a composer, or, as in the majority of cases, simply an executant. In any case, Bach's title, with its evident desire that clavier study should not be an end in itself, but an introduction to composition, is of significance to piano teachers today. These outwardly similar compositions fall into certain particular types, which are distinguished from each other according as the development of the piece is purely formal or conditioned by an imperative dramatic idea. The first type is represented by the well known F major invention, the other by the E minor and F minor symphonies. Closely considered, however, each of these works is a masterpiece sui generis, with no exact analogue among the others. Only an infinitely fertile mind could venture to write 30 little pieces of the same style and the same compass, and without the least effort make each of them absolutely different from the rest. In face of this inconceivable fertility, it seems almost a superfluous question whether any other of the great composers has had an inventive faculty so infinite as Bach's. The two parts of the Well Tempered Clavichord belong to widely separated periods. The first was finished in 1722, as appears from the dating of the autograph by Bach himself. The second was compiled in 1744, as we learn from the Hamburg organist Schweitzer, who in 1781 made a copy of it from an autograph, now lost, belonging to Emmanuel, the title page which bore the date 1744. In Friedemann's Klavierbüchlein of 1720 are found 11 preludes from the first part, among them the one in C major. Bach's revisions of this and 3 others in C minor, D minor, and E minor made it probable that the majority of the pieces of the Well Tempered Clavier did not achieve their present perfection at the first stroke, but were continually worked over by the composer with the view to giving them a form that would satisfy him. Gerber, in his dictionary, says that Bach composed the first part of the Well Tempered Clavichord at a place where time hung heavily on his hands and no musical instrument was available. There may be some truth in this. Gerber's father had been Bach's pupil in the early Leipzig years, so that the tradition may quite well be based on some remarks of Bach's, especially as we know that Gerber was studying the Well Tempered Clavichord at that time, and Bach himself played it to him thrice. Bach may well have been in such a situation during some journey with Prince Leopold of Cothen, when the small portable clavier that figures in the list of the court instruments would be left behind. The tradition is at any rate correct to this extent, that the majority of pieces in the Well Tempered Clavichord were written in a relatively short time. This manner of production was indeed characteristic of Bach. The second part was written after he had practically finished with cantata writing. A number of preludes and fugues, however, existed for some time before Bach conceived the idea of a collection. This holds good for the second part no less than for the first. In both there are pieces which, in their original form, really go back almost to the composer's earliest years. Anyone thoroughly conversant with Bach will gradually discover for himself which pieces belong to this category. He will at once see, for example, that of the preludes of the first part, those in C minor and B flat major, do not show the same maturity as most of the others. That the A minor fugue from the same part is a youthful work is shewn not only by a certain thematic looseness and lack of design, but also by the fact that it is evidently written for the pedal clavicembalo. The final note in the bass, prolonged through 5 bars, cannot be sustained by the hands alone, but needs the pedal, as is often the case in the early works. Otherwise, the Well Tempered Clavichord, like the Inventions and Symphonies, is designed primarily for the clavichord, not for the clavicembalo. Bach himself does not appear to have called the 1744 collection the second part of the Well Tempered Clavichord, but simply 24 new preludes and fugues. He inscribed the work completed in Cothen, the Well Tempered Clavichord, by way of celebrating a victory that gave the musical world of that day a satisfaction which we can easily comprehend. On the old keyed instruments it had become impossible to play in all keys, since the fifths and thirds were tuned naturally, according to the absolute intervals given by the division of the string. By this method each separate key was made quite true. The others, however, were more or less out of tune, the thirds and fifths that were right for their own key not agreeing among each other. So a plan had to be found for tuning fifths and thirds not absolutely but relatively, to temper them in such a way that though not quite true in any one key, they would be bearable in all. The question had really become acute in the 16th century, when the new custom arose of allotting a separate string to each note on the clavichord. Previously the same string had been used for several notes, the tangents dividing the string into the proper lengths for the desired tone. The organ also imperatively demanded a tempered tuning. The question occupied the attention of the Italians Giuseppe Zarlino (1558) and Pietro Aron 1529. At a later date, the Halberstadt organ builder Andreas Werkmeister (1645 to 1706) hit upon a method of tuning that still holds good in principle. He divided the octave into 12 equal semitones, none of which was quite true. His treatise on musical temperament appeared in 1691. The problem was solved. Henceforth composers could write in all keys. A fairly long time elapsed, however, before all the keys hitherto avoided came into practical use. The celebrated theoretician Heineken, in his treatise on thorough bass, published in 1728, that is, 6 years after the origin of Bach's work, confessed that people seldom wrote in B major and A flat major, and practically never in F sharp major and C sharp major, which shows that he did not know Bach's collection of preludes and fugues. At one time it looked as if Bach were to be deprived of the honor of having written the first well-tempered clavichord. In 1880 there came to light a manuscript of one Bernhard Christian Weber, organist at Tennstedt, bearing a very similar title to that of Bach's work, and with the date 1689 in red crayon. The excitement, however, was soon allayed by Wilhelm Tappert's demonstration that the manuscript was not the work of a forerunner, but of a mediocre imitator of the middle of the 18th century. If any one can be regarded as a forerunner of Bach, it is Mattheson, who in his Organistemprobe 1719, in the article on thorough bass, advocated the employment of all keys, and gave two examples, a difficult one and an easy one in each. When this work appeared, however, Bach was already engaged upon the well-tempered clavichord. Bach found an imitator in his admirer, Georg Andreas Sorge (1703 to 1788), the Lobenstein organist, who also wrote preludes and fugues in all the 24 keys, and issued the work in 1738 through Bach's publisher Balthasar Schmidt of Nuremberg. For a long time it was taken for granted that the autograph of the second part of the well-tempered clavichord was lost. In the middle of the 1890s, Sir George Grove and Ebenezer Prout announced that it still existed and had just passed from private hands into the possession of the British Museum. It had come to England through Muzio Clementi, who had acquired it in some unknown way. After his death it had been bought by a Mr. Emmett, at whose house Mendelssohn saw it in 1842 and recognized it as a genuine autograph. His daughter sold it to her friend Miss Eliza Wesley, who bequeathed it to the British Museum on her death in 1895. It is not the original autograph, but a copy carefully made by Bach himself, in which he had continued each prelude and fugue on a separate sheet, in such a way that he did not need to turn over when playing it. Unfortunately, 3 of these leaves are lost. We have several autographs of the first part of the well-tempered clavichord. For each of his 2 elder sons, Bach himself wrote out the work with the utmost care. Friedemann gave his copy to Müller, the cathedral organist at Brunswick, with whom he sometimes stayed after he had given up his post at Halle. It is now in the Berlin Royal Library. Emmanuel's copy was sold in 1802 by his daughter to the Zurich publisher Nageli, and is presumed still in private hands in that city. Another autograph of the year 1722 was once in the possession of a Herr Vogtmann of Pest, where in the middle of the 1840s it was involved in an inundation of the Danube, traces of which it still bears. It is called, after a late owner, the Wagner autograph. There was one copyist in particular who thought it his duty to improve Bach, and tried to do so in every prelude and fugue in both parts. His chief concern was to rid them of all unnecessary complexity, and to give them the form that Bach himself would have conferred on them had he lived in another epoch than that of the Zopf pigtail, and had a more refined taste. He transformed, for example, the D major fugue of the first part in this way. Forkel had a number of the preludes and fugues from each part in a still more drastically curtailed form. It seems almost incredible that he, and after him the Bach biographers Hilgenfeldt and Bitter, should have regarded these versions as the authentic ones, and energetically maintained their superiority over those generally accepted. The children of Bach's muse slink along in the most miserable shapes. They are merely skin and bones. And the man who knew Bach's sons, who had heard them play, and in whom one might presuppose some breath of the Bach spirit, fell a victim to this clumsy deception. Even Zelter had to try his hand at simplifying Bach. So great was the aesthetic suspicion with which people at that time regarded the works of the musical Rococo period, even when they bore the name of Bach. The title of the first part runs thus in the autograph: "The Well Tempered Clavier, or Preludes and Fugues in all tones and semitones, both with the Tertiam Majorum, or ut re mi, and the Tertiam Minorum, or re mi fa, for the profit and use of young musicians desirous of knowledge, and also of those who are already skilled in the studio, especially by way of pastime, set out and composed by Johann Sebastian Bach, Kapellmeister to the Grand Duke of Anhalt Cothen, and director of his chamber music, anno 1722." The first edition of the Well Tempered Clavichord was issued by the Englishman Coleman in 1799. In the following year the work was issued simultaneously by Nageli of Zurich and Simrock of Bonn. In the latter edition the second part comes before the first. The first Peters edition appeared in 1801. Breitkopf and Hartel did not bring it out until 1819. The contemporary Paris and London editions are only pirated reprints of the Nageli version. The first satisfactory text was that of Kroll in the B.G. edition, 14, 1866. The Well Tempered Clavichord is one of those works by which we can measure the progress of the artistic culture from one generation to another. When Rochlitz met with these preludes and fugues at the beginning of the 19th century, only a few of them really appealed to him. He placed a tick against these, and was astonished to find how the number of these ticks increased as he played the works. If someone had told this first of Bach prophets that in another 100 years every musically minded man would have regarded each piece in the collection as perfectly easy to comprehend, he would hardly have believed it. The fact that the work today has become common property may console us for the other fact that an analysis of it is almost as impossible as it is to depict a wood by enumerating the trees and describing their appearance. We can only repeat again and again, take them and play them, and penetrate into this world for yourself. Aesthetic elucidation of any kind must necessarily be superficial here. What so fascinates us in the work is not the form or the build of the piece, but the world view that is mirrored in it. It is not so much that we enjoy the Well Tempered Clavichord as that we are edified by it. Joy, sorrow, tears, lamentation, laughter, to all these it gives voice, but in such a way that we are transported from the world of unrest to a world of peace, and see reality in a new way, as if we were sitting by a mountain lake and contemplating hills and woods and clouds in the tranquil and fathomless water. Nowhere so well as in the Well Tempered Clavichord are we made to realize that art was Bach's religion. He does not depict natural soul states like Beethoven in his sonatas, no striving and struggling towards a goal, but the reality of life felt by a spirit always conscious of being superior to life, a spirit in which the most contradictory emotions, wildest grief and exuberant cheerfulness, are simply phases of a fundamental superiority of soul. It is this that gives the same transfigured air to the sorrow-laden E flat minor prelude of the first part, and the carefree volatile prelude in G major in the second part. Whoever has once felt this wonderful tranquillity has comprehended the mysterious spirit that has here expressed all it knew and felt of life in the secret language of tone, and will render Bach the thanks we render only to the great souls to whom it is given to reconcile men with life and bring them peace. Half a dozen connected preludes and fugues and a dozen isolated fugues remained over after the compilation of the Well Tempered Clavichord, Bach apparently not thinking them important enough to be included in that collection. Two of them, in A major and B minor respectively, are based on themes by Albinoni. Other preludes and fugues were too large and too self-subsistent for it to be possible to include them in a collection. Of this kind are the Fantasia and Fugue in A minor, and the Prelude and Fugue in the same key, which are among the grandest things in piano literature. Later on, Bach rearranged the Prelude and the Fugue with consummate technique, as a concerto for flute, violin, and clavier, with orchestral accompaniment, adding by way of adagio an expanded version of the middle movement of the third organ sonata.
The prelude begins thus. And the fugue thus. He notates the later in the orchestral concerto in 4/4 time and combines it with a broad and free tutti. This A minor prelude and fugue probably belong in their original form to the Cothen period. They certainly existed as early as 1725. It was perhaps rearranged as an orchestral concerto at the beginning of the 30s, when Bach conducted the performances of the Telemann Musical Society and had need of concerted pieces. The fugue in A minor, with its introduction of arpeggio chords, would perhaps be better described as a fugal fantasia. The spirited and brilliant work contains no fewer than 198 bars. The chromatic fantasia and fugue was from the first one of the most popular of Bach's clavier works, as is proved by the many manuscript copies of it that we possess, dating from his own and from later times. The first is found in a volume bearing the date 1730. The work, however, is much older than this. It probably dates from the same epoch, 1720, as the great G minor organ fantasia. It has a kind of inner affinity with this work. Not only does the same peculiar fire burn in each of them, but in both the recitative style is carried over into an instrumental medium. In the C minor fantasia, Bach employs the Neapolitan clavier style that had been founded by Alessandro and Domenico Scarlatti, one of the main effects of which consisted in the crossing of the hands. Bach had already made use of this effect in the Gigue in the B flat major suite of the first part of the Klavierübung. The C minor fantasia may belong to the same period as the Italian concerto. Perhaps it was written somewhat later, about the end of the 30s. The autograph which we possess points to this period. A fugue was appended to this fantasia, but the autograph unfortunately gives only the first 47 bars of this. They are rich in promise. This does not imply that Bach left it unfinished. It certainly lay before him complete when he made the copy we now have of the C minor fantasia. Only he did not get as far as the copying of the whole fugue. By this accident it is lost to us. This is doubly regrettable, because, judging by the commencement of it, it was a very individual fugue, more in the form of a fantasia. The theme is constructed on one of those chromatic sequences that we so often meet with in Bach's fugues. It runs thus. Four larger works of Bach for the clavier, in several movements, have come down to us in the form of clavier sonatas. Two of these, however, must be deducted, those in A minor and C major, Spita having discovered in 1881 that they are only arrangements and amplifications of instrumental pieces from Adam Reinken's Hortus Musicus. The D minor sonata is only a transcription for the clavier of the second sonata for solo violin. The sonata in D major is therefore the only original composition for the clavier. In this, however, there is hardly any originality, the youthful composer having written it under the influence of Kuhnau's clavier sonatas. In the final fugue he amuses himself by imitating the cackling of a hen, working out this theme. And a counter theme. In merry, if not very witty style. A note in Italian tells us what the piece is meant to represent. 7 clavier compositions in several movements are designated toccatas. They might with equal propriety have been called sonatas. At that time, every piece in several movements for a keyed instrument could be called a toccata, without the title implying anything as to its special form. Of these 7 toccatas, 5, those in D major, D minor, E minor, G minor, and G major, belong to the first Weimar period. The other 2, in F sharp minor and C minor, seem to have been composed somewhat later. As a whole, the G minor toccata is the most interesting. The melancholy adagios of the D minor and the G major toccatas are touching in their simplicity. In the 2 later toccatas, the total impression is somewhat weakened by the lack of finish in the design. In the F sharp minor toccata, we find already the descending chromatic theme that later dominates the crucifixus of the B minor Mass. It is here in the following form. Quite sui generis is a capriccio in B flat major,
probably written in Arnstadt in honor of Bach's second brother, Johann Jakob, who had enlisted as an oboist in the Swedish Guard when Charles XII. Was in Poland in 1704. The 19-year-old Johann Sebastian may have written the Capriccio sopra la lontananza del suo fratello dilettissimo, Capriccio on the departure of his beloved brother, for the family leave taking. It begins with an arioso, inscribed casualties of his friends, who try to deter him from his journey. Then comes an andante, meant to be a representation of the divers accidents that may befall him in foreign lands. The general lamentation of his friends is depicted in a passacaglia like adagissimo, on a descending chromatic theme suggesting that of a crucifixus in the B minor Mass. In the following movement the friends, seeing that it cannot be otherwise, come and say farewell. Thereupon comes the aria of the postilion, and a fugue in imitation of the postilion's horn call ends the delightful work, that follows in the footsteps of Kuhnau's Biblical Histories represented in clavier sonatas, published 4 years earlier, in 1700. A capriccio in E major, that probably belongs to the same period, is not so interesting. It may have been written in honor of his eldest brother, Johann Christoph Bach of Ohrdruf, by whom the composer was brought up. Among the clavier pieces are some that Bach designed also for the lute, and were even perhaps written in the first place for that instrument. This is the case with the little prelude in C minor. Recent researches show that the prelude in E flat major, BG 45, page 141, the suite in E minor, BG 45, page 149, that in E major, BG 42, page 16, and that in C minor, BG 45, page 156, are also clavier arrangements of compositions for the lute. The fugue of the G minor sonata for solo violin and the suite discordable for violoncello solo have also come down to us in lute tablature. The three Bach partitas for lute mentioned in Breitkopf's catalogue in 1761 are thus not lost, as was almost universally supposed. We may therefore probably answer in the affirmative the question whether Bach himself played the lute. End of chapter 15.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama. Chapter 16 of J.S. Bach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield. J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 16. The performance of the clavier works. The ordinary player of Bach finds the ornamentation one of the greatest difficulties. It is a book with 7 seals to him. In reality, the question is by no means so complicated as it appears at first sight. We must start from the explanations which Bach himself gives on the 3rd page of Friedemann's Klavierbüchlein, 1720, under the heading Explanation of diverse signs showing how to play certain ornaments neatly. Bach elucidates each sign by writing out in full the manner of playing it thus: trill, mordant, trill and mordant, cadence, double cadence, item, double cadence and mordant, item, accent ascending, accent falling, accent and mordant, accent and trill, item. In addition, there is the essay on Manieren,
ornaments in Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach's Versuch über die wahre Art das Klavier zu spielen, Essay on the True Way of Playing the Clavier. The main rules to be observed are the following. 1. Bach indicates the trill simply by the signs T, Tr, without specifying every time the particular manner or duration of it. As a rule, it occupies the whole or the greater part of the note value. 2. The trill begins as a rule with the upper accessory note, and only in exceptional cases with the principal note. In long trills, it is desirable first of all to linger a moment on the principal note, and then begin the trill with the adjoining note, especially when a movement or a theme, see, for example, the F sharp major fugue in the second part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord, commences with a trill, or when the upper note has just been struck. 3. The Bach trill is further distinguished from the modern trill by the fact that it must be played much more slowly. It is spoiled by being taken quickly. We must bear in mind that the trill sign over a quaver signifies nothing more than it must be decomposed into two parts of easy demi-semiquavers. In the same way, a crotchet, if the tempo be somewhat fast, will be simply split up into two pairs of semiquavers. The ornament is best realized when we play it with almost an exaggerated deliberation. 4. If the succeeding note is a descending second, then the trill sign, as a rule, indicates not an ordinary trill, but a Pralltriller. This must be carefully observed. Bach writes the trill with a Nachschlag after beat, thus trill, mordent, conceiving it as a trill with a mordent. The downward and upward Vorschlag, preliminary grace note, are denoted by crooks of a similar kind, but reverse direction, double cadence, and idem. Trills with Vorschlag and Nachschlag, double cadence and mordent, have both signs, thus double cadence and mordent, and idem. The manner of performance is explained by Bach himself in the above mentioned examples in Friedemann's Klavierbüchlein. According to Emmanuel, long trills must always have a Nachschlag, but this is dispensed with when several trills follow each other. The sign trill before a descending second thus signifies a Pralltriller, that is, a broken trill. It must be played much faster than the ordinary trill. The final note of it must, to use Emmanuel's expression, be filliped, by which he means that the key must be struck quickly and then jerked up again by an equally rapid drawing inwards of the point of the finger, which gives the note a very marked accent. Thus, partita fo aria. In the case of a practiced player, Emmanuel recommends a prolongation of this Pralltriller by one or two extra notes. His view of the Pralltriller is that it is simply a very rapid trill of longer or shorter duration, which is suddenly cut short on the staccato main note in such a way that the whole purpose of the trill seemed to be merely the throwing of a weightier accent on this note. The mordent, also denoted thus trill, is an interrupted trill, in which it is less a matter of the number of notes trilled than of throwing the accent on the main note that cuts the trill short. Unlike the Pralltriller, it is not limited to any particular situation. It takes the next note below, and is thus, as it were, the inverse of the Pralltriller. Both in Emmanuel's phrase glide into the second, the mordent above, the Pralltriller below. We may distinguish the two chief forms of the mordent, a short and a long. The latter has generally two constituent notes. It can also be presented by the prolonged sign. Mordents have a preference for the major second. French suite, Sarabande in E flat major. The turn in Bach's music, denoted thus, must as a rule be played in four equal notes, in accordance with a note in Friedemann's book. A longer duration may, however, be given to the principal note if the tempo is not too quick to allow of this. Thus, or. The Vorschläge, appoggiature, indicated by slurs or small notes, are sometimes long, sometimes short. In each case, however, the accent falls on them, not on the principal note. The latter is tied with them and struck lightly. Emmanuel calls this the Abzug, pulling off. If the Vorschlag is long, it takes half the value of the following note, if equal division is possible. If not, 2/3 fall to the Vorschlag. Thus, or. or or. This rule, however, is not to be rigorously adhered to, but must be interpreted with reasonable regard to the requirements of the rhythm at the moment. The Vorschlag before a long note is generally long, and that before a short or passing note is generally short. Yet here again everything depends upon the position and the significance of the note. According to Emmanuel, a Vorschlag that takes the interval of a third is always short, even before a long note. The examples are very instructive in which the long and the short of Vorschläge are met with the same work, as in the Sinfonia in E flat major and the Sarabande from the Partita in G major. Here the Vorschläge on the second and third beats of the bar are best rendered short, and those on the first beat long. Thus, Sinfonia in E flat, to be played Partita 5, Sarabande, to be played The more we study the nature of the Bach Vorschlag, the more we see that the actual note values are a matter of indifference, and that the real questions are the weight and the energy of the accents. As he always writes the accent as an abbreviation of the note, such passages as these only attest that the first note must have a strong accent, while the second must be tied to it and have a diminuendo. The time values of the notes must be as if written thus. Conversely, quavers or semi-quavers grouped in pairs must always be played in such a way that the second is only a kind of after-breath of the first, and sustained for only a fraction of its time value. The tie is thus simply an accent mark. The Nachschlag, indicated by a crook appended to the note or by small notes, is always short, and must merge into the note that follows. Thus, when Bach writes
the following two examples,
it must be played as if written thus. When, as in the Courant of the first Partita, he writes this is merely the old inexact method of notation, for all through his work we find him using the dot in the old way, that was more summary than exact. These explanations of Bach's Manieren can only be regarded as general rules for the average case. If the ornaments accumulate, we soon exhaust the art of explanation, and are thrown back upon our sense of natural euphony as the last authority. This is also Philipp Emanuel's view. After pursuing the casuistry of the rendering of ornaments into its final subtleties, in the end he submits the decision to artistic feeling, and so disowns the scholasticism at which he has been so seriously labouring all the time. Any one who has made himself familiar with the fundamental principles of Bach's ornamentation will find, by a little reflection, a satisfactory solution of the difficult rhythmical and tonal problems involved. He must always bear in mind that the reason for the ornaments being indicated by signs, instead of written out in notes, is that he may have a certain freedom in the embellishment of the design. If we can get out of some of the beaten tracks of modern piano playing and acquire a sense of the formal principles underlying the old ornamentation, we shall have achieved a good deal. The question of whether we shall ever agree upon an interpretation of the numerous ornaments in the aria of the Goldberg variations will then be nearer a satisfactory answer. Closely considered, the whole system of ornamentation of that epoch indicates the partial surrender of the composer to the virtuoso, who wanted to make his own effect by adding freely to the music. During the last century and a half we have slowly moved away from this conception of the role of the executant artist. The first to set his face against it was Bach himself. He could not combat his critic Scheiber's reproach that he left nothing to the player, but wrote out in full what had been formerly indicated by signs. The reproach is just. As a matter of fact, Bach banishes ornaments from his music. In the well-tempered clavichord we practically never meet with them. Even a bravura piece like the Italian concerto is almost destitute of them. In his vocal music, again, they are almost wholly dispensed with. His music certainly seemed bare to his contemporaries. Only in the galant genre, the suite,
does he allot the ornaments a role which, however, is very trifling in comparison with what was customary at the time. There is thus a certain irony in the fact that the small amount of ornamentation in his work should give such trouble to the average player of today. This is, however, his own fault, not Bach's. Anyone who will devote 4 or 5 hours to getting a clear idea of the main points here discussed will find that the works have lost their terrors for him, and in the end he will find these Manieren a source of pleasure. The question whether our modern piano is the right piano for Bach does not as yet occupy the general public very seriously, as it can form no conception of the instruments Bach used. In more expert circles, however, the question is already being debated with some heat. What would be Bach's attitude towards the modern piano? Exactly the same as towards the modern organ. He would hail with enthusiasm the perfection of its mechanism, but not be particularly enchanted with its tone qualities. Sebastian Erard's invention in 1823 of the repetition action made possible on the Hammerklavier the finely gradated touch that caused Bach to prefer the weak clavichord to the full-toned cembalo. Henceforth, however, it was towards greatly increased strength of tone that attempts to perfect the piano were directed. The more powerful the tone became, the duller became the timbre, so that the piano of today no longer suggests in any way the tone of the instrument of Bach's time, the result of substituting an iron resonance for the clear and bright wood resonance. The duller of the timbre of an instrument, the less suitable it is for polyphonic playing, in which each voice must stand out clearly from the others and be always perceptible by the hearer without effort. How unsatisfactory our piano is in music with bold obbligato parts like those of Bach only become evident after we have heard a few preludes and fugues on a good clavichord or clavicembalo. The clavichord is a string quartet in miniature. Every detail comes out lucidly on it. On the cembalo, every melodic line is quite clear, the plucked tone having a much sharper quality than that of the modern piano. Whether, however, it is advisable to posit a return to the old instruments as imperative for the true enjoyment of Bach's clavier music is doubtful. The clavichord is put out of court at once, for we could never again accustom ourselves to so weak a tone. It is otherwise with the cembalo. The charm of its sparkling and rustling tone is not so easily resisted, and the variety of tone that it permits by means of change of keyboards, coupling, uncoupling, and octave coupling almost makes us forget that no nuance of tone is possible on it. The bass part, too, comes out more clearly and beautifully on the cembalo than on any other instrument. Anyone who has heard Frau Wanda Landowska play the Italian concerto on her wonderful Pleyel clavecin finds it hard to understand how it could ever be played again on a modern piano. But even in a quite small concert room, the cembalo fanatic's enthusiasm has to contend against the unfortunate fact that at a distance of about 25 feet the tone that is so rustling when heard at close quarters becomes somewhat feeble and tremulous. Nor do all Bach's work sound equally well on the cembalo. It is best for pieces of unbroken and uniform motion, those that, like the C major prelude of the second part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord, consist of arpeggio-like broken chords, and particularly those in pure two-part form, like the A minor prelude from the second part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord. On the other hand, the abruptness of its tone and its inability to sustain a note make it unsuitable for music that demands a singing quality of tone. The reconstructed cembalo thus seems better fitted for Bach's music in private circles and for certain of his works than to impress the general public with the clavier compositions as a whole. None the less, all lovers of Bach owe their gratitude to the scholars, artists, and instrument makers who have again brought the cembalo in honor among us, and it is to be hoped that the instrument will be more used for Bach playing. On the other hand, we must not imagine that the cry of "back to the cembalo" solves the problem of which instrument we should play Bach upon. For the moment we can only be sure that the modern piano is not so close in character to the one Bach dreamed of as Spitta and his contemporaries thought it was. This is evident from the peculiar demands made by Bach's works, and a certain toning down is already beginning to be noticeable in the modern piano. We are gradually realizing that the excessively strong and blunted tone of our grand pianos may be necessary for a large concert room, while in a small music room in a house it is too deafening to be pleasing, and that we must combine our consummate mechanism with a fabric of such a kind that the tone shall again be bright and clear and metallic. When this has been properly realized, and we have again reproduced in perfection the type of the table piano of 1830, as we have done with the cembalo, then we shall be much nearer the solution of the question which piano we ought to play Bach upon, at any rate at home. Until then, any one who would rather play Bach beautifully than powerfully must be content with a well restored table piano of 1830 or 1840. But the problem will not be wholly solved even by a reform of the domestic piano, for the reason that Bach had two instruments in his mind's eye. The modern piano is suitable for the music of the clavichord type, while the pieces calculated for the cembalo come out in their true beauty only in the silvery tone of that instrument. As regards the interpretation of the clavier works, opinions are gradually become clearer. When Liszt and Billow, in the middle of the 19th century, undertook to show the public again the living Bach, they had to fight a tradition that made stiffness, pedantry, and absence of temperament the true requisites for Bach playing. We can therefore easily understand their falling into the other extreme, and thinking that if Bach was to speak intelligibly to us, he must be born again in the spirit of modern virtuosity. This was the origin of those Bach arrangements and Bach interpretations that aimed at modern effects, in which the aim was not so much to bring out the laws of the works themselves as to make Bach talk like a modern. Later on, Bülow himself went astray in his Bach editions. That of the chromatic fantasia was a typical case, trying to give the public a simpler idea of Bach's work than the composer had. What he was dimly striving after came into clear consciousness in a later and more reflective generation of pianists that had learned to look at Bach's work as a whole. Two typical representatives of this new school are Busoni and Viana da Motta. These and the others who see eye to eye with them do not aim so much in their Bach playing as ingenious dynamic nuances or striking effects as on making the broad plastic lines of the work speak for themselves. Bach is an organist rather than a clavierist. His music is more architectonic than sentimental. That is to say, his feelings express themselves in a kind of acoustic design. As in his organ works, so in his clavier works, there is little of the imperceptible merging of the piano into forte and vice versa. A certain strength of tone dominates a whole period, and is followed by another of a contrasted intensity of tone. Bach's music is always more or less majestic, says Viana da Motta. It always rises in broad terraces like the primitive Assyrian temples. It is this structure that we must look for if we wish to understand a given work thoroughly. Otherwise, we shall always come to it with an arbitrary conception of our own and try to force it into conformity with this. We must begin with a study of the clavier works in which Bach himself has indicated forte and piano. These are the Italian concerto, the chromatic fantasia. If we can rely on the copies here, and the last partita in B minor, these shew us on what very simple lines Bach conceived the structure of a work. The contrasting periods are very long. A change only occurs when there comes a salient episode of a different kind. Even in the echo piece at the end of the partita, the contrasts are not lavishly employed. This very partita, however, shews us that in many works Bach did not calculate on any variation of tone strength. After having made use of the two keyboards in the overture, he adopts only one color for all the other numbers. On the other hand, it is obvious that the majority of the long introductions to the English suites and the partitas demand two-tone colors, and are built on the same plan as the overture to the last partita. In the prelude to the English suite in G minor, the piano begins at bar 33 and continues to bar 67. Then comes a forte passage, lasting to bar 99. From this point, the hands play for some bars on different keyboards, the one that has the flying quaver motive derived from the main theme being each time on the forte manual. To bar 125, both are on the main manual. The succeeding piano passage lasts until bar 161, where the right hand goes to the forte manual, while the left stays on the soft manual. In bar 185, this hand also goes to the forte. It is important that in the pieces noted by Bach with forte and piano, we should be quite clear how he goes from one tone tint to the other, sometimes with both hands at once, sometimes with one following the other. In this connection, the organ works should again be studied, which, being laid out on larger and simpler lines, exhibit the terraces much more clearly. Nor should the Brandenburg Concerto be forgotten. They are most illuminative as the structure of Bach's works and the employment of different degrees of strength of tone. We must consider, too, that in the orchestral suites called overtures (BG 31), Bach indicates changes only for the introductions and the free movements, but not for the dances. This accords with the principles exhibited in the last clavier partita. With the information thus acquired, we have some sort of a guide as to the dynamic plan underlying the preludes and fugues of the Well Tempered Clavichord. Here again there are a number of pieces, among both the preludes and the fugues, that are intended to be played in one color throughout. Where the character of the architecture shows no logical necessity for change, where consequently alterations of forte and piano seem arbitrary, it is better to maintain an agreeable and flexible forte. For example, the preludes in C sharp minor, D minor, and E major from the first part. In the fugues we shall still more frequently have the conviction that they are not planned for dynamic variety. In the pieces that employ 2 degrees of strength of tone, these degrees are either distributed simultaneously between two voices or they alternate. To the first order belong the preludes in D minor, A minor, and B minor from the second part. Here the proper dynamic is to bring to the front each time the voice that has the main theme, while the other voice remains more in shadow, as it were. Many preludes are laid out in such a way that the one hand always plays piano, the other always forte, as it is prescribed in the middle movement of the Italian concerto. A typical specimen of this is the 3-part prelude in F sharp minor from the second part, which is written in such a way that the left hand plays the lower voices and the right hand the upper voice alone. To play now forte, now piano, here would be as wrong as to do so against Bach's express specifications in the middle movement of the Italian concerto. The clue to the distribution of light and shade in the A flat major and A major preludes from the first part is given by the entry of the theme. Wherever it appears, whether in one part alone or in the ensemble, it must be given out forte, the rest must be kept piano. In the F minor prelude of the second part again, that is so often maltreated, the variations of forte and piano are unequivocally determined for the first section at any rate by the entry of the main theme. In the second section the matter is less clear, theme and episode not being so clearly marked off from each other. The most natural way of playing it would be thus: bars 1, 4½ forte, 4½ to 8½ piano, 8½ to 16½ forte, 16½ to 20½ piano, 20½ to 32½ forte, 32½ to 40 piano, 40½ to 46½ right hand forte, left piano, 46½ to 52½ vice versa, 52½ to 56½ piano, then forte to the end. The prelude in C major from the first part seems to be calculated on an echo effect of the kind obtainable on 2 manual cembalo. The first part of the bar should thus be played forte, the second half piano. In this way it sounds exquisite on the cembalo. The prelude has then the effect of a cheerful reverie, instead of the pathetic effect we are apt to read into it when we try to bring out the mysterious melody that seems to hover above it. If we play it pathetically on our pianos with a big and continuous crescendo, the effect is unsatisfactory, no matter whether this finishes in a fortissimo or, contrary to Bach's clear intentions, dies away to a pianissimo, if indeed it has not done this several times already. The one thing we can be sure of with regard to the modern way of interpreting this prelude is that there has never yet been a pianist who has succeeded in playing it to the satisfaction of another. The D major fugue in the first part, which is more on the line of a fantasia, makes its natural effect when we play the main theme, the upward striving demi-semiquaver figure, forte each time it occurs, contrasting it with the calm downward moving semiquaver figure which must be played piano. In this way the powerful final climax becomes particularly effective. In the D minor prelude from the second part, again, the descending answer to the ascending fanfare-like theme should contrast with this by being taken piano. If we are to play this prelude in accordance with the sense of it, we must conceive it as scored for Bach's orchestra. On closer examination we shall discover only a few quite short sections that are to be given in the piano tint. These short piano interludes are very characteristic of Bach, as we see from many examples among the organ and orchestral works. Their very brevity makes them doubly effective. In the majority of pieces, however, these episodes are to be recognized only from their structural plan, and not as contrasts inherent in the theme itself. It is safest to be guided by the cadences and the incidents of the polyphony. If the segment is preceded by an important cadence, or if one or more voices are resting, then it is a fair assumption that the passage in question is to be played piano. The E major fugue from the second part may serve as an example. Bars 1 to 22 forte, 23 to 34 piano, 35 to the end forte. The E flat major fugue for the same part is similarly laid out. Bars 1 to 30 forte, 30 to 58 piano, but with the theme given out forte, 59 to the end forte. The C sharp minor fugue from the first part calls for a similar treatment. For increases of intensity within the forte, Bach realizes only secondarily on dynamic means. He builds up the effect by the fullness of his tone and the way in which the voices cooperate. The evidence for the inner necessity of a change to piano is not always so clear as this. As a rule, we have to be satisfied with a certain amount of probability. For example, when in the F major fugue for the second part we begin the piano at bar 29 and let it cease in the left hand in the second half of bar 66, in the middle voice in the right hand in bar 70, and in the upper voice in the second half of bar 73, or when in the G minor fugue of the first part we end the forte at bar 12 and 1/4, taking the following bars piano, only bringing out the theme forte wherever it occurs, and let the final tutti begin at bar 28, or when in the C major fugue for the first part we begin the piano at bar 14 and let it continue until bar 24, or when in the D major fugue from the second part we play forte until bar 16, piano until 27½, and then bring in the final tutti. With many preludes and fugues, however, our efforts are in vain. We can discover in them no dynamic plan that could not equally well be replaced by another, and our only recourse is to bring out the theme and avoid marked contrasts. As an example, we may cite the F minor fugue from the second part. In the G minor fugue from the second part, it is clear enough that the final tutti begins with bar 67, but it is not so clear how far back the previous piano extends. One is tempted to begin it in bar 40. It is a false modernization to let a cadence that ends a forte section die away in a diminuendo so as to lead over into the following piano, or to make a crescendo at the end of a piano section in order to glide imperceptibly into the forte. In this way, we level the terraces on which everything depends in these works and destroy the plastic outlines of the piece. The Bach cadence is something solid, and must be given out in the normal tone of the section which it concludes. It is this stark antithesis that gives the music its charm, as can be seen in the Brandenburg concertos. The tutti voices suddenly cease, and the concertino of the solo voices, after having entered on the last chord of the tutti, remain suspended, as it were, in the air. It is another false modernization to begin or end pianissimo, just as in a pianoforte piece that Bach himself has marked, or in a Brandenburg concerto, or in an organ work, we have to begin and end in a forte. We must so begin and end in the pieces of the well-tempered clavichord. This rule will not at first be acquiesced in by players who think in the modern pianistic way. It will strike them as pedantic. Nevertheless, the longer we play Bach, the more we revolt against artificialities and clevernesses of every kind, and feel that the simplest way is the only right one. Some day we shall even dare to begin and end the E flat minor and B flat minor preludes from the first part in a beautiful but full-toned color, and to conceive them largely and pathetically, instead of delicately and sentimentally as we do now. In the E flat minor prelude, all the chords, whether they lie above or below, should be taken piano, while everything that pertains to the eloquent theme, including the cadences, should be taken forte. In the B flat minor prelude, we should begin with a vigorously shaded forte, take bars 13 and 14 piano, then begin again with a quiet forte that works up until 3 bars before the end, the final cadence being taken in a quiet forte. A further fault that is likewise ground in the pianistic feeling of our time consists in sacrificing everything in a fugue to the working out of the theme, and, as soon as this enters, clapping the hand as it were over the mouth of the other obbligato voices, the result being that the auditor hears the theme, but not the fugue. In episodical passages it is natural to play the theme, whenever possible, on a separate manual, as it were, but in the logical opening and final structure of the fugue all the obbligato voices have equal rights, and the theme can only be considered as primus inter pares. From the foregoing it is evident that on the piano, as on the organ, it is wrong to begin a theme pianissimo and then work it up through a continuous crescendo to a final fortissimo, as if we were first presenting it as a cub, and then showing it in all the stages of its development until it becomes a lion. Every Bach theme, whether it expresses joy or grief, has a touch of the sublime about it, and it must be delivered in this style from the beginning. It must be confessed, though, that it is difficult for us modern musicians to emancipate ourselves from the idea of working Bach gradually up to a final climax. There are still many artists who think that the essence of the fugue in general, and of Bach fugue in particular, consists in a gradual pulling up from piano to fortissimo. The laws here laid down for the plastic performance of Bach's music are not derived from tradition, but are grounded in the works themselves. They attest that nothing is gained by besprinkling his compositions with pianissimo, piano, mezzo forte, forte, fortissimo, crescendo, and decrescendo, as if they were written for the accordion, but that we must aim either at the working out of a broad dynamic plan, or decide to play the work with a uniform strength of tone. This view can seem pedantic only to those who think that it elevates monotony to an artistic principle. The opposite is really the case. When the one quality of tone is distributed over a segment, large or small, it must be richly shaded in detail, but in such a way that these shadings do not overstep the limits of that particular degree of tone. Bach loved the clavichord so much precisely because he could produce this shading of detail on it, and the magic of his playing for his contemporaries came from his vivacity of detail. We must therefore distinguish in his music between an architectonic dynamic that aims at bringing out the great lines of the piece, and the dynamic of detail that accompanies it, the object of which is to give life to these lines. The latter could almost be styled declamatory dynamic, being somewhat analogous to the cadential element in the musical speech. Bach's music is Gothic. Just as in Gothic architecture, the great plan develops out of the simple motive, but enfolds itself in the richest detail instead of in rigid line, and only makes its effect when every detail is truly vital. So does the impression of a Bach work makes on the hearer depend on the player communicating to him the massive outline and the details together, both equally clear and equally full of life. If in place of this dual architectonic dynamic we put the uniform modern emotional dynamic, such as we meet with in Beethoven's works, we have simply done our best to make Bach unintelligible by confounding the great and the small nuances in one. Therefore, to play the prelude in E flat minor and B flat minor from the first part with a uniform strength of tone does not mean playing them monotonously, but declaiming them with simple and impressive pathos, avoiding sentimental effects, and trying to get all possible richness by the perfect shading of the normal forte. Within our Bach forte we must get the relief of a piano and a forte, and a similar shading in the piano. Our mezzo forte is unknown to Bach. The sign MF is nowhere to be found in his music. He serves the link that binds piano to forte. On the other hand, as is proved by his markings in the scores of the cantatas, he distinguishes a pianissimo within the piano. A mezzo forte makes a Bach piece uninteresting. This holds good not only for the piano and the organ works, but for the orchestral concertos and the cantatas. If an orchestral piece does not make its effect, we may be sure that in half the cases this is the fault of a lack of character in the quality of tone employed. Unfortunately, our pianists and instrumentalists can get a mezzo forte, but neither a piano nor a forte that is rich and capable of gradation. For this reason, it is no unreasonable demand, curious as it may seem, that whoever wishes to interpret Bach must first of all learn how to play forte and piano. In Bach, however, the real essential thing is not so much the dynamic shading as the phrasing and accentuation. We soon realize this when we look at one of those precious orchestral scores which he has furnished with indications for performance. Seifert, in his fine essay on Praktische Bearbeitungen Bachscher Kompositionen, justly contrasts him in this respect with Handel. In Handel, he says, the care for dynamic effects is always uppermost. For the phrasing he is satisfied with incidental hints. Bach gives extremely little in the way of dynamic suggestion, but he all the more carefully phrases the orchestral parts. Seifert's explanation of this difference, that Handel had at his disposal trained orchestral players while Bach had only town musicians, is not convincing. The difference in the two methods is rooted in the dissimilarity of the men's music. Bach's works demand a characteristic and subtle phrasing of the themes and of the parts, on which the effect of the whole almost entirely depends. Handel's themes and passages, on the contrary, run more on the customary lines, and demand no such individuality of phrasing. In general, we may lay down the principle that in Bach every theme and every phrase must be delivered as if we were playing it on a bowed instrument. This holds good for the pianoforte not less than for the woodwind instruments. We play the preludes and fugues of the well-tempered clavichord in accordance with Bach's intentions when we try to render them as if we were employing not a keyed instrument but a quartet or a quintet. The ideal must be to link the notes in such a way that they do not seem to be struck one after the other, but as if several bows were being simultaneously drawn over the strings. Bach's omission to record the phrasing and grouping in his clavier works is due partly to the fact that this was not customary at the time, the executive artist in our sense of the term being as yet unknown, and partly to the fact that the players he had in view were almost always his sons and his pupils, who were familiar with his principles. In the works for clavier with other instruments there are often indications of the phrasing in the clavier part, Bach thinking it necessary that the clavier player should phrase precisely like the instrumentalists. Look, for example, at many movements in the violin sonatas, and among the clavier concertos, at the one in A major, No. 4. The greatest importance, however, attaches to the dots and ties in the orchestral parts of the Brandenburg concertos and of certain cantatas. A study of these will convince any one of the right way to phrase the clavier works. Legato playing, that is regarded as the characteristic of the Bach school, does not, as we observed in connection with the organ works, mean a uniform style of delivery, but implies an endless variety in the tying and grouping of single notes of equal value. 4 semiquavers are for Bach not 4 semiquavers, but the raw material for quite varied shapes, according to how he groups them, thus or or The last system of connection, that is almost universal elsewhere, is always subordinated by him to the other and more characteristic systems. He mostly groups the notes in twos when the second and third semiquavers have the same note in common. In these cases he always uses short ties, as if he were afraid of being misunderstood. Thus, on the very first page of the Italian concerto, the same grouping is also found in certain cases where none of the notes is repeated, but it is observable that here as a rule the melody moves in seconds. In the B minor fugue from the first part, Bach indicates this grouping by twos, as it did not seem to him quite self-evident. In this connection, it cannot be sufficiently insisted on that the second of the tied notes should be like a mere breath. A Bach connoisseur like Schweitzer advocates writing such passages in this way. This accentual rule naturally holds only good for the normal case, in which the first of the two tied notes coincides with a stronger beat. In the opposite case, the second gets the strong accent, and the first counts as a preliminary. Prelude 20, second part. The rhythm in which the fourth note is attached from the first three appears in the presto of the Italian concerto, where Bach in addition plays a dot over the last note so as to ensure it being properly detached from the others. The combination most frequently met with, however, is that in which the last three notes are tied and separated from the first. Here again Bach makes sure of the freedom of the first by means of a dot. Thus, at the commencement of the Italian concerto, in a longer succession of tied notes, again, the first must be detached from the others. Bach phrases the presto of the Italian concerto sometimes thus. The dot only signifies that the note does not belong to the same group as those that follow. It is, however, closely bound to the preceding ones. In our notation, this is best expressed by including the detached note in the same tie as the previous note. Thus, fugue in B flat, second part. Fugue in G major, second part. In the groups in triple time, again, the first beat is very often the second of a tied series, not the commencement of a new one. Bach's phrasing of the theme of the A major fugue from the first part would therefore be this. Even in pure triplets, it is in certain cases better to separate the second and third notes from the first, as if taking a light breath. The eighth bar of the B flat major prelude from the second part should consequently be played thus. The phrasing is so frequent in Bach because his themes and figurations, even where the bar divisions do not indicate it to the eye, have generally an upbeat character, beginning with an unaccented note that leads into an accented one. It is a great mistake to play successive notes in his music with equal volume, in the style of Czerny's School of Velocity, or Clementi, or Kramer. There the essence of the legato phrasing is that we begin with an accented note and play the remainder as nearly as possible with the same weight. Bach's legato, however, is much less pianistic and much more vital. The large tie in his musical embraces numberless smaller ones, that gather the notes into subordinate groups. Neither in his piano runs nor in his violin runs does he desire equivalence in the notes. Each has its relative value, namely, that belonging to it from its place in the tie. This can be explained on historical grounds. The monotonous legato that obsesses our pianoforte schools could only become after the passing under of the thumb had become recognized as the cardinal principle in playing. A legato of this kind was impossible so long as people simply passed the other fingers over and under each other, or merely moved the hand as a whole and fingered scale passages 3-4, 3-4, 3-4, or 5-4, 3-2-2-1, as Bach tells his son to do in the Klavierübung. The ties of the second kind grew out of the style of fingering. For this reason Bach's legato, compared with the usual pianistic legato, is as much richer and more varied as his fingering was richer and more diverse than ours. We must not imagine we are playing Bach with the right legato when we have worked out on paper all the passing unders of the thumb and the complicated interchanges of the fingers, and so make sure that every note will be properly sustained, even to the last 100,000th of its value. The correct tying and fingering are those which bring out all the variety intended by Bach in the phrasing and the accents, that is, those which tell.
The Bach staccato coincides only in rare cases with our light modern staccato. It is not so much a key pizzicato at the short and heavy stroke of a bow. Its effect is therefore to accentuate the note rather than to lighten it. It would be better indicated in our notation by a short stroke than by a dot. Long quaver or semi-quaver passages in staccato are rarely met with in Bach. When he separates the notes, it is only by way of a transient interruption of the legato, perhaps in passages like this. The semi-quavers between the two ties are to be played staccato, and this time lightly, not heavily. Certain indications in the orchestral parts make it probable that in the weakest beats of the 6/8 and similar times, when the motion is quite uniform, a light staccato is often indicated to break the legato. In general, however, the rule holds good that Bach's staccato does not run a uniform course, and that it is not light but heavy. An interesting case where he makes use of a staccato to accentuate a beat is found in the final allegro of the Clavier Concerto in A major. The transition here is in every respect so abrupt, especially as the orchestra enters on the trill, that the break must to some extent be put on the triplets. To play them with a light staccato would be to run the risk of negating Bach's intentions. The only rhythm that must always be given in staccato notes is that which Bach uses to express solemnity. We must detach the second note from the first,
let it press forward toward the one that follows, and play it rather too heavily than too lightly, in order to preserve the impression of a somewhat formal solemnity of the kind that Bach wishes to suggest in many of his sarabands and gigs. Thus the bass of the F sharp major prelude from the second part should be played thus. Nor should we be afraid to play whole pieces, such as the G minor prelude from the second part, if they are wholly in this rhythm, without a single really legato note. The rhythm and the variants of these demand a certain emphasis on the short notes, as if there were a fear of their passing unobserved. The shorter they are in actual time value, the more careful we must be to make them tell. In this way we can detach them somewhat from the main note and play them with a heavy staccato. For example, Well-Tempered Clavichord, Prelude 17, second part. Have we any means of knowing whether groups of notes are to be played staccato? In the first place, the staccato is required when the sequence is in characteristic or widely separated intervals. Under this first rule come all the themes that have anything of a springy motion. The best known example is perhaps the theme of the F major Invention. The theme of the chorale fantasia, Jesus Christus unser Heiland, again from the third part of the Klavierübung, must be played staccato. The theme of the A minor fugue from the second part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord must be given thus. It seemed self-evident to Bach that the crotchets in this theme could only be rendered in this way. Some players, however, might have been in doubt as to whether to play the quaver legato or staccato. Bach therefore settled the matter by adding dots to the notes. He could not foresee that by doing so he would tempt the players of later generations to play the crotchets legato, as they have no dots, and to contrast the staccato quavers with them. The second rule for the employment of the staccato in Bach might be formulated somewhat thus: that any note interrupting a uniform motion at once steps out of the general tie embracing the preceding notes. The examples of this are innumerable. A typical one is the theme of the D minor fugue from the first part, in which Bach himself made the staccato point throughout the whole piece. Here indeed it becomes perfectly clear that the principle of the Bach phrasing is derived from an ideal bowing. This general rule, however, has one exception. The interrupting passage is only to be played staccato if it moves in a zigzag line. If it consistently ascends or descends in uniform and close-lying intervals, it must be played legato. There are thus two fundamental conceptions from which the whole of Bach's themes have sprung. The first is that of the differentiated ties. The second is that of the staccato as a rhythmic interruption of the legato. Therefore the phrasing of the themes should not be left to the caprice of genius, but must be deduced from the ground rules of legato and staccato in Bach. Every player can acquaint himself with the typical combinations that arise from the differentiation of the ties and from the concurrence of legato and staccato, and can thus learn to bring out the various groups of which a Bach theme is composed. A few examples from the Well-Tempered Clavichord may serve to elucidate these points. Themes consisting purely of differentiated ties. Prelude 20, Part 2. Fugue 6, Part 2. Fugue 10, Part 1. Prelude 5, Part 2. Prelude 2, Part 2. Themes combining legato and staccato. Fugue 2, Part 1. Fugue 21,
Part 1. Fugue 16, Part 1. Fugue 1, Part 1. Fugue 15, Part 1. Fugue 11, Part 1. Fugue 5, Part 1. Fugue 12, Part 1. Fugue 7, Part 2. Closely bound up with the question of phrasing is that of accentuation. It is indeed solved by the right solution of the other. It has already been remarked in connection with ties that Bach's themes are mostly conceived as beginning with a large upbeat. The unaccented notes do not follow, but lead up to an accented note. Therefore, to play Bach rhythmically means accenting not the downbeat, but the emphatic beat. With him, more than with any other composer, the bar divisions are only external divisions of the themes, the real meter of which cannot as a rule be represented in simple time species. The first to express this clearly was Rudolf Westphal in his metrical study of the fugues in common time in the Well-Tempered Clavichord, in which he proves again and again that those who regard the bar lines in Bach's music as the borders of the rhythmic factors are bound to play him unrhythmically. In a Bach theme, everything urges forward to a principal accent. Till this comes, all is restless, chaotic. When it arrives, the tension relaxes, and at one stroke all that went before becomes clear. We understand why the notes had these intervals and these values. The chaos becomes order, the restlessness becomes peace. The theme lies before the hearer like a good coin, with the milling fresh and sharp. If, however, this emphasis is lacking, and in place of the note that is an integral part of the rhythm of the theme we accent strongly a note that belongs only to the bar rhythm, the unity and totality of the impression are destroyed. All he has in his hand is a coin of several pieces soldered together that keep falling asunder. This, of course, does not mean that in Bach the thematic accent and the bar accent never coincide. Cases of this kind, however, are more or less accidental. The superior vitality and lucidity given to Bach's music by throwing the main accent on the characteristic notes can be seen at once by anyone who makes a practical trial of it. Accenting according to the nature of the theme, instead of taking the phrases with the usual rise and fall, the final diminuendo with all its shadings that we introduce into everything out of pure habit, is one of the direst enemies of stylistic Bach playing. The point can be best elucidated by reference to the theme of the E flat minor prelude. It is usually played thus. It should really go thus. If we play it in this way, the prelude, couched as it is in dialogue form, acquires a much finer inner coherence. To these indications for the accentuation of Bach's melodies, one is tempted to add another rule, that may seem extrinsic and imperfect, but which does good service in the majority of cases. According to this rule, we should primarily emphasize the notes at the end of the melodic line running in a certain direction, whether this is carried through in one piece or breaks off now and then and continues in separate segments. In the latter case, the end notes of each segment form preliminary accents that are meant to lead up to and culminate in the last and principal accent. It is just these themes built up in periods that are most often misunderstood. The following is a specimen of correct accentuation. Well-Tempered Clavichord, Fugue 11, Part 2. Here, as a rule, we do indeed hear the first two accents. The third, however, on the F, that ought to crown the others, is lost, and the theme runs about in the fugue like the poor ghost that carries its head under its arm. Fugue 17, Part 2.
This case is similar to the foregoing. The average player resists the seductive appeal of the third beat for the first accent. He cannot, however, resist the first beat of the second bar. He respects the traditional rights of a note that occupies so important a position, and gives the A flat the accent that should be given to the D flat, without noticing that the succeeding semiquavers are no more than an ideal retardation of the passage of the D flat into the C. In the second place, a main accent must be given to the note that interrupts a melodic line more or less suddenly, whether the note be syncopated or not. As a matter of fact, in the majority of cases, it will happen either on a striking interval or on a syncopation. This sudden holding back is a characteristic feature of a number of Bach's themes. If we efface it by emphasizing the strong beats, we only torture the outline of the theme. But if we bring it out by proper accentuation, we reveal the great natural line that embraces this angular curve. We should therefore always emphasize with confidence any conspicuous interval or syncopation. This holds good even in matters of detail. In the B minor prelude of the first part of the Well-Tempered Clavichord, the natural bar accent seems demanded by the regular quaver movement in the bass. If, however, we accent thus, it will immediately be followed that this rhythmical antagonism between the upper parts and even the bass is the very life of the prelude. It is unnecessary to say that here the emphasized notes are to be detached from the preceding ones. The following are types of themes that call for this syncopated accentuation. Fugue 19, Part 2. That the main accent here must be given to the last note, which on the first thought one would hardly venture to do, is provided by the further course of the piece, and especially its end. The two syncopations are thus only preliminary accents leading up to the third. Fugue 16, Part 2. Here the method of accentuation may be thought too venturesome, but with repeated playing it will finally seem more right than the more obvious accentuation on the first beat. A particular result of this syncopated accentuation is to give life to the otherwise monotonous seven quavers on the same note. Fugue 8, Part 1. This theme clearly shows how little significance the bar divisions in Bach have for the thematic emphasis. That the consistent syncopated accentuation here is the only right one is shewn by the composer himself at the finish. As if he had sufficiently played with the performer and the hearer, he brings in the theme in augmentation in such a way that the syncopations fall on the strong beats. In the animated second subject of the Italian concerto, again, we can see how the syncopation deprives the neighboring strong beat of its accent. It is usually accented thus. This, however, does not bring out the essential principle of its structure. The correct way of phrasing is that in which the two syncopations act as preliminary accents leading up to the final accent. Thus, it may be objected that accentuation on these principles is too harsh and rough to be correct. It is, however, the only accentuation that does justice to the original character of Bach's themes. The hearer will not feel anything disagreeable in the sharp characterization they thus receive. He will only feel the truth and vitality of it. In any case, the fugues will now give him more enjoyment than before, as he will grasp the rhythmic essence of them, instead of regarding them, in the customary way, as mere sequences of intervals. And it is quite certain that the cultivated hearer also pursues a theme in all its developments not as a sequence of intervals, but primarily as a succession of certain characteristic accents that bring with them the idea of the intervals associated with them. Reference has been made in the chapter on the organ works to the profound distinction between Bach's organ themes and his clavier themes. The former are almost always based on the principle of the accentuation of the strong beat, since it is impossible to bring out any other accent on the organ. It is even impossible to make one note stand out above the others. The possibility of this on the piano, if only in a limited way, is made use of by Bach to the utmost permissible limits. Both instruments again can individualize the tone much more even than the piano. The themes of Bach's instrumental works are much freer and bolder than those of the clavier works. Whatever force we give to the accent, the phrasing must be kept discreet and unobtrusive. In the last resort, the whole phrase, with its varieties of ties and the staccati between them, must be embraced as it were in one large tie which permits of diversity without restlessness. The hearer really should not be conscious of the phrasing as such, he must only be conscious of it as a self-evident and vital illumination of the whole down to the smallest detail, so that he is himself surprised at the ease with which he grasps this complicated polyphony. There is little to be said with regard to the tempo in Bach's clavier works. The better anyone plays Bach, the more slowly he can take the music; the worse he plays him, the faster he must take it. Good playing implies a fine phrasing and accentuation in every detail, in every voice. This of itself sets certain technical bounds to speed. On the other hand, in playing of the right kind, the hearer, even if the tempo is not quick in itself, has the feeling of it being quite fast enough, for the reason that at any quicker pace he could not grasp the detail. It should never be forgotten what a complicated process it really means for any musician, even for one who is not listening to it for the first time, to follow one of Bach's polyphonic works properly. Of course, if we are careless as to our phrasing and accentuation, and so obliterate the greater part of the detail, we can play faster with impunity, so as to give the music another interest of a kind. In general, however, the maxim holds good, that the vivacity of a Bach piece depends not on the tempo, but on the phrasing and the accentuation. In this sense, every one may strive to play him with plenty of temperament. The tempo marks, where they exist, should not be interpreted in a modern sense. Bach's adagio, grave, and lento are not so slow as ours, nor his presto so fast. Therefore we are easily betrayed into making his slow movements too long drawn, and of hurrying his fast ones. The circle of possible tempi in his music is a relatively narrow one. The question is really one of varied nuances on either side of a moderato. The presto of the Italian concerto is as a rule played twice as fast as it should be. Nobody will make this mistake who tries to realize the complicated system of ties that Bach has indicated in the movement. It goes without saying that the alla brave sign in Bach implies nothing as regards the tempo. It does not double the speed of the 4-crotchet beat. The ideal edition of Bach's clavier works would be a critically correct reprint of the original, in which the text is not adorned with ties and dynamic indications. It is hard to say how much mischief has been done by many of the old editions and arrangements. It would be something to establish the principle that the editor should indicate all editions of his own, so that the player who has not the original edition at hand may know what is and what is not by Bach, and can use his own judgment. An inquiry among the piano-playing public would show that the majority have no idea that the ties and dynamic indications in their scores are not Bach's own. The best thing for our Bach editors to do would be to follow Busoni's example, and publish not arrangements but their interpretations of the works. Busoni's edition of the Chromatic Fantasia, published by Simrock, is one of the finest achievements of this kind. That fascinates even those who cannot always see eye to eye with Busoni on the question of the permissible limits of modernization of Bach's music. It is to be hoped that Bülow's arrangement of this work is nowadays relegated to a bygone epoch of Bach interpretation. He himself would wish it to be so, were he alive now. Instructive editions of Bach's clavier works have this difficulty to contend with, that in half of them the text becomes unreadable by reason of the number of ties, staccato dots, and accents that are needed in order to give vitality of the phrasing. Perhaps future editors will adopt the plan of expressing their views in prefaces and footnotes instead of in the text. After all, the essential things are only the suggestion of the great dynamic lines, and the phrasing and accenting of the themes. The details of the development of the work follow of themselves from these. Another advantage of editions of this kind would be that they could discuss various alternative phrasings, instead of peremptorily thrusting one upon the player. It cannot be denied that many editions of piano music do not induce self-reliance, but the lack of it. This does more harm in the case of Bach's music than in any other. No one can play it satisfactorily who is not conscious of the essential principles of its musical structure. Perhaps even the copious fingerings that adorn our Bach editions are not so beneficial as is generally supposed, for they relieve the player of the trouble and the profit of working them out for himself. The rules for playing Bach's clavier works here elaborated are open to many objections. The view that the phrasing of the preludes and fugues of the Well-Tempered Clavichord is primarily to be learned from Bach's own phrasing of orchestral parts will perhaps be thought too drastic. The rules as to accentuation may appear to lay too much stress on characterization. It will be objected that these dynamic rules insist too strongly on the architectonic side of the music. All this, however, does not in any way invalidate the rules. We may even regard it as a positive necessity to formulate general principles for performing Bach's clavier works, and it may be that these will coincide with the views of a number of our Bach pianists, who are also in revolt against excessive and unintelligent modernization of the works, and believe that more is to be hoped for from a careful artistic enquiry than from self-satisfied caprice. The greater or less extent to which these views are adopted, however, is of little consequence. They will have fulfilled their object if they prompt players to more thorough reflection and a more careful examination of the works. In any case, no reader can be so conscious as the author that the framing of rules is more unsatisfactory and more imperfect in art than anywhere else. End of chapter 16.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 17 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield.
Chamber and orchestral works. Bach seems to have cultivated violin playing from childhood. When he left the gymnasium at Lüneburg, he was an accomplished violinist, and could take a place as such in the orchestra of Johann Ernst, the brother of the reigning Duke of Weimar. Nor did he neglect the stringed instruments in later life. In chamber music he played by preference the viola, for in this way he found himself as it were in the centre of the web of tone. We have no direct information as to the extent of his proficiency on these instruments. We may be sure, however, that he had a thorough practical knowledge of the technique of the stringed instruments, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to take such unique advantage of all the effects that can be obtained on them, as he does in the polyphonic works of violin, gamba, and cello solo. Nor can he quite forget that he is a violinist in the works written for keyed instruments. The violinist is observable on every page. The characteristic of Bach's piano and organ style is precisely this, that he demands from the keyed instruments the same aptitudes for phrasing and modulation as the strings. At bottom he conceived everything for an ideal instrument, that had all the keyed instruments' possibilities of polyphonic playing and all the bowed instruments' capacities for phrasing. This is how he came to write polyphonically even for a single instrument. Polyphonic playing on the violin had long been customary in Germany. Bruns (1666 1697), of Husum, Buxtehude's pupil, used to perform in this way at the same time playing the bass on the organ pedals. The Italians were far behind the Northerners in this art. Although Bach wrote in reality 3 partitas (suites) and 3 sonatas, it is customary to speak, for brevity's sake, of his 6 sonatas for solo violin. As might be guessed from our knowledge of his way of composing, these works were written within a short time of each other. They belong to the Cothen epoch. The oldest autograph we have of them probably dates from about 1720. The history of this autograph is told by Polkau, the gallant manuscript hunter of the early days of Bach enthusiasm. In a short note on the front page of it: "I found this excellent work, in Bach's own handwriting, in Petersburg in 1814, among a lot of old papers, destined for the butter shop that had belonged to Palskow the pianist. At a later date it passed, with the other manuscript treasures of the finder, into the possession of the Berlin Royal Library." Polkau was in error, however, in imagining it to be an autograph of Bach's. It is from the hand of Anna Magdalena, whose handwriting even at that time was deceptively like that of her husband. While she was making the copy, she was watching over one of the boys, perhaps Friedemann, who used a free page for exercises of his own in making notes, his father having written some examples for him.
There are no blank sheets, for the leaves are filled on the same principles as the English autograph of the second part of the Well tempered Clavichord. In order to avoid the necessity of turning over, each work is made to occupy one or other side of a page only. In the Leipzig period, Anna Magdalena made a new copy of the sonatas for solo violin. She made them up in one volume with those for violoncello, with the title Pars 1, Violino solo, senza basso, composte par Signor Jean Seb Bach; Pars 2, Violoncello solo, senza basso, composé par Signor J. S. Bach, maître de la chapelle et directeur de la musique à Leipzig, écrite par Madame Bachen, son épouse. Bach, it will be observed, is not called court composer. The copy must therefore be dated earlier than 1736. The sonatas for solo violin were first printed in 1802 by Simrock of Bonn. In 1854, Robert Schumann edited them for Breitkopf and Hartel, adding a pianoforte accompaniment to them. This was following in the footsteps of Mendelssohn, who had adopted the same procedure in 1847 with the Chaconne from the second partita. To us it is incomprehensible that two such great artists could believe that they were thus carrying out Bach's intentions. The sonatas and partitas are so arranged that each sonata is followed by a partita. In both of them we hardly know what to admire most, the richness of the invention or the daring of the polyphony that is given to the violin. The more we read, hear, and play them, the greater our astonishment becomes. The Chaconne, that concludes the second partita, has always been regarded as the classical piece for solo violin, and justly, since both the theme and its development are consummately adapted to the genius of the instrument. Out of a single theme Bach conjures up a whole world. We seem to hear sorrow contending with pain, till at last they blend in a mood of profound resignation. It is very instructive to compare the Chaconne with the Passacaglia for organ, which is also in reality a Chaconne. For the organ, Bach takes a theme that is accented only on the strong beats of the bar, knowing well that the least syncopation would give the whole work a restlessness that would make it unbearable on the organ. On the violin, however, that permits of every kind of accent, cross accentuation makes for superior force and vivacity. He therefore employs here a quite unusual amount of syncopation. The instrument, free from the hindrance of an accompaniment, shall for once realize all its powers in perfect unrestraint. It is interesting to note at the two themes side by side that between them incarnate the organ and the violin music of Bach. Chaconne for violin. Passacaglia for organ. Notice how in the Chaconne Bach alternates between polyphonic and monophonic writing, so as to give the hearer relief, and to heighten the effect of the polyphony by the monophony interspersed among it. His music as a whole is full of these fine calculations of effect. Every one who has heard these sonatas must have realized how sadly this material enjoyment of them falls below his ideal enjoyment. There are many passages in them that the best player cannot render without a certain harshness. The arpeggio harmonies sometimes make a particularly bad effect even in the finest playing. Polyphonic arpeggio playing is and must be an impossibility. There is thus some justification for the question whether Bach in these sonatas has not overstepped the bounds of artistic possibility. If it be so, he has for once acted against his own principles, for everywhere else he has been careful to set an instrument only such tasks as it can solve with satisfaction to the ear.
Recent research seems to show that the tradition of Bach's own day can throw some light on this. In an interesting article by Arnold Schering, one of the most assiduous of Bach's students of our time, some passages from old works are cited that make it probable that the old arched bow, with which the tension was effected not by means of a screw but by the pressure of the thumb, was still in use in Germany in Bach's time. The flat, mechanically stretched Italian bow, the predecessor of that of today, was indeed known in Germany from the beginning of the 18th century, but displaced the older one very slowly. The German violinist of Bach's day could thus stretch the hairs tighter or relax them as he liked. Chords that the virtuosi of today can play only with difficulty and without any beauty of effect by throwing the bow back on the lower strings gave him no trouble at all. He simply loosened the hairs a little so that they curved over the strings. This accounts for the fact that the Germans cultivated polyphonic playing on the violin, while it was almost unknown to the Italians. In Italy, the straight bow with its purely mechanical tension had already established itself by the end of the 17th century. This bow permits a polyphonic playing only to a limited extent, since it allows of no further tension during the performance, for if the hairs are relaxed, they do not arch over the strings, but fall against the stick. With the old German bow, on the other hand, the stick of which was not straight, there was a fair space between the hairs and the bow. The last representative of chord playing on the violin was the Norwegian Ole Bull, 1810 to 1880. His bridge was quite flat. He had his bows made in such a way that the stick stood at a considerable distance from the hairs. It is interesting to know that he always maintained that this method was no new invention of his own, but a return to the true violin method of the past. It is quite possible that in Scandinavia the traditions of the 17th century had been retained, along with the old bows, down to Ole Bull's time. In his sonatas for violin solo, Bach has thus demanded of the instrument nothing impossible or even unsatisfactory per se, but only what seems so with our excessively arched bridges and our flat Italian bows. To play these sonatas as he did, we need only to file down the archings of the bridge so as to bring the strings almost level, and to use a bow so shaped from nut to point that the hairs can curve towards the stick without touching it. Still better is a bow with a slightly curved stick. In this way violinists will be able once more to play Bach in a correct style. Any one who has heard the chords of the chaconne played without any restlessness and without arpeggios can no longer doubt that this is the only correct and, from the artistic standpoint, satisfactory way of playing it. Of course, the slackly stretched bow demands a different technique from the usual one. The pure springing bow is impossible. But the tone also undergoes a change. It acquires a curious softness. If we play the chords with the hairs of the bow relaxed, we get an almost organ-like tone, somewhat like that of a soft silicionale. To get an idea of this tone, unscrew the hairs of an ordinary bow, place the stick under the violin, lay the hairs over the strings, and fasten them again to the stick. If we move this reversed bow, we observe the organ-like ethereal tone that the relaxed bow produced. When we have imitated the old bow as best we can, and given the hairs their utmost tension by thumb pressure in the monophonic passages, we still do not get the powerful tone of the modern mechanically stretched bow. We purchased beauty of tone, that is to say, at the expense of some loss of strength. The reproach was always being levelled against Ole Bull that his tone was weak. It is a question whether the modern public would accustom itself to this weak tone. In large concert rooms it will scarcely be possible to play the sonatas for solo violin in the old way, as the tone would not carry sufficiently. In chamber music performances, on the other hand, the proper style of rendering should suit admirably. If we had once heard the chaconne in this way, we cannot afterwards endure it in any other. Thus the result would be that the works for solo violin would disappear from the programs of the larger concerts, and be restored to the chamber music to which they really belong. The movements of the sonatas for the solo violin that exist also for the piano or organ are arrangements of violin originals. It is doubtful whether they are all effective in this form. They show, however, how completely the violin method of phrasing ranked with Bach as the universal method, to which the keyed instruments had to try to conform. When we read the prelude of the third partita, we find it impossible to believe that Bach could have entertained the idea of asking the organ to perform these repeated semiquavers, the proper articulation of which is possible only on a bowed instrument.
Yet this is what he actually does in the instrumental prelude to the Ratswall cantata, Wir danken dir, Gott, wir danken dir, number 29. He could only venture to do so because he himself played the part on the Rückpositiv of the organ at St. Thomas's. The fugue of the first sonata may have been originally conceived for the organ. Its theme is derived from the first movement of the Veni Sancte Spiritus and runs thus. Mattheson quotes this theme in his Grosse Generalbassschule, and sketches a development of which resembles Bach's at many points, especially in the employment of a chromatic countersubject. As he quotes in the same place the theme of the great organ fugue in G minor without mentioning Bach's name, it may be taken for granted that he has also the fugue of the third sonata before him. Did Bach play it in Hamburg about 1720 as an organ fugue? Assuredly not in the present form, for the structure of the fugue, it reminds us of the chaconne, has nothing whatever in common with those for the organ, but is wholly designed for the violin. Here again, therefore, the violin form must be the original one. In two places Mattheson speaks of the fugue of A minor sonata with unreserved admiration. The six sonatas for violin solo also belong to the Cothen period. They are as perfect in their own way as the works for violin solo. Chord playing, of course, is not used to anything like the same extent, nor does Bach even employ a simple kind of two-part polyphony. This is to be explained by the fact that the Germans played the big violin with the non-relaxable bow. In quality these suites remind us of the French. The last but one is described as suite discordable, and requires a tuning of the A string down to G, thus. For the last, Bach requires a stringed instrument with an E string above the A. There may have been 5-string cellos at that time. It is more probable, however, that Bach wrote the suite for the viola pomposa that he invented, and that was strung in this way. We know from Gerber, who was the son of one of Bach's pupils, that Bach employed this instrument in the orchestra in the early Leipzig years. The stiff way, says the lexicographer, in which the violoncello was played in Bach's time compelled him to invent for the animated basses of his works the so-called viola pomposa, which was a little longer and deeper than a viola, and was turned like a violoncello with a fifth string E, and was laid on the arm. On this convenient instrument very high and rapid passages were easier. In considering the works for a solo instrument with clavier, we must remember the distinction of that day between the obbligato clavier and the accompanying clavier. In a sonata with obbligato clavier, the latter plays the chief role, several obbligato parts being given to it, while the solo instrument has only one. In Bach we do not get a sonata for violin and clavier, or sonata for flute and clavier, but sonata for clavier and violin, and sonata for clavier and flute. A light is thrown on the way of looking at the matter in that epoch by the fact that a work for clavier and violin, if the polyphony was in 3 parts, was called a trio. They counted, that is to say, not the instruments, but the obbligato parts. By sonata for violin and clavier, Bach means a composition in which the clavier only supplies the bass and the figured bass. Even Zelter uses the terms in this sense. Of Bach's works for obbligato clavier and violin, we possess a suite in A major and 6 sonatas for violin with accompanying clavier. He wrote a sonata, a fugue, and 4 inventions. The suite for clavier and violin is not on the same level as the 6 sonatas. It is probably an earlier work. Bach incessantly improved the sonatas, as is shown by the various copies of them. The last version is represented by a copy of Altnicol's. The manuscript that belonged to Emmanuel is overloaded with ornaments. In the same way, Friedemann, when transcribing his father's organ sonatas, embellished them according to the taste of the epoch. This shows us how much reliance is to be placed on the ornaments in any work of Bach's that we possess only in copies, even though these are by his sons. These sonatas were written at Cothen. How small, by the side of them, seem the works of Corelli and the other Italian violin composers at whose feet Bach had sat in Weimar! Bach's sonatas, like Beethoven's, depict soul states and inner experiences, but with force in the place of passion. Whether he is sunk in sorrow or in mystical dreams, Bach always recovers himself in a compact fugal finale. Sorrow predominates. We could almost imagine that Bach wrote these works under the impression of the loss of his first wife. The Siciliano of the fourth sonata is composed on a theme that closely resembles that of the aria Embarme dich in the St. Matthew Passion, and a sob runs through both of them. Siciliano from the fourth sonata. Aria Erbarme dich from the St. Matthew Passion. This movement has of course nothing in common with the Siciliano of earlier composers except its motion and its rhythm. It has nothing of the lyrical pastoral mood. It is filled with the deepest pathos throughout. It should be played in this spirit, the violin part, as in the corresponding aria in the St. Matthew Passion, being heavily rather than lightly accented. The third and sixth quavers should be brought out with some force, and opposed by means of a certain weight of emphasis to the following strong beat. If Bach had not conceived it thus, he would not have aimed at greater intensity towards the end by throwing the accent back on to the weak beat by means of syncopation. Many of our violinists play these sonatas in a sentimental style instead of the expressive Bach style. An experienced critic in the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik rightly complains that in the practical edition of the new Bach Gesellschaft the player will be misled into beginning the proud and energetic themes of the allegro movements in a soft piano in order to get the usual gradual crescendo, and will do this even in the theme of the last sonata. That this is intended to suggest impetuous motion is shewn by the fact that Bach uses it again, only in fuller form, in the secular cantata Weichet nur Betrübte Schatten (BG 11), to illustrate the works Phoebus flies with swift horses. Of what use are all the pianos, mezzo fortes and fortes that the majority of our players and many editors import into these sonatas? The musician has yet to be born who can convince another where the piano or the forte or the crescendo or decrescendo should begin and end in the various movements. Of course, the obvious echo effects and the contrast intended between a pianoforte theme in one part and a tutti theme in another admit of no question. But what nuances are we to put, for example, into the first movement of the B minor sonata or that of the E major? Why should we play now softly, now loudly, in the andante of the first sonata? As this alternation is not an essential part of the structure of the works, its only effect must be to create an impression of aimlessness and unrest. What should we say if any one were to paint over fine old steel engravings in modern tints under the pretext of heightening their effect? Yet there is no such general outcry against the variety of colors that are imposed upon Bach's works. In general, each movement of the violin sonatas should be played with a uniform stretch of tone. This does not mean that they are to be played monotonously. Declamatory nuances contained within the range of the general tone quality must bring out the detail in the same animated way as in the case of the pianoforte works. But from the architectonic standpoint there should be no insistence in this music or variations of tint that will affect the broad, plastic lines of it. Our modern emotional dynamics would obliterate the plan of the work and give a false idea of the cooperation of the three obbligato voices. We should try to play these sonatas with an eye only to the animated and plastic working out of the detail, and to a kind of broad declamation, leaving the variety to come from the vivacious interplay of the parts. The direct impression the pieces make in this way will prove the rightness of the principle. As regards the tempo, the andante movements are as a rule taken rather too slowly, and the allegros much too fast. We seldom meet a player who plays, for example,
the theme of the final allegro in the third sonata in such a way that the hearer receives the impression of proud strength that should be given by this sequence of intervals built up on a basis of moving semiquavers. Even the best performance, however, is not wholly satisfactory. This is the fault of our pianoforte, the dull timbre of which does not blend with that of the violin. It is hopeless to try to blend a modern grand piano and a stringed instrument, as Wagner says, the timbre of the piano and that of the violin are incompatible. In a Bach clavier sonata this is unpleasantly evident, for the composer has calculated on the cooperation of absolutely homogeneous obbligato parts. This was obtainable in his day, the cembalo producing the pure tone of a string vibrating on a wood resonance. It was only slightly brighter than that of the violin, owing to its coming from a metal string. When the cembalo part is played on a modern piano, the ensemble of the equal homogeneous parts is destroyed. We only hear a solo with pianoforte accompaniment. Even if in the future we should go back to a domestic instrument that substitutes a pure silvery timbre for the thick and brutal tone of our huge grands and uprights, the difficulties with regard to the performance of the sonatas for piano and violin would only be half surmounted. In the clavier parts of these works, Bach counts on the simultaneous doubling of a tone in several octaves, which is possible only on the cembalo. A good cembalo, like that of Friedemann's acquired by Count Voss, has four strings to each note, to give the ground tone, one the lower octave, and one the upper octave. According to the couplers he used, the player could strike simply the two ground tone strings, or these and that of the upper octave, or all four together. The tone was small but very rich. In this respect our modern piano cannot compare for a moment with the sparkling, dashing cembalo. Moreover, the player could bring out the theme more pointedly by doubling it in the upper octave, or, if the theme was in the bass, in the lower octave. We can thus imagine how different the adagio of the first sonata, that of the third, and the largo of the fifth would sound then from what they do on a keyed instrument of today, on which it is impossible to play in three octaves at once. As a matter of fact, the adagio of the fifth sonata, with the double stopping in the violin and the arpeggio demi-semiquavers in the clavier, is positively unpleasant when performed nowadays. The necessary vaporousness and at the same time definiteness of the tone can never be got on our grand piano, and the double stopping in the violin is never quite beautiful, for it can only be properly done with a loosened bow. Only in this way can these two violin parts receive the delicate organ-like tone they need, with the silvery tone of the clavier playing round it. Nature fortunately is compassionate, and lets us believe that we hear music only with the ears, while in truth we take it in at the same time through the eyes, and correct our hearing accordingly. We enjoy these works because the eye's perception of the beauty of them on the paper, and the mind's conception of the noble counterpoint, permit the ear to believe that the work sounds well in performance, and the delusion continues even if both players indulge in senseless alterations of pianissimo and fortissimo. But any one who has the misfortune to hear only with the ears is bound to admit that Bach's sonatas for clavier and violin imperatively demand the cembalo. This was insisted upon by Rust in his preface to the original edition (1860). He could not foresee that 40 years later the demand would be still more peremptory, and that an attempt would be made to meet it by the construction of the new cembali. We would not deprive those who have only a modern piano of their pleasure in these sonatas. Only we must be quite clear as to what an ideal performance of the works would sound like, and not seek this ideal in a false modernization of them. We must not omit to mention the tradition that in performing sonatas of this kind the cembalo bass was helped by a stringed instrument. We shall in fact find that a discreet violoncello does good service in these works of Bach, especially where the theme has to be brought out in the lowest voice. This can be tested, for example, in the largo of the F minor sonata. An old manuscript, partly autograph, of the sonatas categorically recommends the use of an optional gamba to strengthen the bass. It bears the title Sei suonate a cembalo sertato e violino solo, col basso per viola da gamba, accompagnato se piace, composte da Georg Sebast Bach. The chords to be struck between the obbligato voices are only rarely figured. They must be added, however, in every place
where the contrapuntal web is thin, for example, when only the violin part and the bass are at work, or when the clavier alone is playing in two parts. If the movement begins with only a bass note, it goes without saying that the whole chord is to be struck, but in such a way as if it were being sounded by another clavier, not by the one that is playing the obbligato parts. In this discreet way the harmonic basis of the whole can be indicated throughout, even when three or more voices are going together. But to handle the piano part in this way requires exceptional skill, and a knowledge of the peculiarities of Bach's figuring, otherwise the harmony will not be correctly filled in. Kirnberger appears to have employed two claviers when playing the sonatas, one playing the obbligato parts, the other strengthened the bass and supplied the harmonies. We also possess the following instrumental sonatas by Bach: three wonderful ones for clavier and gamba, BG 9, page 175, three for obbligato clavier and flute, BG 9, page 3, three for flute with clavier accompaniment, BG 43, page 3, one for two violins with clavier accompaniment, BG 9, page 231, one for two flutes with clavier accompaniment, BG 9, page 260, which Bach afterwards rewrote as the first sonata for clavier and gamba, though it sounds better for two flutes. The end of the first movement of the third sonata for clavier and flute A minor is lacking. Bach wrote it on the same sheet as one of the concertos for two claviers with orchestral accompaniment, employing in his usual economical way the three vacant staves at the bottom of each page. From six of these leaves the lower part has been cut away, so that we lack some 50 bars of the sonata. The autograph was already in this mutilated state when von Winterfeld brought it for a few groschen from an antiquary in Breslau. The sonata for flute, violin, and accompanying clavier G major is written for the violino discordato. Bach desires the player to tune the two upper strings in a lower tone, thus, and consequently writes the part out a tone higher. As there is nothing in the violin part that could not equally be well played with the strings tuned in the ordinary way, Bach's purpose in prescribing the peculiar tuning can only have been to get a softer timbre that would blend better with that of the flute. Of Bach's orchestral works probably scarcely any have been lost. We possess 4 large suites and 6 concertos. It cannot be settled whether the suites were written in Cothen or in Leipzig. In any case, Bach performed them not only before the Prince of Cothen, but also in the Telemann Musical Society at Leipzig, which he conducted from 1729 to 1736. He calls these works overtures, not suites or partitas, this being the customary name at that time for an orchestral suite in which the introduction played the chief part. They are, however, just as much real partitas as those in the Klavierübung, except that the old dances, the Allemande, the Courante, and the Sarabande, retire in favor of the newer and freer movements. The introductions are monumental movements, all constructed on the plan of the French overture. They begin with a stately section. To this succeeds a long and brilliant allegro. At the end the slow section returns. When Mendelssohn, in 1830, played to the old Goethe on the piano the overture of the first of the two suites in D major, the poet thought he saw a number of well-dressed people walking in stately fashion down a great staircase. In 1838 Mendelssohn succeeded in getting them performed by the orchestra at the Gewandhaus, Leipzig. It was the first performance of any of these splendid works since Bach's death. In the dance melodies of these suites a fragment of a vanished world of grace and elegance has been preserved for us. They are the ideal musical picture of the Rococo period. Their charm resides in the perfection of their blending of strength and grace. The celebrated aria is found in the first D major overture. The 6 concertos are known as the Brandenburg, having been written for Margrave Christian Ludwig 1677 to 1734. He was the youngest son of the great Electoral Prince by the latter's second marriage. He was passionately devoted to music, and maintained an excellent orchestra. He made Bach's acquaintance about 1719, perhaps at the Meiningen court, with which he had relations through his sister, or perhaps in Karlsbad, where Bach accompanied Prince Leopold there. Enchanted by Bach's playing, he asked him to compose some works for his orchestra. Bach fulfilled this wish, and sent him 2 years later the 6 concertos with the following dedication: À son Altesse Royale,
Monseigneur Chrétien Louis Margrave de Brandenburg. Monseigneur, comme j'eus il y a un couple d'années le bonheur de me faire entendre à votre Altesse royale, en vertu de ces ordres, et que je remarquai alors qu'elle prenait quelque plaisir au petit talent que le ciel m'a donné pour la musique, et qu'en prenant congé de votre Altesse royale, elle voulut bien me faire l'honneur de me commander de lui envoyer quelques pièces de ma composition. J'ai donc, selon ces très gracieux ordres, pris la liberté de rendre de mes très humbles devoirs à votre Altesse royale, par les présents concerts que j'ai accommodés à plusieurs instruments, la priant très humblement de ne vouloir pas juger leur imperfection à la rigueur du goût fin et délicat que tout le monde sait qu'elle a pour les pièces musicales, mais de tirer plutôt en bénigne considération le profond respect et la très humble obéissance que je tâche à lui témoigner par là. Pour le reste, monsieur, je suppliais très humblement votre Altesse royale d'avoir la bonté de continuer ses bonnes grâces envers moi et d'être persuadé que je n'ai rien tant à cœur que je pouvoir être employé en des occasions plus dignes d'elle et de son service, moi qui suis avec une zèle sans pareil. Monseigneur, de votre Altesse royale, le très humble et très obéissant serviteur Jean-Sébastien Bach. Cotton, 10, 80 mars, mai, 1721. To His Royal Highness, Monseigneur Chrétien Louis, Margrave of Brandenburg. Monseigneur, as I had the honor of playing before your Royal Highness a couple of years ago, and as I observed that you took some pleasure in the small talent that Heaven has given me for music, and in taking leave of your Royal Highness, you honored me with a command to send you some pieces of my composition. I now, according to your gracious orders, take the liberty of presenting my very humble respect to your Royal Highness, with the present concertos, which I have written for several instruments, humbly praying you not to judge their imperfection by the severity of the fine and delicate taste that every one knows you to have for music, but rather to consider benignly the profound respect and the very humble obedience to which they are meant to testify. For the rest, Monseigneur, I very humbly beg your Royal Highness to have the goodness to continue your good graces towards me, and to be convinced that I have nothing so much as heart as the wish to be employed in matters more worthy of you and your service, for with zeal unequalled, Monseigneur, I am your Royal Highness's most humble and most obedient servant, Jean-Sébastien Bach, Cotton, 24th May, 1721. How the prince received this gift, and how he rewarded Bach for it, we do not know. When he died, these concertos, together with the rest of his large musical collection, were inventoried and valued. They do not, however, figure in the inventory under the composer's name, like those of Vivaldi and other Italians, but are included in two lots, one containing 77 concertos by various writers, the other 100. Each of these concertos was valued at 4 groschen. Thus, in the year 1734, the 6 Brandenburg concertos were worth 24 groschen. At a later date, the autograph score which Bach had sent to the Margrave came into the possession of Kernberger, who left it to his pupil, Princess Amalie of Prussia. She bequeathed it to the library of Joachimsthal Gymnasium, whence it afterwards came to the Royal Library in Berlin. In elegance and cleanness, this autograph surpasses even the famous score of the St. Matthew Passion. The bar lines are drawn throughout with a ruler. In spite of all this care, the score contains an error. In the 11th bar of the 5th concerto, the semiquavers of the viola descend in fifths with those of the obbligato cembalo. It is interesting to see that the error is due to a correction made by Bach in the fair copy. He noticed, that is to say, that the viola in the original version, which we have in the orchestral parts that have been accidentally preserved, ascended in hidden octaves with the solo violin. He at once erased the sequence which he had already written in the fair copy, and inserted in place of it the descending semiquavers, without observing that in this way he was falling out of the frying pan into the fire.
This is presumably the passage referred to by Zelter in a passage on Mendelssohn in one of his letters to Goethe. In the score of a splendid concerto by Sebastian Bach he says: "The lynx eye of my Felix, when he was 10 years old, detected 6 consecutive fifths, which I perhaps would never have discovered, as I do not bother about these things in large works, and the passage is in 6 parts." The Brandenburg concertos are the purest products of Bach's polyphonic style. Neither on the organ nor on the clavier could he have worked out the architecture of a movement with such vitality. The orchestra alone permits him absolute freedom in the leading and grouping of the obbligato voices. When we said in another connection that Bach's mode of expression is to be conceived as a plastic one, and deduced from this certain principles for performance, there was a danger of our being misunderstood, as if our object were to try to reintroduce the old stiff way of playing his music. But one has only to go through these scores, in which Bach has marked all the nuances with the utmost care, to realize that the plastic pursuit of the musical idea is not in the least formal, but alive from beginning to end. Bach takes up the ground idea of the old concerto, which develops the work out of the alternation of a larger body of tone, the tutti, and a smaller one, the concertino. Only with him the formal principle becomes a living one. It is not now a question merely of the alternation of the tutti and the concertino. The various tone groups interpenetrate and react on each other, separate from each other, unite again, and all with an incomprehensible artistic inevitability. The concerto is really the evolution and the vicissitudes of the theme. We really seem to see before us what the philosophy of all ages conceives as a fundamental mystery of things, that self-unfolding of the idea in which it creates its own opposite in order to overcome it, creates another, which again it overcomes, and so on until it finally returns to itself, having meanwhile traversed the whole of existence. We have the same impression of incomprehensible necessity and mysterious contentment when we pursue the theme of one of these concertos, from its entry in the tutti, through its enigmatic struggle with its opposite, to the moment when it enters into possession of itself again in the final tutti. In Bach we often have not one but several groups of solo instruments that are played off against each other in the development of the movement. The wind instruments are used with the audacity of genius. In the first concerto Bach employs, besides the strings, a wind ensemble consisting of 2 horns, 3 oboes and bassoon. In the second, flute, oboe, trumpet and violin are used as a kind of solo quartet against the body of the strings. In the third he aims at no contrast of timbres, but employs 3 string trios, all constituted in the same way. In the fourth concerto the concertino consists of 1 violin and 2 flutes. In the fifth it consists of clavier, flute and violin. In the sixth Bach employs only the timbre effects to be had from the strings, 2 violas, 2 gambas and cello. The study of Bach's nuances in these works is a continual source of delight, for they are all so simple and yet so full and rich. Observe, for example, how in the first movement of the fourth concerto, from the 27th bar before the end, the piano comes down in a wavy line from top to bottom, following the line of the forte theme that winds downwards and lies, as it were, in violent convulsions on the ground, till suddenly a bold forte of the whole orchestra puts an end to the unrest that began with the first entry of this subsidiary theme in the violins, and leads into the victorious conclusion. Many conductors, indeed, are still of the opinions that Bach ought to be corrected here and there. They think that the nuances should not be sharply defined against each other, but should merge into each other by a crescendo or diminuendo. This, of course, quite destroys the terrace-like plan of Bach's music to which Viana da Motta has called attention. There are also conductors who try to get a better effect by making a final tutti dribble out to a pianissimo. The same rules holds good for the tempo here as in the organ and clavier works. The better the playing, the slower the tempo can be, because when the hearer perceives all the expressive detail, a quite moderate tempo has the effect on him of a quick one, while in the faster tempo he could scarcely grasp the rich polyphony. Are the Brandenburg concertos suitable for our concert halls? No one can doubt this who has heard one of them, say under Steinbach. and observe the effect on the audience. These works should become popular possessions in the same sense as the Beethoven symphonies are. Spiro finally says, in a glowing article in which he affirms the right of the modern public to Bach's orchestral works, that these concertos in reality are not concertos but symphonies. It is to be hoped that the overtures will come into their own before long. Our instrumentalists would profit greatly by going to school to Bach. There are no insuperable difficulties in the way of performance. It is not for the best that the flute à bec in the fourth concerto should have to be replaced by our traverse flutes, but the total effect really does not suffer. Viola players who can also play the gamba will probably be found before long in nearly every orchestra, so that the sixth concerto may some day be freed from its Babylonian captivity. For the second concerto the instrument makers, Alexander Brothers of Mainz, have made a small F trumpet, on which it is possible for any good trumpeter, with a little practice, to play the original Bach part, so that for the future it will not be necessary to modify the part or give it to the clarinet. Mendelssohn had recourse to the latter device when he produced the first D major overture, and it is retained in David's edition of the work for the Gewandhaus concerts. The small Quartgeiger, giving the four-feet tone, for which Bach writes in the first concerto, must also find cultivators again. Too large an orchestra is rather a disadvantage to these concertos, as it destroys the natural proportion between the solo instruments and the tutti. We are on the very border line between chamber music and orchestral music. The woodwind in the tutti must of course be increased in proportion to the strings. The accompanying clavier must not be omitted, even when the orchestra is a large one. In a small room a cembalo can be employed. In a large one it is best to have a good table piano, or a small Erard grand of the old style. A modern grand is too dull harmonically. For the concertizing piano, however, we should always employ a modern grand, as here it must play the part of a solo voice. The harmonies should be given on another piano. It is most desirable also that the basses in the tutti be accompanied in octaves by a piano, as this will bring them out more clearly than exaggerated emphasis in the double basses. It will always be noticed that to force the tone anywhere in these works is to spoil the effect. When once the Brandenburg concertos and the overtures have established themselves in the concert room, the question will arise as to how far some of the preludes to the cantatas can win the same rights of naturalization. It is already settled in principle by the fact that Bach himself does not hesitate to transfer movements from his overtures and concertos into his cantatas. He used the introduction to the first Brandenburg concerto as a sinfonia for the cantata Falsche Welt, dir trau ich nicht, No. 52, and the first movement of the third concerto as a prelude to the cantata Ich liebe den Höchsten von ganzem Gemüte, No. 174. But as a piece for strings alone did not seem to him rich enough for the church, especially in a festal cantata on Whit Monday, he added in the latter case 3 obbligato oboes and 2 horns, without altering the original composition. This would be regarded as an astounding technical feat had he not eclipsed it by another. He made the splendid chorus of the Christmas cantata Unser Mund sei voll Lachens, No. 110, by simply adding vocal parts to the allegro of the second overture in D major, BG 31, page 66. One would almost suppose he had written the overture and the cantata together. The allegro theme of the overture is so characteristic a musical representation of laughter that it seems to have been prompted by the text of the cantata. A cantata prelude particularly fitted for performance as an independent orchestral piece in the wonderful orchestral mood picture from Am Abend aber Deselbigen Shabbats, No. 42, in which Bach paints the silence and the peace in which the slowly descending twilight envelops the earth. The arrangement of Bach's clavier and organ works for orchestra must be regarded as superfluous and imperfect, even when they are as sensitively done as Raff's arrangement of the G minor English suite. It is misleading to speak of Bach's clavier concertos and violin concertos
as these works have nothing in common with the modern concerto, in which the role of the orchestra is largely that of an accompanist. With Bach it is only a matter of giving a specially brilliant obbligato part to the solo instrument. If this happens to be the cembalo, it may also play the bass in order to employ both hands. That Bach thought in the first place of the obbligato part, and only secondarily of the instrument that was to play it, it is evident from the fact that the majority of the 7 clavier concertos are not primarily planned for the clavier. Almost all are arrangements; 6 probably come from violin concertos. Bach needed clavier concertos when he directed the Telemann Society. The arrangements are often made with quite incredible haste and carelessness. Either time was pressing, or he felt no interest in what he was doing. Violin effects to which he could easily have given a pianistic turn are not remodelled at all. Later on he improves them here and there in the score, but leaves them as they are in the clavier part. The reason for this was that he himself played the cembalo part, and did as he pleased with the notes before him, making a new part out of them. We are under no special obligation to incorporate these transcriptions in our concert programs. It is otherwise with the triple concerto for clavier, flute, and violin in A minor, which we are accustomed to regard as the Bach clavier concerto. No audience surely could help being carried away by this work even at a first hearing. It would certainly occupy the first place in the repertory of every earnest pianist, if the cooperation of the 2 other solo instruments and the whole style of the work did not demand more rehearsals than the majority of concert directors are in the habit of allowing to a piano concerto. As is well known, this concerto has grown out of the clavier prelude and fugue in A minor. On comparing the sketch with the masterly expansion of it, we seem to share the pride that Bach must have felt when he saw the new work arise in all its majesty out of the old. The middle movement is taken from the organ sonata in D minor. Of the 3 concertos for 2 claviers and orchestra, 2, the first and the third, are arrangements of concertos for 2 violins. The original of the first in C minor no longer exists. The third, also in C minor, is identical with the D minor concerto for 2 violins. How Bach could venture to transfer the 2 cantabile violin parts in the largo of this work to the cembalo, with its abrupt tone, must be left to himself to answer. Had he not done it himself, we should be protesting in his name today against so un-Bach-like a transcription. This is not the only case in which he makes it hard for his prophets to go forth in his name against the evil transcribers. The one original concerto, however, number 2 in C major, compensates us for all our disappointed expectations in the 2 others, if we can speak of disappointment in connection with Bach. The fact that it was originally conceived for 2 claviers is shown at once not only by the rich writing for the 2 solo parts. In the third section of the splendid fugue they are in 3 parts throughout, but also by the subordinate position given to the orchestra. It is not an orchestral concerto with 2 soli cembali, but a concerto for 2 claviers with orchestral accompaniment. Perhaps, indeed, the first movement existed at one time without instrumental accompaniment. Certain indications go to show that this was added later, and that Bach wrote it out at first not in score but in parts. Otherwise we cannot explain how it happens that in 2 places of this first allegro, bar 83 and 108, the orchestra enters with the major third, while the clavier parts maintain the minor third, which grows logically out of what has gone before, and we do not make it major until the following crochet. Bach would certainly have noticed this error had he had the clavier and orchestral parts before him in the score. The curious thing is that the mistake was not noticed in performance, and at once corrected in the clavier parts. An accompanying piano is not necessarily here, the 2 solo claviers themselves supplying the most essential harmonies. The cembalo accompagnato is here really the orchestra, consisting of a simple string quartet, which in reality only plays a figured bass that has a good deal of rhythmical interest. In a performance in a small room it can be quite well replaced by a third piano. An ordinarily good player could easily play the part direct from the orchestral score. We could even arrange for the 2 pianos all that is really indispensable in the orchestral accompaniment. The 2 concertos for 3 claviers, BG 31,
are constructed on the principle that underlies the original works for two claviers. In them also the string quartet retires into the background. For the most part it only supplies the harmonies, and aims at supporting and throwing into relief the leading part in the ensemble of the three claviers. The second concerto, it is not agreed whether the original key is C major or D major, is planned on larger lines than the first D minor, and the orchestra plays a more important part in it. In the adagio there are even tutti passages in which the three claviers merely accompany the orchestra. The tonal and rhythmical effects that Bach has achieved with three claviers are indescribable. At every hearing of these works we stand amazed before the mystery of so incredible a power of invention and combination. An old tradition has it that Bach wrote these two concertos in order to play them with his two eldest sons. If this be true, they must date from about 1730 to 1733. The concerto for four claviers, A minor, is based upon a Vivaldi concerto for four violins. Of the violin concertos we possess only the half, those left by Philipp Emanuel. Those belonging to Friedemann are probably lost forever. We have three concertos for violin and orchestra, A minor, E major, and G major, an important fragment of an allegro movement from a work for violin and large orchestra, D major, and a concerto for two violins with simple string orchestra, D minor. Of lost violin concertos, at least three, two for one violin and one for two violins, have come down to us in clavier arrangements. The concertos for violin and orchestra that have survived are among the works of Bach to which it is useless to employ the method of analysis. We must put them in the category for which Forkel briefly and eloquently observes, one can never say enough of their beauty. The A minor and E major concertos are beginning to win a place in our concert halls. Modern audiences are enthralled by the two adagio movements in which the violin moves about over a basso ostinato. We involuntarily associate them with the idea of fate. The beauty of the A minor concerto is severe, that of the E major full of an unconquerable joy of life, that sings its song of triumph in the first and last movements. The concerto for two violins in D minor is perhaps more widely known still. It can be played at home, as its orchestral part can be easily transcribed for the piano. Every amateur should know the wonderful piece of the Largo man non tanto in F major. The concerto in E major was regularly given in the Berlin Singakademie even in Zelter's time. This Bach improver, for such he is shewn to be by his revision of the parts and the marks of expression he has added, thought it necessary to have more alternations of solo and tutti than Bach had indicated. Emmanuel seems to have performed this concerto in Hamburg, otherwise he would not have had the parts copied so carefully. Forkel has a notable passage to the effect that Bach had instrumental soli played during the communion, and wrote most of his own for this purpose. Of the violin concertos, however, he could have used only the Largo from the concerto for two violins. In modern performances of the two concertos for single violin, the orchestra is generally too large. This becomes unpleasantly noticeable when the basso ostinato in the middle movements is played in an intolerably heavy style by half a dozen contrabasses and twice as many cellos. The accompanying piano is usually omitted, without regard for the hearers who are conscious of gaps in the passages where only the violin and the bass are playing. Isaiah plays these concertos in captivating style, even though at times he modernizes them too much. But his habit of having the general bass performed on a harmonium is inexplicable either on historical or logical or musical grounds. End of chapter 17.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama.
Chapter 18 of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed by Jonathan Schofield.
Chapter 18. The Musical Offering and the Art of Fugue. Bach wrote the musical offering on his return from Potsdam in 1747. He had been received by the king on May 7th. On July 7th he sent him his gift. The composition and the engraving of it had therefore been a matter of less than 2 months. Nor did the engraver even live in Leipzig. It was Schubler of Zella, through whom Bach had already published several clavier works and 6 organ chorales. The copy with the dedication passed from the possession of Princess Amalie into that of the Joachimsthaler Gymnasium, and is now in the Royal Library at Berlin. Bach's dedication runs thus: Most gracious King, allergnädigster König, Eu Majestat weihe hiermit in tiefster Untertanigkeit ein musikalische Opfer dessen edelster Teil von derselben hohe Hand selbst herrührt, mit einen ehrfurchtsvollen Vergnügen erinnere ich mich noch der ganz besonderen königlichen Gnade, da vor einiger Zeit bei meiner Anwesenheit in Potsdam Ihre Majestat selbst ein Thema zur eine Fuge auf dem Klavier mir vorzuspielen geruheten und zugleich allergnädigst auferlegten, solches also bald in derselben höchsten Gegenwart auszuführen. Ihre Majestat Befehl zu gehorsamen war meine untertanigste Schuldigkeit. Ich bemerkte aber grad bald, dass wegen mangels nötiger Vorbereitung die Ausführung nicht also geraten wollte, als es ein so treffliches Thema erforderte. Ich fassete demnach den Entschluss und machte mich zugleich anheischig, dieses recht königliche Thema vollkommen auszuarbeiten und sodann der Welt bekannt zu machen. Dieser Vorsatz ist nunmehr nach Vermögen bewerkstelligt worden, und hat keine andere als nur diese untadelhafte Absicht, den Ruhm eines Monarchen, obgleich nur in einem kleinen Punkte, zu verherrlichen, dessen Größe und Stärke, gleichwie in allen Kriegs- und Friedenswissenschaften, also auch besonders in der Musik, jedermann bewundern und verehren muss. Ich erkünne mich dieses untertanigste Bitten hinzuzufügen. Ihre Majestat gerben gegenwärtige weinige Arbeit mit einer gnädigen Aufnahme zu würdigen und derselben allerhöchste königliche Gnade noch Fehlerweit zu gönnen. Ihre Majestat, alleruntertanigste gehorsamten Knechte, der Verfasser, Leipzig, den 7. July 1747. Most gracious King, to your Majesty I dedicate herewith, in deepest submissiveness, a musical offering, the noblest part of which comes from your own exalted hand. It is with respectful pleasure that I remember still the very special royal favour with which, on my recent visit to Potsdam, your Majesty yourself deigned to give me on the clavier a theme for a fugue, and most graciously imposed on me the command to develop it at once in your Majesty's exalted presence. It was my most humble duty to obey your Majesty's command. I soon observed, however, that owing to the lack of necessary preparation, the working out was not as successful as so excellent a theme demanded. Therefore I resolved, and set to work immediately, to work out fully this truly royal theme, and then make it known to the world. This undertaking has now been accomplished to the best of my ability, and it has no other object than the irreproachable one of exalting, if even in only a small degree, the fame of a monarch, whose greatness and power in all the arts both of war and of peace, but especially in music, every one must admire and honor. I make bold to add this most humble request, that your Majesty will deign to honor this small work with your gracious acceptance, and continue to bestow your most exalted kindly favor on your Majesty's most humble and obedient servant, the author. Leipzig, 7 July 1747. Along with his dedication, however, he sent only the first third of the work, as far as a 6-part Ricercare. The 2 remaining parts he probably sent to the King by the hands of his son. 5 leaves in brown leather binding with gold tooling form the bulk of the portion sent first. The paper is of uncommon fineness and strength. The dedication occupies 2 leaves. Then follows the 3-part Ricercare and a canon. Afterwards comes a separate large folio sheet with the canon perpetus, 5 canones diversi, and the fuga canonica in epidiapente, all upon the thema regium. The Ricercare is rather a fugal 3-part fantasia than a fuga, and contains many surprising things. We ask, for instance, what is the meaning of the triplet passage that enters unmotived at the 31st bar, especially as it is at once abandoned, and twice again emerges only to disappear at once. Why did not Bach open his work with a larger and stricter piano fuga upon the royal theme? The most natural explanation is that he wished to keep to the improvisation that he had made before the monarch. The complete working out of which the dedication speaks must consequently be taken to mean, with regard to the first piece, only a fundamental revision of the fuga actually played on the 7th May. We thus possess one of Bach's improvisations, written down by his own hand. That this is so is further suggested by the unusual freedom and animation of the fuga. It is regrettable that this splendid work, not being included among the clavier compositions, is almost unknown to the majority of players. The royal theme runs thus. Frederick had desired Bach to extemporize a 6-part fuga for him. Bach did so, not however on the king's theme, but on one of his own, giving as his excuse that it was not every theme that lent itself to 6-part treatment. Afterwards he made it a point of honor to work out the king's theme also in 6 parts. Thus originated the Ricercare, which, with 2 supplementary canons, constituted the second consignment. This is not so luxuriously got up as the first. It consists of 4 ordinary leaves held together by a pin. The 6-part Ricercare is Bach's richest piece of fugal writing. In order to allow of a more comprehensive view of it, he wrote it out in score on 6 staves. It is, however, as playable on the piano as any of the fugas of the Well-Tempered Clavichord. From the technical standpoint, the work is unique, but we see in vain in it for the inspiration and the poetry that made the fugas of the Well-Tempered Clavichord so beautiful. No matter how often we play it, it affords no lasting satisfaction. It is a product of Bach's last creative period, in which the contrapuntal technique, though not actually an aim in itself, nevertheless plays the leading part, the invention taking a subordinate place. The musical offering ends with a sonata for flute, violin, and accompanying clavier, to which there is added a canon perpetus. It is in 4 movements, largo, allegro, andante, allegro. In the largo the royal theme is merely suggested. In the fuga allegro it is used as the cantus firmus. The andante harks back to motives from the 3-part Ricercare. The royal theme forms the basis of the finale in this form. Bach thus wrote 2 sonatas for flute, violin, and accompanying clavier, one in the Weimar or the Cotton period, the other 3 years before his death. The difference between the 2 works is enormous. The first belongs to his naive period, when he was solely intent on beauty of sound. When we listen to it, we seem to be wandering by a woodland brook, over meadows that the morning dew has studded with diamonds. The later sonata transports us to great mountain heights, where vegetation ceases, and peaks, rising one above the other, stand out in sharp outlines against the blue sky. The beauty of the trio sonata of the musical offering is of this quality. It is profound and severe, without any of the gracious charm that distinguishes the work of the youthful period. We have a manuscript copy of the musical offering, in which the figured bass of the clavier part is written out by Kernberger. This work by a pupil of Bach is invaluable as showing us how simply and correctly the composer wished the figured bass to be worked out. The musical offering contains in all 10 canons, including the fuga canonica at the end of the first part. They are not canons in the ordinary sense of the word, aiming at a definite musical effect, but clever musical charades of the kind that the musicians of that time were fond of propounding to each other. The solutions of the first 6 canons are given by Kernberger in his Kunst des reinen Satzes. In 2 of them, the 4th and the 5th, Bach aims at a certain musical symbolism. Over the 4th, in which the theme is treated in augmentation in contrary motion, he writes: Notulis crescentibus crescat fortuna regis. May the good fortune of the king increase like that of the note values. The 5th, a circle canon ascending through the scale, is inscribed Ascendentec modulatione ascendat glorias regis. And as the modulation ascends, so may it be with the glory of the king. It was the custom to indicate the way to the solution of the canon by showing the notes of the theme on which the other parts had to enter. In the 2 canons that precede the sonata, Bach omits this hint. Quaerendo invenietis, seek and ye shall find, runs his inscription. The first is in 2 parts, the second in 4. While the latter is clear enough, the former permits of several solutions, which were put forward by Agricola, Kernberger, and the Freiburg cantor Fischer, the latter in the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung of 1806. Besides these, we have 5 other canons by Bach. One is given by the Marburg in his Abhandlung von der Fuge. Another, belonging to the year 1713, was inscribed to an unknown person, probably his Weimar colleague and friend Walter. He paid the same honor, during his Hamburg journey of 1727, to an amateur of that town, a Monsieur Hudemann, who returned the compliment with a poem on Bach. Another canon, also given in Marburg's Abhandlung von der Fuge, was inscribed, so Spitta conjectures, to Schmidt, the organist at Zella. The 5th canon is found on Hausmann's picture of Bach, belonging to St. Thomas's School. While engaged on the musical offering, Bach resolved to carry out systematically a plan which he had here undertaken somewhat unsystematically, to write a complete work on a single theme. The new work was to be a practical illustration of the art of fugue. It is an error to say he did not complete the art of fugue. He died before the engraving was completed. Hence the work has come down to us in a seemingly incomplete form. During the last week of Bach's life, none of the elder sons was with his father. After his death, they went on with the engraving in ignorance of what his plan had been. The plates were prepared by Schubler of Zella, to whom Bach had also entrusted the engraving of the musical offering. Perhaps Bach had originally intended to etch the work himself on copper. The 3 pages of the autograph, written in such a way that they could be reproduced directly on the plate, point to this intention. How little Schubler and the sons were acquainted with Bach's design is evident from the fact that they paid no regard to a list of errors carefully made by Bach that has fortunately come down to us. They were not even clear as to the arrangement of the pieces. Moreover, they inserted a simple variant as a new piece. Fugue No. 14 is identical with Fugue No. 10, except that it lacks the first 22 bars. Rust thinks that the whole style of the edition indicates that none of the elder sons had anything to do with it. That is not so. They merely attended to it in a hurry. Among Bach's papers was found also a large fugue upon 3 themes, at which he had worked until the last without finishing it. Emmanuel and Friedemann thought it had been intended for the art of fugue, and printed it there, unfinished as it was. In order, however, that the work might not end in this incomplete way, they added the organ chorale, Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sind, which Bach had dictated to Altnicol. No one can say whether it had really been his intention to end the art of fugue with these 2 works. In a sense they belong to it, in another sense not. They have nothing to do with the specimen fugues, for they are not based on the same subject. On the other hand, they are so skilfully worked out. See, for example, Bach's constant manipulation of the theme in inversion in the organ chorale, that he may well have written them with a view to their forming an appendix to the art of fugue. The 3 themes of the unfinished fugue run thus. The three separate fugues on these themes are completed. Bach is just about to combine them at the point where the manuscript breaks off. The theme of the last fugue spells Bach's name. In the Weimar days Bach had remarked to his colleague Walther upon the peculiarity of the four letters of his name as accounting for the musical aptitudes of the Bach family. Walther mentions this at the end of the meagre little article that he devotes to his former friend in his musical dictionary, 1732, and expressly says that the remark came from Herr Kapellmeister Bach himself. This makes it all the more curious that Bach should have waited until the last year of his life before making a fugue on this interesting theme. Friedemann, when questioned by Forkel upon this point, said positively that his father had never written any fugue but this upon the family name. The various fugues on Bach that claims to have been composed by Johann Sebastian therefore cannot be his. There are four of these. One of them, if not like Bach, is not uninteresting. Spitta tries to preserve the ascription of at least two of these fugues. They are not printed in the BG edition. However, even among the doubtful works, only the themes are given. The theme Bach is a favorite one with the moderns. Liszt and Schumann have written fugues upon it. In Reger's music, we fancy we can often detect it, even where it is not expressly indicated. Nor must we forget Barblin's accomplished organ Passacaglia on Bach. The Art of Fugue was published some months after Bach's death at the price of 4 thalers. It had, however, no sale then, at Emmanuel's request. Marburg, 1718 to 1795, wrote a preface to it, and the work was reissued with a new cover and the recommendation of the celebrated theoretician at the Leipzig Easter Fair of 1752. Its worth was recognized, Mattheson praised it warmly, but still it did not sell. In 1756 Emmanuel had sold barely 30 copies. The 130 thalers received did not cover the cost, and the disappointed son sold the plates of his father's last work for the value of the metal. Such was the fate of the Art of Fugue. In his biography Forkel says indignantly, "If a work of this kind by so exceedingly famous a man as Bach had appeared anywhere but in Germany, perhaps 10 fine editions would have been taken up out of pure patriotism. In Germany there were not sold even enough copies to pay for the copper plates and the engraving." Perhaps Forkel's exasperation with his countrymen carries him too far. It was not the fault of individuals, but of the epoch, that the great cantor's work had no success. Music had struck into new paths that led it away from the fugal style, and those who were still interested in it were not fugue masters but fugue schoolmasters, and incompetent to understand the true Bach, however much they swore by him. We get this impression even from Marburg's preface, which partly consists of only a moderately clever polemic against the new tendency that refuses to recognize the fugue as the vital cornerstone of music. The Art of Fugue consists of 14 fugues and 4 canons on the theme. The theme cannot strictly be called interesting. It is not a stroke of genius, but has plainly been made with an eye to its manifold workableness and capacity for inversion. Nevertheless, it grows upon us after repeated hearings. It introduces us to a still and serious world, deserted and rigid, without color, without light, without motion. It does not gladden, does not distract, yet we cannot break away from it. We get the same impression from the first 4 fugues that deal with the theme itself and its inversion. With the 5th fugue, however, the monotony of the theme is broken. The regular pace of the first 4 notes becomes more varied rhythmically. The theme acquires a grave movement. From the 8th fugue onwards it becomes more and more animated, until in the 11th it assumes the following form. All the possible fugue types, including those of which Bach himself had never made use, are represented in the Art of Fugue. We do not know which to wonder at most, that all these combinations could be devised by one mind, or that, in spite of the ingenuity of it all, the parts always flow along as naturally and freely as if the way were not prescribed for them by this or that purely technical necessity. His purpose in this work being a purely theoretical one, Bach writes the fugues out in score, and calls them counterpoints. The last four fugues are grouped in pairs, each of a pair being note for note an exact inversion of the other, as if we were reading it in a mirror. They are in three parts. The negative stands immediately under the positive. Here again Bach soars playfully above every technical difficulty. The pieces are bright and animated from beginning to end, as if it were a pure accident that one of them happened to be the reflection of the other. Bach himself must have felt the purest pride in them. He arranged the last pair for two claviers, adding a fourth obbligato part so that both instruments should be fully occupied. In this form the last two pieces of the art of fugue were given as a supplement, and when the work was republished in the 19th century, this part of it was fastened on by the pianists and soon became the most popular of all. The theme runs thus. End of chapter 18.
Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Music performed from the source text available in the public domain by Jonathan Schofield, Birmingham, Alabama.
End of J.S. Bach by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman.